Chapter 391. The Paradise's Temporary Office. The game console ranking system was used as an input device, storing bizarre avatars one after another. The puppet figure pulled a rope and leaped onto his workstation. In front of him was a shelled creature covered in spiky spikes. Where were we talking just now? Oh, you said you needed something lubricating so you couldn't get back into your shell. The puppet figure's fingers traced back and forth across the stone slab, interweaving imperceptible black lines, as if some special recording method. Lin Qian watched the puppet figure's manipulations in stunned silence, then couldn't help but glance at the long queue. Then, the puppet figure's voice echoed in his mind. Boss Lin, I think I've been a little too aggressive. Everyone in the City of Chaos is saying you're omnipotent, and can fulfill everyone's wishes. I can't refuse them outright. I can only note their requests. Have I caused you any trouble? Its voice was cautious, as if it feared Lin Qian's anger. Lin Qian shook his head and laughed. It's okay, Senior Puppet. As long as what they want is basic supplies found in the ordinary world, not rare treasures, I can provide it. In this regard, he truly was omnipotent. Hearing this, the puppet man breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about that, Boss Lin. I simply drive away those who make excessive demands. Lin Qian nodded, then looked curiously at the stone tablet engraved with black lines. What kind of recording method is this? Some kind of writing? Oh, this is a soul mark. It's much easier to decipher using a unique method than written text. If Mr. Lin is interested, I can teach you. Lin Qian smiled. You do need to learn. After all, I need to see the purchase order to know what resources to bring back. But don't worry. Enter it first. I have something else to do. The puppet stopped immediately. Don't you need my company? Lin Qian shook his head. No, I've already found someone suitable. He was planning to go to Giant City to find a shellman who could produce the egg of life. After leaving Paradise, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to reach the outskirts of Skeleton City. Not far away, the terrifying giant fish monster sat waiting on the ground. Seeing Lin Qian approach, it stood up excitedly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Qian nodded and got straight to the point. I need to go to Giant City to find a friend. He briefly described the shellman's appearance. Have you seen it? The fish monster thought carefully, and suddenly clapped his hands. Oh! I remember. That guy who liked to trade a bunch of useless stone eggs. Lin Qian was stunned. Useless stone eggs? Could this guy be talking about the egg of life? His heart suddenly began to race. Yes, that must be it. Why, are you familiar with it? The fish monster shook his head. Not really, but there aren't many people in Giant City, so we see each other pretty often. Our hard currency over there is food. No one's interested in stone eggs. Only the guy thinks they're precious. And it even trades food for those shiny things. It's definitely a freak. Hearing this, Lin Qian immediately checked his storage space. Fortunately, he had prepared for this trip in advance. In addition to the usual large supply of food, there were also a large number of glittering crystals and mountains of gold and silver treasures. I approve your request. Take me to Giant City. Hearing this, the fish monster suddenly became excited. Thank you, Boss Lin. With that, it leaned forward and folded its arms. Boss Lin, get on board. Lin Qian was stunned. What for? The fish monster raised its head slightly. Take you to Giant City. Ride me faster? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity. Oh! How fast? 3 seconds later. Giant City. The air distorted in front of a huge, moss-covered tree trunk. The next moment, with a swish, the fish monster, transformed into an ethereal supercar, emerged from the void. It abruptly stopped, and Lin Qian, on its back, was flung flying. Boss Lin. Only when it saw Lin Qian's flying figure did the fish monster realize something was amiss, and hurriedly prepared to give chase. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. But the next moment, as dozens of bloodlines swirled out, Lin Qian's figure suddenly paused and quickly pulled back. Landing safely, Lin Qian raised his head, his face slightly pale. In his mind, shadow walking was already considered an extremely fast method of movement. But today, his understanding was refreshed. From Skeleton City to Giant City, it was just a blink of an eye, but it wasn't teleportation. Can you imagine the feeling of a person flying ahead, with a soul chasing behind? This is too fast. Shaking his head, Lin Qian had never imagined that a superhuman with 4 attributes surpassing their limits could actually suffer from motion sickness. Of course, it wasn't just any car that made him feel dizzy, it was a void supercar. Lin Qian immediately understood why this guy had so easily forced him out of his shadow-walking state. In his eyes, His speed must have been no different from an old lady's stroll. No, I need to slow down for a while. Lin Qian adjusted his breathing, but still felt a little uncomfortable, so he prepared to sit down and rest. Boss Lin, don't stay outside. Come inside. The fish monster waved enthusiastically, pointing to the hollowed-out tree trunk. Just as the puppet man had said, everything in Giant City was simple and rugged. The fish monster's so-called house was nothing more than a hollow tree trunk with two ends punched through it. Inside, an irregular stone served as a table. There were still greasy stains on it, and a rotten smell filled his nostrils. The environment was more than filthy and messy. I better sit outside for a while. Glancing at the interior, Lin Qian decisively declined. Sitting on the tree trunk and looking around, Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh. I thought Skeleton City was shabby enough, with everything shabby like a refugee camp. But I hadn't expected there to be experts. Giant City. Where's the city? Besides a few scattered giant stones surrounding the perimeter, there's nothing else. Perhaps that's what they call the city walls. The buildings within the city are even scarcer. The fish monster's tree trunk house is considered a mansion. At least it has a roof. In the distance, the only thing Lin Qian could see that could even be considered a house was two huge stone slabs arranged in a herringbone shape. The shape was extremely unstable and teetered, as if it would collapse at any moment. Is this thing safe? Lin Qian was muttering to himself, but the next moment, with a loud bang, the two stone slabs collapsed. His eyelids twitched. If anyone were hit by this, wouldn't they be covered in bruises? Roar! The next moment, a deafening roar echoed, and the collapsed stone slab was lifted up by two massive rock hands. Lin Qian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect it was someone he knew. Yo! Blue buff. Chapter 392. As Lin Qian spoke, the stone man, who had just stood up, also looked over. Roar! It seemed to recognize Lin Qian and roared angrily. Just then, the fish monster suddenly strode forward. Stupid stone! Boss Lin is my customer. Just behave yourself. But the stone man ignored him and rushed over with heavy steps. Alas! I really can't communicate with these guys. The fish monster sighed helplessly, and then its figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! A barely perceptible twist of fate ripped through the air, and the next second, the fish monster's figure slammed directly into the stone man. Bang! A muffled sound shook the air. The stone man's massive body was sent flying like a badminton, tumbling through the air before landing with a loud thud. Lin Qian was stunned. Just started a fight? The fish monster turned around helplessly and spread his hands. There's no other way. Communication with these guys requires more body language. Before he finished speaking, another roar echoed. Lin Qian looked in the direction of the sound and was startled. Holy crap! A dinosaur? What came into view was a gigantic lizard-like creature, towering even taller than the stone man when standing upright. The stone man had smashed a hole in its mud nest, and it suddenly attacked in anger, opening its maw and biting the stone man. The stone man didn't dodge, allowing his head to be clamped down while punching the dinosaur's belly with his fists. Buzz! The ring of power vibrated, and Lin Qian's eyelids jumped. A ring of power that large, how painful would it be to get hit by it? However, contrary to his expectations, just as the stone man's fist was about to strike, the dinosaur's entire body suddenly transformed into a metallic silver white, like a chameleon. Bang! A dull knocking sound followed, and the stone man's fist was instead repelled by the recoil. Roar! Neither side backed down, and the fight continued in a relentless scuffle. And while the fish monster had clearly been the cause of all this, no one paid any attention. Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but look at the fish monster with some suspicion. Yes, I did it on purpose. The fish monster nodded honestly. This guy is a stubborn one. Getting tangled up with him is a real hassle. Let them fight. It won't be over until work time, and there might be another round when I get back. Lin Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your giant city has a really unique atmosphere. The fish monster sighed. There's nothing we can do, except sleep and fight. Everyone's hungry, but not starving. We have to find something to do. Lin Qian's eyes flickered. He'd long been curious about this, because most overseers rarely encounter missions. Even after becoming a level 2 overseer, he only triggered missions a handful of times. Thus, food was a rare opportunity. His colleagues in Skeleton City were fine. At least they were of normal size. But how did these giants in Giant City survive? It had been a mere speculation before, but now it was confirmed. As expected, overseers couldn't starve. Oh! Found it. Over there. Just then, The fish monster beside him suddenly pointed in a direction. Lin Qian followed its finger, and was instantly delighted. It was the target he'd been searching for, the shellman. However, this guy seemed to be arguing with another supervisor and looked quite angry. Let's go! Let's go and take a look. Sensing something was amiss, Lin Qian quickly gestured to the fish monster beside him. Okay. Boss Lin. The fish monster immediately leaned forward again, folded its arms, and transformed into void speedrunner mode. Lin Qian quickly refused. No! It's such a long distance, I better walk. He already had enough of the void speedrunner once a day. If he did it again, he'd be ready to vomit. Okay then. The fish monster stood up, looking a little disappointed. But after walking for a while, Lin Qian realized something was amiss. Because the supervisors in Giant City were all so large, it was easy for him to misjudge the distance. Like a horse racing to the top of a mountain, he saw no significant reduction in distance for a long time. With no other choice, he could only use shadow walk to speed on. Soon, his figure appeared behind the shellman. But the fish monster was already waiting there. Boss Lin, you should have let me bring you here in the first place. Lin Qian rolled his eyes secretly, and looked at the shellman. The shellman was still his usual self. Seeing Lin Qian's sudden appearance, he tilted his head for a moment, then quickly turned around. Little man. Why are you here? The fish monster competently began to translate automatically. I came looking for you. While greeting the shellman, Lin Qian observed the supervisor opposite the shellman. It was a cyclops covered in ice crystals. It looked familiar, resembling some of the monsters encountered in the Infinite Boxing Tournament. Of course, it was not on the same level in terms of size or danger. The sudden appearance of him and the fish monster interrupted the argument. The cyclops glanced at Lin Qian first, then at the fish monster. Boss Lin is my client. Anyone who dares to chase him away will be beaten by me first. The fish monster suddenly took 2 steps forward, its tone thick with menace. Lin Qian was speechless. For the first time, he felt the feeling of being unwelcome. First the stone men, then this cyclops, both trying to drive him out of Giant City. What? Just because you're small means you're discriminated against? Lin Qian rolled his eyes secretly. I had hoped to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be met with indifference and alienation. Alright, enough pretense. I'm laying it on the table. Giant power. Activate. ZZ. Hair fluttered, and as the power was activated, twisted crimson lightning suddenly emanated from Lin Qian. This scene immediately captured the attention of the Cyclops and the fish monster. Even the stone men and dinosaurs fighting in the distance stopped and looked over. Boss Lin, you actually possess the power of a giant? The fish monster's voice was filled with shock. Lin Qian had originally planned to show off his power, and then take out the beast's soul to show off, demonstrating to these guys what true might meant. But now it seemed that was no longer necessary. It's just the power of a giant, nothing to mention. Lin Qian smoothed his hair down his forehead, looking calm and composed. But deep down, he felt incredibly relieved. Why do I love showing off so much? The next moment, Lin Qian saw a shadow appear before him. The fish monster, almost teleporting, stood opposite him. Boss Lin. It spoke cautiously. Can you use the power of a giant to hit me? Please, just one punch. I can give up my previous request. Chapter 393. Lin Qian was stunned. Although the puppet had mentioned the Giant City Supervisor's reverence for the giant, he had never imagined it would reach this level. Understandable, but respectful. Lin Qian raised his right hand, mobilizing the giant's power. With a crackling sound, crimson lightning surged. Fearing he might injure the fish monster, he subconsciously controlled his strength. As a result, he punched, but the fish monster remained motionless. Lin Qian felt a sudden embarrassment. The fish monster looked down at its large belly, then back at Lin Qian. Boss Lin. Lin Qian waved his hand. I understand. I give you another punch. This time, he didn't control his strength, and the crimson lightning spread outward as he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! With a muffled thud, the fish monster's body scraped back a dozen meters. Ha ha! Yet it remained unscathed. Instead, Lin Qian felt a slight numbness in his arm. From now on, I personally experienced the power of the giant. The fish monster was excited and began to circle around Lin Qian. You guys, just be envious. Lin Qian scratched his head, feeling that this guy wasn't very smart. No wonder the puppet called him a silly fish. When he turned around, he found the shellman approaching. It swayed, as if a little embarrassed, but before they could establish communication, A giant hand covered in ice crystals forcibly pushed it aside. The Cyclops forcefully took over the Shellman's position and approached Lin Qian, his eyes filled with anticipation. Impossible. You're dreaming. The next moment, the fish monster suddenly charged. Boss Lin, you can't just agree to their request. This honor should belong to me alone. Lin Qian was so distracted by it that his brain almost went haywire, and he quickly broke free. Go away, stop messing around. I've forgotten what I was doing while you were interrupting me. He looked at the Shellman and the Cyclops. By the way, what were you arguing about? After the fish monster finished translating, the Shellman began to gesture awkwardly. Then, with a flicker of white light, the luminous bird Lin Qian had seen before appeared in his palm, though now it was dying. Its glow dimmed considerably. It said its sparkling is dying and needs food. The fish monster turned to the Cyclops. This guy doesn't want its stone eggs, nor does he like those inedible gems. Lin Qian understood. A hunter won't starve to death, but a hound still needs to eat. I wonder if this is why I rarely see other hunters and hounds in the City of Chaos. Come, let me see. Lin Qian gestured to the beetle, who carefully handed the dying bird to Lin Qian. He retrieved the healing powder he had used once before from his storage space and sprinkled it on the little creature like a seasoning. After a dozen seconds, the healing powder took effect, and the bird's body glowed again, slowly opening its eyes. The Shell Man was overjoyed at this, and hurried forward to take it, cautiously handling it as if fearing any damage. However, the flying creature still regarded it as an enemy. As soon as it regained its strength, it swooped down like a thunderbolt and charged at the Shell Man. It was clearly a desperate attack, but in the Shell Man's eyes, it looked like a warm and affectionate interaction. The creature swayed and matched the rhythm of the bird's attack, seemingly enjoying itself. After a while, the silly bird was exhausted, and the Shellman finally returned it to the hound's space and looked at Lin Qian. It said, "Thank you for saving its bright sparkling once again, and wants to invite you to its home." Boss Lin, I know where its home is. You can sit on me. No thanks. Before the fish monster could finish, Lin Qian interrupted decisively. I better go on my own. A moment later, Lin Qian followed the Shellman to its home. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Qian swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Countless live eggs formed a small hill, and the Shellman's home was hollowed out in the middle of this hill. At first glance, it looked a bit like a bird's nest made of live eggs. These live eggs were held together by a transparent gelatinous substance, making them very strong and unlikely to loosen or fall. How many are there? Lin Qian looked up at the hill before him, and couldn't help but sigh. Not just here, but everywhere in Giant City. This thing produces a stone egg every once in a while. While it's not worth much, it can be used as building material to decorate your home. I remember one guy paved his room floor with this stuff, but later found it too uncomfortable to sleep on, so he tore it up and piled it outside as decoration. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. I never thought the life egg, so priceless in the outside world, would become the least valuable building here. He was just mumbling this to himself, but he didn't expect the fish monster to respond. The origin of life is indeed a valuable thing, but it's a pity we don't need it. Lin Qian was stunned. Do you know what that is? He had always assumed these supervisors had no idea of the value of these things. At this, the fish monster glanced at Lin Qian with a hint of surprise. Of course I know. When this guy sold his first stone egg, someone saw through its contents. They even speculated that this thing was probably the reason for his clan's annihilation. The fish monster spoke calmly, as if chatting casually. But the source of life is scarce in the outside world, and useless in the City of Chaos. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched. He had already guessed the reason. Because all overseers possess infinite life essence, they are immortal. So, we can fight freely without worrying about getting hurt. Even if we don't eat, we only feel hungry, but we won't die. Because the vast life essence constantly supplies us with energy. It's precisely because of this infinite life essence that this creature can produce so many stone eggs. Otherwise, it would have died long ago from exhaustion. Lin Qian fell silent. Some of his previous doubts finally had answers. Just like he had initially believed that overseers were restricted from killing each other, only to discover after arriving in the City of Chaos that fights were commonplace. It turned out to be because both sides knew they couldn't do anything to each other, and were too lazy to waste their energy. He also understood why Novi of the Star Clan said that overseers were always the most terrifying beings in the building. Regardless of attribute strength, this immortality alone meant that no matter how powerful you were, what could they do? Chapter 394. So, are supervisors selected from extinct races? Lin Qian took a deep breath and asked slowly. Indeed? The fish monster nodded gently. Furthermore, only one strongest individual will be chosen from each extinct race. Lin Qian's pupils narrowed. So, every supervisor I've seen represents the extinction of a race? The fish monster nodded again and continued. But the supervisors you've seen aren't their true appearances. For example, before I became a supervisor, I was about the same height as you and extremely handsome. My eyes, in particular, were hailed as the pearls of the deep sea. The fish monster lost himself in memories, his tone filled with nostalgia. And now, as you can see, I've become a complete monster. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Qian immediately thought of Brother Snake. Perhaps Brother Snake had no connection to snakes at all before, but was transformed into a monster after becoming a supervisor. Do you know what's most cruel? Not only are you immortal, you also retained all your memories of life. The cries of your tribe as they died tragically, the cruel laughter of your enemies, it's all in your mind, crystal clear. Yet you can do nothing but obey the building's will, doing the same thing day after day. When I first became a supervisor, I constantly contemplated ending my own life, but after countless attempts, I ultimately had to accept my fate. That puppet wasn't always so cheerful and lively. For a time, it indiscriminately used its cursed power to attack all supervisors in Chaos City, causing great unrest. When you realize there's no way to change the status quo, you first despair, then become numb, and finally compromise. Slowly, you learn to find joy in a dull life, just like me. The fish monster placed its strangely long arms on its hips, its dead eyes still empty, but Lin Qian had never felt its vitality so strongly. Am I being a little long-winded, Boss Lin? Suddenly, the fish monster's back softened, and it looked at Lin Qian cautiously. No, I'm really grateful for sharing so much. How about this? From now on, you be the agent for Giant City. If anyone in the city needs anything, just write it down and let me know. Being able to communicate with souls is extremely rare, so Lin Qian naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to win them over. What? The fish monster suddenly stood up straight, exclaiming in surprise. Lin. Boss Lin. Are you serious? Lin Qian smiled and nodded. The next moment, the fish monster snatched him up and placed him on its back, instantly transforming into an ethereal supercar. Wait a minute. Lin Qian was completely stunned. Just as he was about to speak, his vision quickly blurred. Swish. 2 seconds later, Lin Qian stumbled and fell off the fish monster's back. This time, the fish monster, having learned its lesson, used its hands as a safety harness, preventing Lin Qian from being flung away. Boss Lin. I'm so happy. I can't repay you, so I can only take you on a tour of the Land of Chaos. How was it? How did it feel? Lin Qian's eyes were a little dazed. Huh? The Land of Chaos? What disordered land? The fish monster slapped his head. It's my fault. I forgot to stop. You're doing this. Seeing that this guy seemed to want to take him for a spin, Lin Qian suddenly came to his senses. Stop. Stop. He was truly miserable. He pulled out a high-level healing potion from his storage and injected it, only to feel a little better. I hope you won't take me for a race without my permission. I can't stand it. The fish monster lowered his head immediately after hearing this. Oh. Letting out a long sigh, Lin Qian turned to look at the Shell Man. Brother Shell, I'd like to buy some of your treasures. What do you want? Surprisingly, the Shell Man didn't choose the sparkling gems, but instead requested some food and water to feed the silly bird. It seems that caring for someone really does change a person. Lin Qian had no idea what the silly bird ate, so he left the Shell Man plenty of fruits, vegetables, meat, and several large buckets of water, leaving the fish monster beside him dumbfounded. So many! The Shellman swayed slightly with joy, then extended his hand with a flourish, and with a crash, he tore down his home, sending a flood of live eggs tumbling down, like they were free. It said you can take them all? Lin Qian rubbed his cheek a little sheepishly. Don't worry, I won't take them for nothing. Next time I come, I bring you a custom-made room and build an eco-friendly home for the silly bird. The fish monster, translating beside him, grew even more envious. It had seen the mansions in the park before. They were simply too luxurious. Lin Qian noticed its mood and patted it. Don't worry, as my agent, you be treated well, and you get yours too. Get up right now. What are you trying to do now? After being scolded by Lin Qian, the fish monster could only deactivate its supercar mode and stand up in frustration. However, its heart was still brimming with excitement. It circled around, eagerly anticipating the mansion Lin Qian was about to give it. After taking about 200 live eggs, Lin Qian stopped taking any more, believing any more would be pointless. He better leave the rest for the shell man to use as a bird's nest. That's all for now. I have some things to do. See you next time. After saying goodbye to the shell man, Lin Qian prepared to leave Giant City to find the striped serpent. Boss Lin, where are you going? I take you there? The fish monster chattered incessantly, chasing after him. Lin Qian didn't chase it away. Having a translator was handy after all. Oh, you mean that snake? I remember it was always near the stone tablet. We've been on a few missions together before, but we weren't very familiar. The fish monster was also familiar with the striped serpent. These level 3 supervisors had been in the City of Chaos for who knows how long, and they all knew each other to some degree. Lin Qian suddenly became interested and mentioned Snake Brother to the fish monster again. I didn't expect you to know him. Surprisingly, the fish monster was even more surprised that Lin Qian knew Snake Brother. He was a difficult creature to get along with a very strange temper. Most importantly, his petrification ability was a real headache. I remember when the puppet man went on a rampage and attacked everywhere, he was ultimately forcibly suppressed by it. Because petrification isn't like other damage, even with infinite life essence, the process of recovering is very slow. A casual glance from that creature meant you could only wait patiently for the teleport to refresh, or else you'd be reduced to a motionless statue. During that time, the shadow snake would often chase the puppet man around, and many unlucky people in Skeleton City were accidentally petrified. Because of its troublesome petrification ability, and its vindictive nature, we generally didn't provoke it. However, it rarely wandered around, so it wasn't as annoying as the puppet man. Chapter 395. Arriving near the stone tablet, before he could find any trace of the striped snake, Lin Qian spotted the smoke-soaked giant axe knight again. It galloped wildly around the stone tablet, the sound of its hooves echoing far away, and its giant axe whirred as it swung. I remembered that the last time the striped snake was provoked into a fight by this creature, it nearly injured me accidentally. Speaking of which, this creature's abilities were somewhat similar to my own ferocious beast soul. Its malevolent energy was as solid matter. Perhaps I could learn some techniques from it to harness this malevolent energy. As this thought flashed through my mind, Lin Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, according to the fish monster, each of these supervisors was the strongest of their species, and they retained memories from before becoming supervisors. Could I learn a lot from them? The more I thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to me. But there's no rush. You need to build up some prestige first. Then, with a simple wave of your hand, you have a slew of supervisors lining up to become his trainers. In the blink of an eye, the great axe knight had vanished from sight. The fish monster quietly approached Lin Qian, sighing at the menacing black mist trailing from the great axe knight. This guy is quite talented. Back in Skeleton City, he loved to run around in circles. He was eventually driven out by a group of supervisors. Since then, he's been wandering around various cities. For a while, he was near our giant city. After being knocked off his feet a few times, he moved on. I didn't expect him to wander to the stone tablet recently. The snake must have been fed up with this guy's noise, so it came to Boss Lin. It laughed out loud, a sort of gloating laughter. Lin Qian was a bit amused. Why did he feel like his colleagues were getting weirder by the second? When he found the striped snake, it was fast asleep, its body coiled up like a poop, its head buried in the space between its legs. Hey! Snake, Boss Lin has brought your new home. Before Lin Qian could say anything, the fish monster was the first to call out to the striped snake. The snake slowly moved, raising its head to look at the two of them. Seeing Lin Qian, the anger in its eyes vanished. Lin Qian didn't waste any time. Instead, he took the custom-made house from storage, placed it next to the snake, and secured it. After installing the power supply, Lin Qian demonstrated how to use it for the snake. Since you don't have hands, I had them change the control panel of this soundproof door to a simpler push-button one. The snake followed his instructions and crawled into the house. After closing the soundproof door, the entire world fell silent. It said, "Thank you very much, Boss Lin," the fish monster translated from behind. And that wasn't the end. Lin Qian, despite the pain, pulled a can of delicious worm pudding from his storage space, opened it, and held it out to the striped snake. The striped snake perked up instantly, its head leaning forward. However, it had clearly learned from its previous experience and didn't rush to eat. Instead, it stared at Lin Qian, waiting for his words. Lin Qian pushed the can forward a bit, and the snake finally began to enjoy it with confidence. Opening its maw, it bit down on the can itself, chewing it with a thumping crunch. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched as he watched. The way this creature ate was even scarier than brother snakes. After the snake finished eating, Lin Qian pulled out a summoning card and handed it over. The striped snake had already known Lin Qian's needs through the puppet. With a flick of its tongue, it swallowed the summoning card directly, then used its tail to scratch a few numbers in the air. For 126609, Lin Qian nodded. That was exactly his number. It said it would do its best. Slurp. Lin Qian suddenly heard a strange noise. Turning back, he saw the fish monster drooling. Clearly, it too, was ravenously greedy for the delicious worm pudding. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Lin Qian took out another can of delicious worm pudding and a summoning card and handed them to the fish monster. Don't worry, Boss Lin. If we encounter an unusual intruder masquerading as a survivor, I definitely give you the chance to kill them. Unlike us, you don't possess immortality. The building is extremely dangerous. We will do our utmost to make you stronger and preserve this window as long as possible. Soul communication was convenient. The fish monster savored its delicious worm pudding while still speaking normally, his tone sincere. The striped snake beside him nodded in agreement. Lin Qian's eyes were complex. Because his colleagues usually acted so naive, he subconsciously assumed they were simple-minded. However, how could someone who had become the strongest of their respective races be foolish? As the puppet man once said, they know everything, they just don't care. He reached out and patted the fish monster. Everything was clear. He glanced at the timer. 20 minutes remained until the safe exploration time. His work was done, and he could go back. After leaving some food and water for the fish monster and the striped snake, Lin Qian bid them farewell and returned to Skeleton City. A long line still formed in front of the amusement park, but at a glance, most of the faces were familiar. Even though the puppeteers had done their best, the office's efficiency was still woefully low. This won't work. There are so many supervisors in the City of Chaos, and with only one window, Senior Puppet Man will be exhausted. Making a note of this, Lin Qian prepared to have his men solve the problem for him. They were idle in the dungeon anyway, so he couldn't leave all the work to the boss. Wouldn't that make them seem useless? Returning to the Infinity Building, Lin Qian glanced at the list and saw Jiang Jinshan online. Su Mian said this guy has a lot of influence in the cyber dungeon. Perhaps he could tailor a system for my fellow supervisors. Then I take him with me on this dungeon trip. One more or one less won't make much difference. Send message. Lin Qian, I call you later, don't run around. The reply came almost instantly. Jiang Jinshan, shocked. I see, Brother Qian. Do you need anything from me? Lin Qian, just get ready and lie down. On the other end of the dialogue box, Jiang Jinshan's expression suddenly froze. Lie down? Brother Qian. What do you mean? Something struck him, and his pupils suddenly began to tremble violently. Could it be? He shook his head vigorously. Impossible. But thinking about it, Brother Qian doesn't seem very close to women. No way. Jiang Jinshan was so torn that he even started biting his nails nervously. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Qian had no idea that Jiang Jinshan was lost in thought. He opened the door and entered the corridor. Su Mian and the others were already lined up and ready. With a wave of his hand he said, Let's go! Chapter 396. The sky was overcast, the distant mountains seemed to sway and wail, and the town lay in ruins. The passers-by were silent, heads bowed, and their steps hurried. Dark and depressing. A typical horror movie atmosphere. Lin Qian stood on the street, looking up and around. The strong wind swept through, and the giant's leather jackets rustled. Behind him, a dozen black-clad soldiers, also wearing giant leather jackets, stood in neat formation. Even Jiang Jinshan, who had been summoned at short notice, was given one, making them a uniform. When he was first teleported here, he looked troubled, but seeing so many familiar faces around him, he felt relieved. At the same time, he felt a bit amused and confused. He really didn't know what he was thinking all day. Ding! Entering survival dungeon, Ghost Town. Ghost Town. If someone talks to you on the street, don't respond, as you can't be sure if they're a human or something else. Return condition. Survive for 15 days. Oh! Seeing the return condition, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown, a bit surprised. 15 days? That's a first. Clearly, this mission seemed to be of a higher level. I wonder if it was because Lin Qian opened the door first to trigger the dungeon mission, or if it was because too many people entered at once, causing the difficulty to increase. There's such a good thing? Lin Qian was pleasantly surprised. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. The mission instructions were vague, But Lin Qian had already passed the stage of relying on clues to survive. Swish! A torn piece of newspaper blew past, landing right at Su Mian's feet. He bent down and casually picked it up, glancing at the contents. The sewer disappearance case. Brother Qian, judging by the timeline, it should be from the strange resurrection world. Su Mian handed the newspaper to Lin Qian. Lin Qian glanced at it and nodded. If it were a quarantine dungeon, Sister Min would have warned him. But he had always assumed that dungeons were divided into different danger levels, and that the danger level of the quarantine dungeon was higher than that of the strange resurrection. Now it seemed that he had misjudged that. That's right, after all, Zane's Demon Town is also in this world. Ghost Town, another dungeon based on small towns, but judging by the architectural style, it should be from another country. Lin Qian walked slowly forward, observing the hurried passers-by. Similarly, the passers-by were also secretly observing Lin Qian and his group of strange people. Unlike the Demon Town, this was not a remote town. The population was significantly more densely populated. Newspaper offices, banks, and four-story residential buildings stood neatly together, a maze of electrical wires dangling overhead. The occasional car passed by on the street. "Young man, please stop!" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the rear of the group. A gray-haired old woman reached out and grabbed the giant leather jacket of Team 4's captain. The captain's gaze fixed, and without hesitation, he struck back with a slash. Buzz! The plasma cutter slashed a graceful fan-shaped pattern through the air, sending the old woman's head tumbling off. "Listen to me." Strangely, however, no blood flowed from the broken neck, and the head, even as it rolled away, continued to speak. "What the hell?" The captain of Team 4's eyes widened in disbelief. Hee hee. Suddenly, a creepy laugh erupted from the old woman's head. "You can't kill me." There was a hint of pride in her tone. At that moment, Lin Qian stepped forward and, with a casual wave of his hand, unleashed a burst of pure fire. "I will." Just as the old woman's tone was about to turn sinister, her body suddenly ignited by the pure fire. "Ah! Fire! What kind of fire is this?" With a shrill scream, the old woman's body began to struggle madly. At Lin Qian's signal, the captain of Team 4 kicked the old woman's head into the flames. Soon, the screams died away, and the old woman vanished into ash. "I can't kill you, you're such a boaster." The captain of Team 4 tossed his bangs dismissively and returned to his team. Lin Qian stood still, observing the passers-by. Suddenly he sighed. "Okay, don't leave. There's probably no one left alive in this town." The old woman was cremated in the street, but passers-by remained unresponsive. The answer was obvious. But that was fine. He was here for a quickie, not a methodical exploration. "Huh?" Lin Qian suddenly frowned, noticing Su Mian and the others hadn't responded. Turning around, his gaze fixed. There was no sign of Su Mian and the others behind him, only hurried pedestrians. "Huh? Split the group up?" Lin Qian scoffed disdainfully, casually pulling out a stack of summoning cards, removing the rubber bands, and counting out 16. Then, he began summoning one after another. Swish! A flash of white light appeared, and Su Mian, covered in mud, appeared first. He held a sword, a bone-piercing wound on his cheek, the flesh peeling back, clearly the result of a surprise attack. "Don't just stand there, summon all your teammates." Another flash of teleporting white light appeared, and Qin Liang appeared, albeit in good condition, untouched by any attack. Looking at the wound on Su Mian's face, he couldn't help but frown. What happened? Su Mian shook his head. "We talk later. First, go with Brother Qian to fetch some people." Swish! Another flash of white light appeared, and the drenched captain of Team 4 appeared, wearing a scuba mask. Seaweed hung from his body like hair, and the plasma cutter in his hand sizzled with steam. In less than 30 seconds, the recently separated group was reunited. Lin Qian drooped his eyelids, wrapped the rubber band around the still-thick summoning card, and casually stored it in his storage space. War is all about resources. He now deeply understood the true meaning of this statement. You can pull them all you want. I can use the summoning card to pull them back. Let's see who collapses first. To prevent being forcibly pulled away again, Lin Qian had everyone don heavy armor. Then he wrapped everyone with his blood whip and tied them to his belt. The main reason was that his blood whip was too hot, and without heavy armor, it would easily burn them. After taking these precautions, Lin Qian directly spread the blood mist, which, with its intense crimson glow, began to sweep across the ghost town. Countless passers-by caught in the mist only had time to let out a wail before melting away like asphalt. Under Lin Qian's clearing, The once bustling ghost town quickly became deserted. Aside from the pervasive blood mist, the streets gradually fell silent, leaving only a dead silence. At this moment, Su Mian hesitantly stepped forward and spoke. "Brother Qian, aren't you going to ask where we were sent, and what happened to us?" Lin Qian slowly turned back, his tone calm. "No need, just plow it from beginning to end." Chapter 397. Tick. Tick. Ghost Town Sewer. A twisted, misshapen figure was frantically scurrying through the mud. There wasn't a speck of household garbage around. This alone proved Lin Qian's suspicions correct. Swish. Suddenly, several pitch-black chains flew out of the darkness. The misshapen figure, unable to dodge, was entangled and locked, struggling as it was forcibly pulled away. Woo! She! The strange cries abruptly ceased with the sound of foul corrosion. Soon, Sister Min vanished into the darkness, searching for her next prey. On the ground, after Lin Qian had used blood mist to clear the town of miscellaneous soldiers, he let Wu Sheng take charge of his main body while he entered Ferocious Beast Soul mode. Through the blood mist's perception, he discovered a total of 5 boss-level entities in the town. Compared to the previous dungeon, the difficulty had indeed increased significantly. But to him, it was just a matter of going from 1 punch to 5, a minor difference. As for the elite monsters lurking in various corners, I leave it to Sister Min to deal with. Brother Wu, I leave these guys to you. With that, Lin Qian turned and sprinted towards his first target. Only Su Mian and the others remained, silently gazing at the invincible figure of the ferocious beast's spirit. Boom! Soon, a roar echoed in the distance. An abandoned tower was shattered by the killer spirit's golden right hand, its contents shrieking and dissolving into ash. Gudong! The sound of swallowing saliva was remarkably clear. Jiang Jinshan's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the ferocious beast's soul. He then turned to look at the calm, black-clad soldiers. He raised a trembling finger, but the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. This. Just then, someone suddenly stepped forward and pressed his hand back. The captain of Team 4 looked at Jiang Jinshan with an encouraging look. You get used to it. There's no need to be so shocked. He understood Jiang Jinshan's feelings perfectly, as almost everyone else had the same expression upon first seeing Lin Qian's ferocious beast soul. Jiang Jinshan blinked, finally suppressing his shock. Huh? He let out a long sigh. Wow! It's only been so long since we last saw each other, and Brother Qian has evolved again. Next to him, Qin Liang pulled out a square table from his storage space and placed his computer and other office equipment on it. Let's just watch the fun and take this opportunity to refine the plan Brother Qian requested. Oh. Okay. Jiang Jinshan came to his senses, nodded, and also took out his own equipment. Boom! Just then, a second loud bang came from the distance. Jiang Jinshan's hands trembled with fear, and he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. What are you doing? Qin Liang suddenly looked up at him, frowning. Are you worried about Brother Qian, or the monster? This sentence immediately put out Jiang Jinshan's fire. Sorry, I'm focused on my work. Next to him, Su Mian was watching Lin Qian's violent display from all angles through Qin Liang's hive drone. Brother Qian is too fierce. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yeah, it's just like Ultraman fighting monsters. The captain of Team 4 also came over, his eyes shining as he stared at the screen. Be careful. At that moment, Wu Sheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly made a move. With a swish, Lin Yuan's long sword was unsheathed, and a flash of dark light slashed through the air. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was 2 short, hooked blades, one intended to cut the throat, the other to pierce the heart, but Wu Sheng easily blocked them at a tricky angle. Even though he was so close, Wu Sheng couldn't see the man's face clearly. It was all blurred beneath his black hood. At the same time, Su Mian and the others also saw the attacker and drew their weapons to surround him. What's going on? Jiang Jinshan quickly charged his mechanical arm and asked urgently. It's not a dungeon monster. It's a survivor from another race trying to assassinate Brother Qian. Qin Liang immediately assessed the situation. What? Jiang Jinshan was even more shocked. It happened once before, but it was resolved by Brother Qian and some eccentric individuals. I've already compiled the information about the Infinity Tower. Brother Qian said we share it after this mission is over. While quickly explaining the situation to Jiang Jinshan, Qin Liang controlled the hive robots to disperse and deploy surveillance, preventing a second assassin. Meanwhile, Su Mian and the captain of Team 4 had already charged forward. Very cautious, even if your soul leaves your body, you can still find a replacement to take over. A distorted voice rang out, a hint of sarcasm in its tone. It seems those idiots of the orcs were right. This guy is truly a formidable newcomer. But what's he supposed to do with the gift I prepared? Hee hee. With a cold laugh, the black-robed figure suddenly retreated, vanishing into thin air like smoke. The next second, Su Mian and the fourth team leader's attacks landed with a resounding boom, shattering bricks and stones. What's going on? Run away? The two were puzzled when they suddenly saw Wu Xing's figure flash before them. A long, dark shadow, a dark figure, swung towards them, swinging his sword. Dang dang. Two consecutive blocking noises echoed. Wu Xing quickly shifted his moves, using his swift swordsmanship to deflect the black-robed figure's scimitar thrusts at their throats. You're quite formidable. The black-robed figure landed on the ground, as light as a feather. Never mind. I kill you first, then deal with these troublemakers. With a shrug, the black-robed figure vanished once more. However, Wu Xing's gaze fixed on Qin Liang in the distance. Hide. Qin Liang cried out, sensing the approaching danger. However, the black-robed figure's speed was incredibly fast, and even if he tried to dodge, it was too late. With a swish, a bloody wound gradually became visible on Qin Liang's neck, and then blood gushed out. However, he did not panic. He quickly retrieved a uniquely shaped pistol-shaped spray from his storage space and sprayed it at his neck. With a hiss, the cold white mist instantly froze the wound. Old Qin. At the same time, Jiang Jinshan, who was closest, arrived to support him. He thrust the rapid healing potion directly into Qin Liang's chest. A slight tingling sensation spread from the wound. Qin Liang held his breath until the wound in his throat healed, then gasped violently like a drowning man. Everyone! Prepare your safety lines. His first words were to urge everyone to prepare for escape. This time, the enemy was different from the last. Last time, the beastman's target was clear, Lin Qian. This time, it seemed as if they wanted to exterminate them all, to eliminate future trouble. Has the danger Brother Qian mentioned finally arrived? Reaching out to brush away the blood-stained ice crystals from his neck, Qin Liang narrowed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Chapter 398. In the old hospital, the mottled copper bells rang silently, their rapid tinkling sound auguring impending danger. The next moment, boom! With a deafening roar, a massive golden claw violently smashed through the hospital roof, striking the copper bell with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! A piercing wail echoed, and the black energy dissipated beneath the golden claws. Hide? Where to hide? Lin Qian, trapped within the ferocious beast's spirit, grinned disdainfully, turned, and gazed at the distant bell tower. One last one. With that, he ignored everything beneath him, and slammed through the building, arriving in less than a minute. As he approached, Lin Qian sensed something was amiss. I remember it was right at the top. He raised his massive golden claws, and casually pried the top of the bell tower apart like a cake, revealing the dilapidated repair room within. Inside, one could see the massive gears that controlled the clock's rotation, but they had long since stopped. Directly behind the enormous clock, above the interlaced, rusted gears, hung a painting. A painting devoid of content. Within the dark gold frame lay only darkness. That darkness seemed to devour the soul, drawing one inward. Suddenly, a chill ran through Lin Qian's mind, and he jolted awake, stopping in his tracks. What's going on? The stone heart has been triggered? He sensed something was amiss, and stared at the painting warily. Suddenly, a jet-black hand emerged from the painting, and rested on the dark gold frame. It remained motionless, resting quietly there. The boss is in there? That's wrong. Why can't I sense any presence? His intuition told him that this painting frame was dangerous. But he only needed this one to complete the mission. He couldn't give up halfway. If he really spent 15 days here, it would be a waste of time. Thinking for a moment, Lin Qian prepared to throw a tentative punch. Keeping his distance, Lin Qian swung his giant golden claw, aiming for the painting. However, just as the sharp golden claw was about to fall, a large number of jet-black hands suddenly emerged from the painting, growing one after another like plants, rapidly reaching for his falling claw. Holy crap! What's going on? Lin Qian was startled and tried to dodge, but he was still a beat too late. A jet-black hand grasped Lin Qian's golden right hand. Just when Lin Qian thought things were about to get worse, the numerous black hands that continued to climb along the claws suddenly seemed to touch something hot. With a hissing sound, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted, and then they abruptly withdrew. Lin Qian was a little stunned for a moment. Slowly withdrawing the hand, it seemed to understand something. Could it be that my incense-burning golden body is immune to the erosion of curses? That's too strong. Looking at the dark gold frame before him again, Lin Qian discovered that the jet-black hand resting on the edge had disappeared. The next moment, in the darkness at the center of the frame, a strange face suddenly became clearer from afar. The eyes were bulging, the complexion was pale, and a strange smile was on its face. No ears or other parts of its body could be seen. It was like a face emerging from pitch-black water, an indescribable eeriness. Hello. To everyone's surprise, the next moment, the face actually spoke. Let's play a game. If you lose, you have to join us. If you win, we grant you anything you ask for. Note, anything. The voice was bewitching, like a whisper in his ear. However, Lin Qian, in his beast soul form, glanced at the face with disdain, not even triggering his stone heart. Bet? Do you know who played the last game with me? That guy wasn't as boastful as you. How about we meet you two some other time? Lin Qian was extremely curious about how the creature in this strange picture frame would react when it saw the evil demon. Just then, a shadow like an ink pool suddenly rose from near the picture frame. It was Sister Min. Sister Min, you've arrived just in time. Lin Qian was instantly delighted and was about to speak, but Sister Min attacked the picture frame directly. Swish. A multitude of pitch-black chains sealed the front of the picture frame from all sides, gradually covering the eerie face. Haha, those targeted by the abyss cannot escape. Just before it was covered, the eerie face stared at Lin Qian and let out a sinister laugh. Finally, as it was completely blocked by the pitch-black chains, the sound abruptly ceased. Who said they were going to escape? Lin Qian scratched his head with his large golden claws. Sister Min, can you please drag this thing into the hound space and keep an eye on it for a while? I think my colleagues in the City of Chaos are pretty bored. Bring them a toy to entertain themselves. Sister Min heard his words and, the next moment, raised her hand and waved. Creaky. The familiar sound of door hinges rang out. Lin Qian stared at his chest with wide eyes. Sister Min had actually opened a door in the beast's soul. And it was a massive door. Then, the chain swung, and the entangled picture frame was flung through the door, followed closely by Sister Min. Bang! The wooden door closed, leaving Lin Qian standing alone, disheveled in the wind. He had only known Sister Min could exit the Hound dimension, but he hadn't expected her to enter it on her own initiative. And indeed, if Lin Qian hadn't asked, Sister Min wouldn't have voluntarily entered the empty Hound dimension. Besides, this was the first time he'd known that the Hound dimension was truly connected to the spirit and soul, completely unrelated to the physical body. That makes sense. After all, in the City of Chaos, some supervisors don't even have physical bodies. Having resolved the last problem, Lin Qian slowly turned around, a bit puzzled. Why hasn't the quest been completed yet? Do I have to destroy that painting? That's not right. Last time in Evernight City, when I used Zane's painting to bring the giant knight back to the corridor, the quest was also predetermined. Could there be something else I haven't discovered? Lin Qian froze mid-sentence. Oh my god, who is that? He saw a melee ensuing in the distance. Wu Sheng, now in his body, was wielding a Lin Yuan long sword and engaging a black-robed figure. Su Mian and the others were clearly struggling, unable to track the black-robed figure, and occasionally being attacked by him. When Lin Qian witnessed Su Mian being stabbed in the chest, he, in his beastly form, flew into a rage. I've nurtured you for so long, finally breaking through the first limit. How dare you touch me? You're twisted. Roar! Chapter 399. Dang dang. The Lin Yuan longsword slashed from the side once again, striking with two consecutive, light thrusts, accurately piercing both curved blades. The captain of Team 4 took the opportunity to lean back, but his throat was still sliced open. TSK, you're such a formidable fellow. The black-robed man glanced at Wu Sheng helplessly, then shook his head. But there's really no need to waste time on you. Once that fellow is devoured by the Abyss Gate, his body will naturally wither. It's these guys who surprise me. The black-robed man turned and looked at the black-clad soldier standing in front of him, braced for battle. Swish. At that moment, the Lin Yuan longsword slashed from behind, piercing the black-robed man's body unhindered, like slicing through smoke, completely ineffective. The black-robed man's figure trembled slightly, then quickly returned to normal. He slowly scanned the crowd, as if trying to memorize each individual's appearance. Though their strength was far inferior to his, they had managed to dodge countless fatal attacks through tacit cooperation. Precious healing potions were squandered without a care in the world, a sight that made him almost jealous. You can't leave it. You absolutely can't leave it. Luckily, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster even worse than the orc attack. When we return, we must spread the news. But before that, let's get rid of these seeds first. Hee. He glanced at his timer. Speaking of which, it should be about time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed figure vanished from the spot. The black-clad soldiers immediately changed their formation, forming groups of 3, back to back, alert for an attack that could come at any moment. Here they come! A loud cry came from Alu. Facing the black-robed figure that had suddenly appeared before him, Ali's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and a cruel smile curled his lips. I've been waiting for you for a long time. With that, he advanced instead, clutching a blood-red talisman in his hand. He risked being pierced through the chest, attempting to strike the talisman against the shadowy figure's head. Huh? The shadowy figure instinctively sensed the intense danger emanating from the blood-red talisman and dodged, disappearing once more. Damn! Alu couldn't help but curse, his long-planned attack missing. The rapid healing potion in his thigh had been injected, originally intended to treat a fatal injury, but it had been wasted. Of course, wasting a potion wasn't a big deal, but missing an opportunity for a counterattack was truly a shame. This guy is so cunning. He's so difficult to deal with. It's this kind of enemy they fear, not only powerful, but also cunning and cautious. Unbeknownst to them, the black-robed figure was even more shocked than they were. These guys, it's as if they've been prepared for this situation for a long time. Even the flaws they've revealed are traps to lure me in. Alright, there's no rush anyway. Let's take our time. The black-robed figure moved around in stealth mode, waiting for the right moment to strike. Soon, he found a flaw. After all, Jiang Jinshan had never participated in a training camp, relying solely on his own experience to coordinate with the black-clad soldiers. Over time, he easily lost his composure. Good opportunity. The black-robed figure pressed forward, striking Jiang Jinshan's side. The air trembled as 2 scimitars, gleaming with white light, struck at a sharp angle. Not good. When Jiang Jinshan realized what was happening, he felt the cold glint of the blades, and goosebumps immediately spread across his neck. Wu Sheng tried to provide support, but was too far away to do so. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Jinshan's figure suddenly vanished in a flash of white light. Swish! The blade missed. The black-robed figure was stunned. Turning around, he saw the lingering white light of a successful summoning card in Qin Liang's hand. And Jiang Jinshan, the target he had targeted, was right beside him. The next moment, the plasma-cutting blade lunged forward, followed closely by Wu Sheng's long sword. The black-clad soldier's various attacks converged. The black-robed figure's eyes flashed coldly, and with a flicker, he teleported behind the captain of Team 4. What? This was the first time the black-robed figure had used this ability, catching everyone off guard. Although the captain of Team 4 also specialized in agility, the difference in attributes between him and the black-robed figure was vast. He instinctively rolled sideways to dodge, but the black-robed figure had anticipated his trajectory. Crossing his scimitars, they were about to pierce his eyes. Everything happened so quickly that Qin Liang and the others had no time to use their summon cards. But at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. Roar! The entire ghost town seemed to tremble at the roar, buildings swaying and steel creaking. An invisible soul shockwave erupted, a completely indiscriminate attack. Not good. The black-robed man realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, but it was too late. It felt like his brain was struck by a heavy hammer. His eyes went dark, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Alarm bells rang in his heart, fearing that others would take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. He swung his sword wildly, while quickly retreating into stealth. But the black-robed man was simply overthinking it. This was an indiscriminate attack. At that moment, except for Qin Liang, Su Mian, Jiang Jinshan, and Wu Sheng, everyone else on the scene rolled their eyes and fell straight down. Boom! Boom! Dizzy, the black-robed man heard a rapid roar in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the figure of a giant beast, carrying a terrifying and murderous aura, rushing towards him frantically. On all fours, it looked like a predator emerging from the abyss, a terrifying sight. How is this possible? The abyss gate didn't work on him. The black-robed man was horrified, instantly realizing the severity of the situation. No! Something's wrong, we have to leave now. However, just as he was about to flee, Lin Qian, in his beast soul form, had already swiftly attacked him. Roar! Another soul attack was unleashed, instantly stunning the black-robed man as he was about to take action. Due to the distance, this attack was even more terrifying, and the black-robed man stumbled again. As he shook his head and forced himself to regain his composure, the beast's soul within reach had already straightened itself, twisted its waist, and raised its massive golden fist high, gathering strength, swinging it, and suddenly bringing it down. What? The black-robed man's eyes were bloodshot. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey, and he could only watch helplessly as the millstone-sized golden fist crashed down. Bang! Chapter 400. One punch, the earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the air resounded. The golden right hand completely ignored the black-robed man's stealth mode and smashed him down, sending him sprawling. Crack! A shattering sound echoed, and the black-robed man slipped away from Lin Qian's fist like a loach. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Who? He panted heavily, his arm drooping limply, blood dripping. Is this a newcomer? No words could describe his terror. He only knew that if he didn't run now, he might not have a chance. The next moment, he saw Lin Qian's beast soul quickly return to its original form, and the terrifying oppressive feeling finally dissipated. He narrowed his eyes, and then a thought occurred to him. A survivor specializing in mental skills actually gave up his advantage and returned to his body? If that's the case, the black-robed figure's wounds healed rapidly, and his two scimitars quietly dropped. He was still unwilling to give up this rare opportunity. The most crucial thing was that the Abyss Gate was too valuable. If he teleported away directly, there would be no way to recover it. But the next moment, a system notification sounded, sending a chill through his body. Ding! Under a ban, unable to use any cards. Countdown, 5 minutes. What? Ban card. How could he, a newcomer? Across from him, Lin Qian slowly opened his eyes. Hidden in his palm beneath his sleeve, a pitch-black card was fading. Although the beast's soul possessed powerful attack power, it lacked the agility of its true form. To control the creature, he would need to launch continuous mental attacks. He was afraid he'd be killed by his men before the battle was over. What a worry. With a sigh, Lin Qian slowly stepped forward. At the same time, the black-robed figure recovered from his shock. Watching Lin Qian calmly approach him, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Sure enough, inexperienced rookies just love these kind of useless scenes. It's time to show you the difference between us. With a rustling sound, the black robe fluttered, and the shadowy figure once again entered stealth mode. Lin Qian stopped and stood still, seemingly waiting for the shadowy figure's attack. How arrogant! With a sneer, the scimitar darted out from behind Lin Qian, crossing his throat. Originally, the black-robed figure remained somewhat alert, but when he saw Lin Qian's continued indifference, he concluded that his opponent's agility was too low, and he couldn't react at all. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. A smug smile played beneath his hood. With a swish, the black-robed figure split in two, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously stabbing at Lin Qian. However, as the blade pierced Lin Qian's flesh, a blinding white light suddenly erupted. What? The black-robed figure had no time to react before being completely engulfed by the blazing pure fire. With a crackling sound, his other form crumbled and shattered, sending the figure flying backwards. But at that moment, a massive hand suddenly emerged from thin air, grasping the black-robed figure by the collar. Thousands of blood threads entwined around him, and Lin Qian's silhouette became clear. Zizizi. His eyes glowed crimson, his ghostly eye ability suppressing everything within his sight. Red arcs of electricity arced around him, and his long hair swayed like a fiend in purgatory. Buzz! The ring of power activated, and a punch carrying the force of a giant suddenly slammed down. Bang! The black-robed figure struck directly in the face. Boom! Crack! The black-robed figure was slammed into the ground, cracking the ground around him. But this was only the beginning. Less than a second later, Lin Qian's second punch had already landed. Boom! A third punch, a fourth. The ring of power, carrying the force of a giant, mercilessly unleashed his fury until the ground around him collapsed, and the black-robed figure was completely embedded in the deep pit, his head, lumbar spine, and entire body twisted in irregular shapes. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder, and receive a reward. Free attribute points *70. Only when the system prompt sounded in his mind did Lin Qian stop his attack and slowly stand up. He stood in the pit, blood dripping from his fists, his cheeks stained with scattered scarlet. Around him, the black-clad soldiers who had gradually awakened opened their eyes, and witnessed a scene that would be unforgettable. Blood began to consume the black-robed figure's corpse, and a hissing mist filled the air. Soon, Lin Qian casually tossed the two scimitars and the black robe out of the pit, then stowed the figure's skeleton into storage. These two swords are of good quality. Lin Qian casually pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his face, looking around calmly. Ah Lu, take these. Finally, his gaze settled on Ah Lu. Although the captains of Team 4 also wielded dual weapons, one long and one short, Ah Lu, accustomed to dual blades, was more suited to them. Thank you, Brother Qian. Ah Lu hesitantly stepped forward, swiftly picking up the two scimitars, and then quickly retreated back to his team. They were like students who had failed an exam, awaiting their teacher's rebuke. No one dared to even breathe. Sorry, Brother Qian, it's our fault. Finally, under pressure, Su Mian stepped forward and admitted his mistake. Lin Qian had been wondering why something seemed off about these guys, thinking he'd been stunned by his earlier shouting. It wasn't until Su Mian spoke that he realized the problem. He rolled his eyes speechlessly. He knew the black-robed men's strength well. Honestly, he was quite surprised they'd been able to hold out this long. He originally trained these guys not to fight against powerful beings of different stages, but to give them a chance to escape. To have achieved this was already beyond his expectations. However, Lin Qian wasn't about to offer any words of comfort. Let them retain this frustration and continue to grow. Being able to recognize one's own weaknesses is a good thing. For example, every time Lin Qian went to the City of Chaos and interacted with his colleagues, he could clearly feel his own weakness. Glancing at the time, he saw that it had taken a total of 1 hour and 40 minutes since entering the dungeon. Not bad. Looking at the bloodstained black robe on the ground, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown. The Cloak of Invisibility, a reward only given after completing the 100th level of the Infinite Boxing Championship, was one Lin Qian also had. This time, the enemy wasn't the orcs, but a new race he had never encountered before. The Cloak of Invisibility's effect automatically disappeared upon the user's death, and Lin Qian got a clear look at the other party before it absorbed it. The brow ridge was prominent, the eyes were oval, the tip of the nose and jaw had keratin spikes, and the skin was dark brown, quite unattractive. Unlike the orcs from the previous time, this one was clearly extremely wary of him. Although he ultimately died so easily due to underestimation, some information had been revealed. His information had been spread. Perhaps it was the news of the 3 orcs' deaths, or perhaps it was the news of the orc survivors encountered during the 100 Districts War. None of that mattered. It seems like more similar incidents will happen from now on. Lin Qian gazed deeply at the blood-stained black robe on the ground, smiled faintly, and formed a plan. How about I add fuel to the fire myself and drive them even more crazy? After all, once they're out of their protection period, these guys won't even be considered abnormal invaders anymore. I'm so sorry, I'm just too eager to improve. Chapter 401. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger. The survival mission ends early. You can choose to return at any time. Receive kill reward. Nightmare Doll *1. Scissorman Puppet *1. Silent Bell *1. Faded Clock *1. Soul Scream Ability Crystal *1. Receive reward. Free attribute points *70. Speed Fruit *1. Evolution Potion Strength. Evolution Potion Constitution. Spirit Fusion Technique *1. Permanent Gate *2. Rapid Healing Potion *10. Nightmare Potion *3. Personal Contribution 100%. Receive Personal Contribution Reward. Strange Gold Coin *200. Death Restaurant Admission Ticket *1. Chaos Maze Treasure Map *1. Infinite Boxing Tournament Admission Ticket *1. Shop Card *1. Band Card *2. Death Battle Card *2. As the system notification popped up, indicating mission completion, everyone present was overjoyed. This was also the highest reward Lin Qian had ever received. The screen alone took a while to refresh. He swung his coat, and Su Mian beside him immediately pulled out a sofa and placed it under him, offering excellent service. After this mission's rewards are distributed, who can break the limit? Raise your hands. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qian looked around. The next moment, 7 of the 16 people raised their hands. Su Mian, Qin Liang, the captain of Team 4, Jiang Jinshan, the snipers from Team 1, the cyborgs from Team 2, and a strength-focused warrior from Team 4. Retracting his gaze, Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. He had anticipated that with his own rewards increasing, the rewards for these other members would also increase. However, he hadn't anticipated the arrival of 7 limit-breaking warriors in this wave. Don't wait! Breakthrough right here. As he gave the order, a cooling pool quickly formed in the arena, mitigating the negative effects of the breakthrough for the 7 people. Lin Qian began to examine the spoils of this battle. First, the kill rewards. The faded clock surprised him. He remembered that he had used it to successfully defeat Black Panther in Qingzhou City the last time. It was a very useful consumable item. However, the others were a bit mediocre. The Nightmare Doll, also a consumable item, cursed, could infect the opponent with nightmares. It had no effect on those with high mental attributes, and since it wasn't a combat item, he felt it was a bit useless. The Scissorman puppet, a life-sized puppet, possessed half the strength of the Scissorman. The problem was, Lin Qian had killed the Scissorman with just one punch. It was hard to imagine how weak half the strength must be. Leave it for the kids to play with. He tossed it aside, and picked up the third item. The Soul Scream ability crystal is quite useful. Although he can Soul Scream in his beastly soul form, it can't be used in his main form. With this, he can launch unexpected area attacks. Looks like the Screaming Gun can officially be retired. He casually digested the Soul Scream ability crystal. Soon, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Ability acquired. Soul Scream, the last item was an old copper bell. Silent Bell. Activating the item's ability applies a 30-second silence effect to the user. During the effect, all actions are silenced. Cooldown, 1 day. After carefully reading the item description, Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. All actions will be silenced? Then what will happen if I activate Soul Scream while under the silence effect? Glancing around, everyone was excitedly preparing for a breakthrough. Su Mian and the strength specialist from Team 4 had taken off their shirts, and were about to enter the cooling pool. Try it? A glint flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. Try it! With that, he immediately activated the copper bell silence effect. Then, Lin Qian felt his body enveloped by an invisible membrane, as if suddenly immersed in water, and the sounds in his ears began to grow muffled. It was a strange feeling. He couldn't even hear his own breathing or heartbeat. He clapped his hands tentatively, but sure enough, there was no sound. I teach you a lesson by letting you down. Looking at the crowd again, Lin Qian couldn't help but let a sinister smile creep across his face. Soul Scream, activate. The next moment, he suddenly opened his mouth, and an invisible wave erupted. In the distance, Su Mian had just jumped into the cooling pool, when he suddenly caught sight of Lin Qian's mouth. Ah? Brother Qian, what did you say? He thought his ears were filled with water, and he hadn't heard anything, so he reached out to clear them, and quickly stood up. Then, he felt his head struck hard by a heavy hammer. He felt dizzy and plunged headfirst into the icy water. Gululugululu. Bubbles swirled, and he struggled desperately, finally regaining his feet. What's going on? He looked around in horror, his gaze finally fixed on Lin Qian, who sat on the sofa in the distance. He found his mature and steady brother Qian feigning indifference, gazing at the distant buildings, his face immersed in them, as if admiring the local architecture. Of course, if he hadn't personally smashed the building into rubble, Su Mian would have almost believed it. Turning around, he saw the rest of the group lying on the ground. Only Qin Liang and Jiang Jinshan, who specialized in agility and spirit, were still able to stand. Having quickly pulled the 4 drowning team members out, Su Mian still looked unsettled. Brother Qian, we already understand the importance of spirit attributes. Really? Helpless, he could only actively beg for mercy. Okay, good, I'm glad you understand. Lin Qian nodded with feigned seriousness, feeling a little embarrassed. Damn, it seems I used a little too much force. I didn't know the right balance. Mainly because of Jingyin, he didn't even realize how loud he yelled. But this should be enough to make them remember it. Next, the mission reward. The first, and the one Lin Qian was most curious about, was the soul fusion technique. A flash of white light, and a strangely shaped prismatic sphere appeared in Lin Qian's hand. It was the size of a fist, with numerous irregular, prismatic facets. Its corners were silvery white, and its center was hollowed out, revealing a white, glowing mass within. Numerous mysterious inscriptions swirled and flowed within. The next moment, the item's information popped up in his mind. Spirit Fusion Technique. Break through the first limit of the spirit, gaining the ability to fuse soul and body. Upon activation, this ability grants a brief burst of powerful combat power, the duration of which is related to the spirit's attributes. If the attributes exceed the learning limit, the skill cannot be learned. The moment Lin Qian saw the item's description, his eyes widened. Spirit Limit Breaking Technique? Chapter 402. The spiritual limit breaking technique is different from the other 3. This is a skill book, similar to the stone tablet of the incense ascension technique. It's not consumable, and can be reused. This limit breaking technique has cultivated countless spiritual masters. However, judging by the item description, this limit-breaking technique is a short-term burst technique, seemingly unable to transcend the mind, and perhaps also requiring physical strength. Su Mian, Qin Liang. Have you finished adding attribute points? The two were stunned. I've finished. What's wrong, Brother Qian? Lin Qian shook his head gently. Nothing. Su Mian added strength, Qin Liang added agility, but both had high spiritual attributes. How many spiritual points do you have now? He continued to ask. Su Mian answered first. 40 points. This guy might have the highest attribute points besides Lin Qian's. He always been practicing the 4 attributes balance, the same style as Lin Qian, but he recently changed his plan when Lin Qian ordered them to break through the limit as quickly as possible. If his spirit is 40 points, then his constitution and agility wouldn't be lower than 40. I'm 67, Brother Qian, Qin Liang replied immediately. Lin Qian looked at Qin Liang. I've obtained a spirit-breaking technique. You can add your remaining attributes to your spirit. Come back to me when you reach 100. Lin Qian wasn't about to hand the limit-breaking technique over to Qin Liang directly. If he were killed, the contents of his storage space would also be lost. Their enemies now weren't just fellow survivors. Countless alien races were watching closely, and there was no telling when they might be attacked. Such a precious item would only be safer if kept by oneself. However, Lin Qian already had a plan for this situation. I understand, Brother Qian. Hearing that Lin Qian had actually obtained a method to break the mental limit, Qin Liang's eyes lit up. Since no one had ever obtained a mental limit-breaking item, he had long suspected that this item might be quite special, and had even considered temporarily suspending his mental attribute gains. Now, he didn't have to dwell on it. Alright, prepare to break the limit. Seeing that everyone had mostly regained consciousness, Lin Qian gestured for them to continue. Soon, amid Su Mian's roar, everyone began to break the limit one by one. Lin Qian continued to examine his rewards for this mission. Nightmare Potion. After taking it, you will be attacked by nightmares. As you endure the attacks, your mental attributes will slowly increase. The stronger your ability to withstand them, the greater the benefit. Maximum mental attribute gain, 10 points. Maximum usage limit, 0/3, wow, 30 points for free? Lin Qian blinked, somewhat surprised. Then, without a second thought, he uncorked the bottle of Nightmare Potion and poured it down his throat. Gulp. After swallowing it in one gulp, Lin Qian's face instantly wrinkled like an eggplant. It was bitter, astringent, sour, and a bit like gasoline. It was unpalatable. But this stuff wasn't like blood. He was afraid that absorbing it through his bloodstream would affect its effectiveness, so he had to take it orally. Smacking his lips, Lin Qian leaned back, lying on the sofa. Then, the world around him suddenly changed color, the light dimmed, and the people before him began to distort, each one transforming into a monstrous monster with bared fangs and claws. Hee hee. Watching Su Mian in the pool suddenly sprout a pig's head, Lin Qian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just as he was about to take a closer look at what the others had become, a sudden sense of relief washed over him, and the illusion vanished instantly, returning everyone to normal. Brr! I haven't finished watching yet. Lin Qian was speechless, quickly unscrewing the second bottle and chugging it down. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 1 minute. Lin Qian couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his eyes. Where's the nightmare? No choice but to open the third bottle. After a long moment, watching the mental attribute on the panel gradually increase, until all 30 points were finally credited, Lin Qian could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, let's do the next one. A flash of white light, and a translucent card appeared. Death Restaurant admission ticket. After use, enter reservation status. When the Death Restaurant is fully booked, a transfer request will be sent. Rejecting the card will be considered a forfeit of the opportunity. Carefully reading the item information, Lin Qian's eyes couldn't help but gleam. I hadn't expected to receive the admission ticket so soon after receiving the complete information on the Death Restaurant 2 days ago. However, this method of admission was somewhat unexpected. We actually need to gather enough people. Come to think of it, that makes sense. Otherwise, there'd only be one customer the entire time, and many of the rules wouldn't apply. The Death Restaurant would be the leopard room feature that would be most suitable for Lin Qian. His abnormal digestion allowed him to eat and drink freely, regardless of digestive requirements, and his steel teeth allowed him to ignore the hardness of the ingredients. Even if he were unlucky enough to be served a fatal dish, he still had the resuscitation trait to withstand it. He was simply invincible. The only thing he needed to worry about was the strength of his fellow diners. However, Lin Qian wasn't planning on using this card at this stage. He had more important things to do. Putting the Death Restaurant ticket into storage, Lin Qian pulled out 2 translucent cards at once. Chaos Maze Treasure Map 2 cards, with identical contents. It seems this Chaos Maze must contain quite a few treasures. He stacked the 2 cards together, and put them away. The Chaos Maze was definitely a lower priority for him than the Death Restaurant, as he might be trapped there for a long time. Time was too precious at this stage. He could only consider entering after he was out of the protection period, and everything had settled down. It would be best if he could also collect a few treasure maps, so he could go all in, and get them all at once. As for the tickets to the Infinite Boxing Championship, Lin Qian had a bold idea that he planned to implement when he had time. I wonder what the alien contestants' expressions would be when they saw my tour group's proxy team. Imagining the possible scenarios, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. Just bringing one of the Door sisters is unfair to you. That's just the beginning. Forget about the band card and the deathmatch card. Lin Qian finally pulled out a card he had never seen before. Shop card. Used in the trading city to unlock a shop trading city? Lin Qian frowned, instantly remembering the 999 rooms New Wei had mentioned, but they wouldn't be opened until the protection period ended. I didn't expect there'd be a shop inside. Is that so amazing? Since it was a card with a 100% contribution drop, Lin Qian felt it must be very rare. It was a shame he couldn't verify its effects in a short time. Putting it away, he looked up to see Su Mian and the others, who had just completed their breakthroughs, were excitedly smashing things around and running wildly. Seeing this, Lin Qian immediately stood up, stretched his muscles, and prepared to cool them down. Come on, everyone, let me test your fighting prowess. Line up, one by one. Hearing these words, the 7 of them felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, and they instantly calmed down. Chapter 403. Bang! Ah! After a muffled thud, Su Mian flew over everyone's heads, his terrified screams piercing the sky as he plummeted into the stinking lake nearby. Next. As Lin Qian's calm voice rang out, the remaining 6 people gulped. Jiang Jinshan stepped forward. Hey, Brother Qian, I've broken the limit of my agility attribute. Lin Qian nodded. Extreme speed. If you do this, I punch you, and you dodge. I see how far I can push you. At Lin Qian's words, Jiang Jinshan's face paled. Brother Qian, this? But Lin Qian had no intention of listening. Are you ready? It's coming. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey! Brother Qian. Hey! With one punch, Jiang Jinshan quickly activated his extreme speed. Within his field of vision, Lin Qian's movements suddenly seemed to be in slow motion. Huh? Fortunately, I can definitely dodge at this speed. But the next moment, Lin Qian's speed suddenly increased. What? Jiang Jinshan's eyes were bloodshot as he quickly dodged, but he was still sent flying by the punch. Ah! A desperate wail echoed through the air. With a splash, Su Mian, having just emerged from the stinking river, opened his eyes to see Jiang Jinshan falling headfirst. Oh my god! Plop! Gurgle. Turning his head stiffly, Qin Liang looked at Lin Qian with sincere eyes. Brother Qian, I just got a prosthetic, and I'm afraid it might get wet. But 3 seconds later, Qin Liang flew over their heads, like a helicopter propeller, plummeting into the deeper water, as Su Mian and Jiang Jinshan watched. Splash. The water churned as Qin Liang, with his head held high, slowly emerged from the water, his expression filled with despair. The captain of Team 4 was much more sensible. Brother Qian, I do it myself. With that, he leaped directly into the stinking river. The 3 behind him followed suit, all jumping in. Lin Qian shook his head slightly, walked to the river's edge, and looked at the 7 people in the water. You must remember this. Don't think that just because you've broken through your limits and your strength has increased, you can fight those guys head-on. You can only let your guard down when I tell you to stop being so cautious. Until then, when encountering an unknown enemy, your first option is always to escape. Do you understand? Though the 7 people in the stinking river were in a state of panic, they immediately straightened their stance and responded in unison after hearing Lin Qian's stern lecture. Yes, Brother Qian. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. Alright, come on up. I just saw Le Ping in there. Le, who had been happily watching the fun from the side, suddenly froze. The 7 people below almost simultaneously cast unfriendly glances at him. Brother Qian. You can't do this. Le was on the verge of tears, but an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. It makes me angry just to see you smiling so playfully. With a splash, Su Mian stormed out of the stinking river, flexing his shoulders with gritted teeth. I think I warned you not to leave your excrement in the dungeon. Qin Liang's eyes shone coldly as he followed Su Mian ashore. Do you have any sense of public morality? Jiang Jinchan's nose was nearly crooked from gulping down several mouthfuls of river water, and his robotic arm was already charging. Beat him. The captain of Team 4 was the most aggressive, instantly launching himself at top speed. Ah! Captain! I was wrong. Ha ha. You still dare to laugh. Take my punch. Brother Mian. That's a side effect of the potion. You can't wrong me. Hey! Hey! Who opened the Ring of Power? I heard something. That idiot from Team 4. Don't mess around. My vitality is only 23 points. I could die from that punch. I could die. I could die. Cut off his murder weapon. What? Captain! You can't do this to me. Hey, I just implanted a laser cutting module. Come on, take his pants off. Ah. No! Listening to the chaotic fighting behind him, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. The power of the incense in the air flowed into his body, and he closed his eyes in comfort. Comfortable. After the excitement, everyone gradually returned. After this, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 4 were removed from Lin Qian's power leveling list. Team 4, in particular, had completed 3 missions with Lin Qian, and their average stats were now almost catching up to Teams 1 and 2. Not only had 2 of them broken through their limits, but the remaining 3 weren't far off. In addition, Ali's agility stat was stuck at 99 points, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. He sighed and lamented, regretting not adding a bit more to his agility. This regret was especially acute after being surrounded and beaten. Back in his room, Lin Qian once again took a bath to wash off the bloody smell, changed into loose, comfortable clothes, and headed straight for his designated power-up location. The Golden Dragon Throne. I don't know if it's just a psychological effect, but every time I sit here, I feel like I'm getting stronger. Stroking the intricately shaped Golden Dragon armrest, Lin Qian grew fond of this position. Opening the dashboard, he first checked his current stats. Strength, 215. Agility, 120.1. Constitution, 203. Spirit, 561.9. The benefits of absorbing the black-robed figure were much lower than expected, 5 points of strength and 2 points of constitution. Perhaps it's because the figure specializes in agility, and I can't gain agility through food. The 30 points of spirit seemed like a free gift. Lin Qian experienced the nightmare for less than 10 seconds before Sure Xian forcibly cut them off. Free attribute points * 190, the 40-point reward from the last mission hadn't been used, but this time, it was a bountiful harvest. The mission reward was 70 points, and killing the black-robed figure was another 70 points. Adding to the salary just paid, the total was 190 points. Luxury. Since I couldn't immediately push my strength past 500, I better go all in. This thing couldn't be added all at once. It had to be distributed bit by bit. Lin Qian spent a long time clicking until he finally finished adding it. His head buzzed instantly, and he shook his head. The bloating and pain gradually subsided. After recovering, Lin Qian opened the panel again to check the updated data. Name, Lin Qian, level 203/61/1000, strength, 215. Agility, 120.1. Const, 203. Spirit, 751.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection, Indestructible. Abilities, Pure Fire, Flame Breath, Flame Afterimage, Filth, 2%, Alien Blood, Bloodline / Ghost Blood / Blood Mist / Pure Yang Blood, Shadow, Shadow Walk / Shadow Lightning Spear, Armor, Bone Armor / Crystal Armor / Steel Armor, Giant Strength, 73.3%. Limited Attack, Ring of Power, First Limit, Hardening, First Limit, Soul Refining, First Limit, Extreme Speed, First Limit, Ghost Eyes, Clairvoyance, Steel Teeth, Soul Scream. Rating, a level 2 hunter with source level abilities. His soul is exceptionally strong, placing him in the upper middle range among hunters of the same level, and he possesses enormous potential. Chapter 404. The evaluation has changed. Lin Qian smiled. No longer are I compared to a hound by the system. He raised his hand and swung his fist. The next moment, a giant golden fist the size of a millstone lashed out from his body, sending a trembling sound through the air. After boosting his spirit to 700 points in one go, the most noticeable improvement was his increased control over the beast's soul. Now, he could control the soul to attack without separating it from the body, achieving unexpected results. He closed his eyes and opened his hands. A black mist of murderous energy swirled from his back, and the beast's soul's arms sprouted. Buzz! A ring of power emerged, and he swung his fist again. The air crackled, and the giant golden fist followed, sending another trembling sound. 2 consecutive hits. Opening his eyes, Lin Qian's eyes gleamed with a glint. The beast's soul was finally able to enhance its combat power without leaving its body. It was a major breakthrough. Brother Wu. Brother Wu. Turning around, Lin Qian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Wu Sheng was struggling with the dummy again. I never thought this would keep Brother Wu busy. Opening the chat panel, he searched and found that both Nuawei and Mia were online. Damn, don't they even go into dungeons? Lin Qian scrolled through the list of Black Army captains, including Luo Quan and Fang Qinhu. All of them were unreachable. That's good. Saves me the wait. Opening Nuawei's chat interface, Lin Qian sent a message. Lin Qian, I have news on the life egg as usual. He got straight to the point. Nuawei, surprise. The other party replied quickly. Nuawei, seriously? Where is it? Lin Qian, let's talk in my room. Nuawei, Nuawei, okay. After a moment's hesitation, Nuawei agreed to Lin Qian's request. Soon, Lin Qian used up a summoning card, and the other party immediately agreed to the summoning. With a flash of white light, Nuawei appeared out of thin air. Today, she wasn't wearing armor, but a vibrant long dress. It was beautiful, but because of their different races, Lin Qian only saw her beauty as gaudy as a crystal chandelier. Nuawei, having just appeared, looked up and saw Lin Qian seated on the golden dragon throne. The overwhelming sense of dominance that came over her was so overwhelming that she was momentarily stunned. For a moment, she even felt that Lin Qian before her was far more majestic and terrifying than the leader of the Star Clan. Sit down. Seeing her staring intently at him, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown slightly, raising his hand slightly to gesture for her to take a seat. Oh! Nuawei came to her senses, and sat on the sofa at Lin Qian's gesture. Mr. Li Jun, is what you just said true? As soon as she sat down, she asked impatiently, leaning forward slightly, her hands entangled nervously. In the distance, Wu Sheng, struggling with the mannequin, suddenly paused for a second. Lin Qian was stunned, almost forgetting his trumpet in front of her. Well, I never lie, he said righteously. Then, Nuawei's heart was beating wildly, and she became even more nervous. Lin Qian raised a hand to stop her. Listen to me first. To prevent you from killing and robbing, this life egg isn't with me. It's hidden in a corner of a dungeon. He casually tossed out a photo. It showed a life egg freshly fished out of the stinking river. Ah Lu, playing the role of the discoverer, was laughing excitedly, his face bruised and swollen. The fish was an act, but the laughter was real. Because Lin Qian had spoken and stopped the beating. Seeing the life egg in the photo, a strange light flashed in Nuawei's eyes. She had been researching the life egg recently, so she naturally knew what it looked like. Taking a deep breath, Nuawei calmed her excitement and looked at Lin Qian. What do you want? She knew it wasn't necessarily true. It could just be a trick played by Lin Qian, but the leader of their Star Clan was on his last legs, and even if it meant gambling, she wouldn't give up any hope. It's simple. Lin Qian lowered his eyes, his tone calm. I need you to spread my information and lead an assassination team against me. Novi was stunned. Wait. She raised her hand to interrupt Lin Qian, as if realizing she had misheard. Did you just say, let me lead the assassination? Novi's pupils trembled violently, and the light around her dimmed slightly with shock. Indeed. Lin Qian nodded and smiled. You? Novi hesitated, feeling that what she was about to say was a bit rude. She could only twirl her fingers around her head, wondering if Lin Qian's brain was malfunctioning. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Please take this seriously too. Nuawei carefully observed Lin Qian's expression and, realizing he certainly didn't seem joking, immediately sat back down. But why are you doing this? Is it just for those people's storage space? After a moment's thought, she couldn't help but ask. Not only that, I also want to gain some combat experience and, by the way, preemptively eliminate some threats. Of course, Lin Qian couldn't tell her his true motive. But doing this won't be effective. There are so many races in the building, and countless first-level experts. How can you possibly kill them all? Nuawei tried to persuade Lin Qian, but he didn't bother to explain. Anyway, here's the deal. You help me kill the alien survivors, and I take the life egg as payment. Lin Qian leaned back, stroking the golden dragon on his handle with his right hand. I should make these two dragon eyes into ball-shaped structures. That way they'd be much more fun to touch. Nu Wei remained silent, as if weighing the pros and cons. If this were to happen, and if even one person escaped and spread the news, their Star Clan would become public enemies. However, if their leader died, even the kindest and most friendly of them would still be brutally torn apart and devoured by the other races. She had no other choice. "I do it!" Gritting her teeth, Novi raised her head, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Qian. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Novi gradually tinged with admiration. Not bad, very courageous. Novi withdrew her gaze, and began to discuss the specific plan for the assassination, entering the bargaining phase. "How many people do I need to bring before you give me the life egg?" Lin Qian slowly extended 3 fingers, a look of sophistication on his face, as if he had mastered the essence of the bald monsters. But Novi's eyelids twitched, and she refused without hesitation. "Impossible. 300 is too many. 50 at most, and we have to divide them into groups, no more than 10 at a time. Too many will alert the supervisor and I die." Chapter 405. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Nu Wei's words. He had originally only wanted to try 3 to test the waters, but this guy had actually bargained down to 50. It seemed Nu Wei still had some clout among the survivors. But just then, Nu Wei suddenly cast a questioning look at him. "Have you made any preparations for this? Any traps or something? If you really had to take on 10 people at once, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to hold out. I can give you some basic information, but survivors generally hide their methods and hidden cards. If necessary, I can also help you. But even if it's 2 against 10, the chances of winning are still slim." As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Qian's chest, recalling the last time she was dragged into the dark room and beaten. Although I don't know what that ability is, it should have significant limitations. The Infinity Building has always been fair. The more powerful the ability, the greater the price. Lin Qian followed her gaze, glanced at his chest, and nodded. Indeed, the limitations were quite significant. They became useless once the supervisor arrived. As for whether the Infinity Building was fair, he felt it was quite so, though he wasn't sure if others felt the same way. So, we still need to discuss the details, such as how many people should be brought in at once, and the specific method of action. Unexpectedly, Lin Qian smiled faintly, slowly stood up from the dragon throne, and casually tossed his clothes. "No need, just do your best. You don't need to take action. I'm absolutely sure I can kill them." Nu Wei frowned. As for the target's strength, Lin Qian walked down the stairs, his tone calm and composed. "As long as it's not a top-level second-level cultivator, it's fine." Nu Wei rolled her eyes. "How could a top-level second-level cultivator have the time to assassinate a newcomer like you? This deal, no matter how you look at it, is incredibly unreliable." She suddenly felt a little regretful. Citing her hesitation, Lin Qian raised the stakes again. "1 time." He held up a finger. "You just need to gather 10 people as quickly as possible. After you complete the first assassination, I hand you the life egg." Nu Wei's eyes widened. "Really?" Lin Qian nodded. "Of course, I said I never lie." Nu Wei's eyes flickered. "Aren't you afraid that after I take the item, I won't fulfill the rest of my promise?" Lin Qian smiled kindly. "Since you dare to do this, you're naturally not afraid." At the same time, he scoffed inwardly. "But I definitely have to take it back later." Then a student asked, "Teacher, by then the life egg will have been absorbed by the Star Clan leader. How will you retrieve it?" The teacher didn't answer this question, letting the students with better grades answer it for him. Answer sheet, 15 points. However, Novi interpreted these words in a different way. "Legion, thank you for your trust. Don't worry, we Star Clan always keep our promises and won't break them. I go back and make preparations." Novi looked at Lin Qian, with a touch of gratitude, her conviction growing stronger that Lin Qian truly possessed the egg of life. Lin Qian also smiled and nodded. As Novi teleported away, Lin Qian couldn't help but scratch his brow and chuckle. This infinity tower is truly fascinating. Novi said their Star Clan always kept their promises, yet they had agreed without hesitation to trap and kill the alien survivors. So what role would their Star Clan play for those about to be killed? Having survived in the tower for so long, even with their leader nearing death, it was impossible for all Star Clan members to be as heartless as Mia. No one can be trusted except our own people. Oh, and my lovely colleagues too, they count as our own. Thinking of the supervisors of the City of Chaos, Lin Qian instinctively glanced at the timer. It was still early for safe exploration. We can take advantage of this break to lead another raid. Flipping through the list, he discovered that, aside from teams 1, 2, and 4, who had returned with him, everyone else was already in the raid. Look, look! That's what diligence is. He flipped back to Mia and Novi. Look at you guys again. No wonder your Star Clan status is so low. Who else can you blame? Lin Qian pointed and criticized, his frustration growing, earning a quizzical glance from Wu Sheng, who was struggling with a dummy in the distance. Just then, the icon for Team 5's captain suddenly lit up, confirming they had just returned from their mission. The regional chat was abuzz with activity, especially among the 6th-level breaking players, who were scurrying around the rooms, sparring with each other. Just then, someone noticed Team 5 had returned and immediately started boasting. Team 4 captain, hey old 5, just back? What did you get? Team 5 captain, 3 limit-breaking items, 40 strange gold coins, a weapon, and a piece of armor. Turn them in tomorrow. Su Mian, no need to turn them in. Brother Qian said, we collect them all at once after a while. Otherwise, it's too fragmented and he finds it troublesome. Team 5 captain, collect them all at once? When? Su Mian, at the next training session. Team 5 captain, Team 4 captain, Team 4 captain, boss, can you tell me when the next training session is? Su Mian, Brother Qian said, we start when there are 15 days left before the 3rd regional survival trial. Team 4 captain, phew. Not bad, it's still early, we can still bounce around for a while. Team 5 captain, I see. Team 4 captain, hey old 5, I forgot to tell you, we've all broken through the single attribute limit, and Brother Qian is leading the team himself. How's that? Are you envious? Team 4 captain started to show off. Team 5 captain, whatever Brother Qian does, he has his reasons. I just need to follow orders. Envy shouldn't be a problem for me. Team 4 captain, no, are you a humanoid robot? Su Mian, you're quite good at flattering, kid. Not bad, you're a teachable kid. Team 4 captain, Lao Wu, stop flattering. Brother Qian is so busy every day. Do you think he has time to peek at the screen? Team 5 captain, I'm not flattering, that's my honest opinion. Qin Liang, can you guys stop teasing him all the time? Team 4 captain, okay, Captain Qin, but this guy is so rigid and boring. I don't know when Ah-san will return, but I still enjoy bickering with him. Lin Qian, Lao Wu, get ready. Team 5 captain, yes, Brother Qian. Team 4 captain, wow. Brother Qian, you're really peeking at the screen. Chapter 406. Midnight, the streets were silent. Huff. Huff. A man, rifle in hand, leaned against a corner, breathing rapidly. His eyes were filled with despair, knowing he most likely couldn't escape the group's pursuit. Behind him, footsteps slowly approached, even accompanied by soft groans, demonstrating the hunter's absolute confidence in his own strength. Let's fight. The man gritted his teeth, suddenly ducked forward, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Duh. The gunfire blazed, but the target suddenly vanished from sight. The next moment, a large hand silently pressed down on his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, the person had arrived behind him. Behave yourself. With a dull thud, the man's vision went black, and his body collapsed. Splash. A basin of dirty water was poured onto the man's face, forcibly waking him from his coma. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find himself in an abandoned factory building, a few people scattered around. In front of them stood a bonfire. Behind the flickering flames, a figure sat in a chair, proud and unsightly, its face indistinct. Who are you? The man demanded, grappling with his teeth. He struggled for a few moments before finally giving up. The moment he spoke, the others erupted in laughter. The burly man who had knocked him unconscious and brought him back took 2 steps forward, his black windbreaker swaying the bonfire. Ignorance is truly a beautiful thing. Any survivor with a bit of experience would recognize us by the sight of this clothing. The burly man spoke, deliberately shaking his black leather windbreaker. The man tied to the chair paused for a moment. He carefully examined the man's windbreaker, then glanced at the others wearing similar clothing. His eyes narrowed, and his voice trembled. You are from the Black Army. Hearing this, the burly man's face lit up with satisfaction. Not bad. You're quite knowledgeable. I didn't ask you to come here today for anything else. I heard you have some influence in your area, and our boss is planning to expand the Black Army. What do you think? Are you interested in joining us? At these words, the man tied to the chair suddenly became enthusiastic. Of course. Before he could finish his sentence, He froze. That's not right. I heard that even joining the Black Army Reserve Forces has incredibly high requirements. A few days ago, a team leader from the next district went for the assessment, but was ruthlessly beaten back. He's much stronger than me. As he spoke, he glanced suspiciously at the people in the room. Everyone caught in his gaze instinctively averted their gaze, turning their faces to the side. The burly man narrowed his eyes slightly. You seem to know a lot about us, Black Army. The smile faded from his face. The man withdrew his gaze. It was just a coincidence. I happened to rescue a young man during a previous mission. He said he was a tailor, and even repaired my body armor. Just a few days ago, he contacted me and said he made it big, becoming the Black Army's exclusive tailor and receiving a black gold token. By the way, his name is Wang He. You should know him. Suddenly, he changed the subject and looked at the burly man before him. Haha, I was wondering who it was, Wang He. I know him. He's quite interesting. The burly man laughed and continued. The man tied to the chair also smiled, but a glint flashed in his eyes. He had already confirmed the identities of the group before him. They were pure imposters. Because most of what he said was true, only the name was false. The man he knew was a Wang He, but Yin Sheng, now the exclusive tailor for the Black Shirt Army. But he didn't dare expose him. Although he didn't know the other's strengths, the man before him was undoubtedly far superior to himself. If he did expose him, he might end up killing them to silence them. After all, if he reported them through Yin Sheng about their impersonation of the Black Shirt Army, even a random reserve soldier would likely wipe them out. Not long ago, during a mission, he witnessed the terrifying power of two Black Army Reserve soldiers. One, a green-robed youth resembling Guan Gong, rode a mechanical warhorse and, with a single blow, severed a boss's head, destroying the roof of a nearby church in the process. It was a scene he would never forget. The other, a bearded burly man, possessed astonishing brute force, capable of blasting a monster's head with a single blow, displaying sheer brutality. Because he was tactful, he frequently served tea and water to the two leaders. Furthermore, thanks to his connection to Yin Sheng, he naturally struck up a relationship with the Black Army. He struck up a conversation, discovering that he and the green-robed youth were from the same hometown, and they became close friends. After a few drinks, the two men began discussing their mysterious elder brother. It was precisely because of this connection that they were able to enter the Black Army's reserve force without taking the entrance exam. While their abilities could easily have passed the assessment, their treatment and status, even among the reserve force, were incredibly high. As for why no one suspected their identities, it was simply because of a single photo. He had seen the photo himself. It was taken by the burly man with his phone. In the picture, only half of his face was visible, while behind him were Lin Qian and the green-robed youth standing next to a brand-new motorcycle. At the time, he had been utterly astonished. Rumors spread that the Black Army's mastermind ate raw meat, drank human blood, and was a ferocious beast in the shape of a human, yet it turned out to be a handsome young man who appeared quite approachable. The burly man across from him had no idea what was going on. He was just about to have his ropes untied when he stepped forward and enthusiastically patted the man on the shoulder. "Brother, we're family from now on." He laughed heartily, then reached out to the figure behind the campfire and whispered, "That's our leader. If you know the Black Army, you've probably heard his name. Lin Qian. Of course, you have to call him Brother Qian along with us. But be careful with your words when you're around him. Because our Brother Qian loves to eat raw meat. He's not picky about the meat. If you're angered, you might end up eating him. Many of our companions died because of this, which is why we're so short-handed right now." Hearing the burly man's words, the man's face tensed, his eyes rolling inwardly. "You've really managed to pull it off." However, as he looked past the campfire and saw the young man dozing with his head tilted to one side in the executive chair, his steps suddenly stopped, his heart trembling. He's seen that look before. It's right there in the photo. No doubt about it. At the same time, the man in the chair seemed to sense the commotion and slowly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the man with a cold expression. "You disturbed my sleep? Are you ready to be eaten?" The voice was cold, carrying an endless chill that made the man feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, his whole body stiffening. Chapter 407. You disturbed my sleep? Are you ready to be eaten? In the empty factory, the burly man repeated this with a half smile, looking up at the young man before him. At this moment, their positions had switched, with him now sitting in the boss's chair. The young man, who looked exactly like Lin Qian, stood timidly beside him, his hands so nervous he barely knew where to put them. Who told you to add such a moronic line, huh? The burly man leaned forward and looked up at the young man. Speak. The roar frightened the fake Lin Qian, causing him to tremble and stammer. I got my inspiration from anime. Those bigwigs. Smack. Before he could finish his words, a powerful blow struck him, a full 20 points of force, sending the fake Lin Qian sprawling to the ground. Anime? Anime. Do you think we're playing house? Do you know what level of character you're playing? Not one of those extras you played when they didn't last more than 3 episodes, the dandy, second-generation rich kid. But a truly terrifying being. He doesn't need to speak, just a glance is enough to make everyone tremble with fear. Look at you again. The burly man stood up angrily, and kicked the fake Lin Qian in the face with his big leather boot, causing him to spit blood. Brother June. Brother June. I was wrong. I was so wrong. The fake Lin Qian covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face, as he begged for mercy. The burly man, Brother June, had a cold look in his eyes. He slowly squatted down, and patted the fake Lin Qian on the cheek. I told you not to worry about dying in the dungeon. Just honestly demonstrate your worth. We're in a business that involves a life or death struggle. If the real Black Army finds out, you, me, and everyone else will be chopped to pieces. Do you understand? So, curb your urge to show off, and just follow my instructions. As he spoke, he took out a healing potion, and handed it to the fake Lin Qian. Treat the wound, and don't let anyone else notice. After all, the being you're impersonating can't be hurt. We're lucky this time, and we've received a lot of tributes, but I'm very dissatisfied with your performance. I deduct the bonus, and you have to add 5 hours of etiquette training. Pronunciation, expression, demeanor, gait, movements, everything, every minute, every inch. You must be careful, careful, and careful. Do you hear me? He shouted. I hear you, Brother June. The fake Lin Qian trembled with fear, clutched the healing potion tightly, and bowed his head in response. Humph. With a cold snort, June turned and left the factory. It was pouring outside. Then, with the rain pouring down from the roof, June washed the blood off his hands. A sharp-faced man approached. Boss, I'm feeling a little uneasy. What if that guy actually knows a tailor from the Black Shirt Army? June glanced at him, and sneered disdainfully. You believe everything he says? I guess he probably just knows a name, and he's using it to flatter himself. What kind of a force are the Black Shirt Army? Even a tailor wouldn't be within his power. Many people are trying to climb the Black Army's big tree these days. We can exploit this mentality and make a killing. Hearing his words, the companion breathed a sigh of relief, though some concerns remained. However, judging from his expression just now, it seems he's actually seen that person. June gave him a speechless look. What quest world doesn't have adherents of the Thousand Gods sect these days? You can find that statue in any church. Haven't you seen it yourself? The companion finally realized this, and breathed a sigh of relief. June retracted his gaze, a confident expression on his face. Don't worry, the world is so big, we won't be so unlucky as to run into someone who actually knows the Black Army right from the start. Yin Sheng's room. What? You said you met Brother Qian in the dungeon? Yin Sheng, who was cutting leather at his workbench, turned in disbelief when he heard the man's words. It's absolutely true, and I'm now an official Black Army reserve. The man's face was still etched with excitement, his back straight. Just as you described to me, Brother Qian exudes a terrifying sense of oppression in every gesture. One word from him nearly scared me to death. You disturbed my sleep. Are you ready to be eaten? He mimicked the fake Lin Qian's demeanor, his cheeks flushed with excitement. So handsome, so much like him. However, Yin Sheng, standing nearby, subconsciously frowned when he heard this. Are you sure you met Brother Qian? Why do I feel like Brother Qian wouldn't say something like that? He had actually come into close contact with Lin Qian, and had a vague understanding of his style. Please describe what happened in detail. Realizing the strangeness of this matter, he immediately put down his work, and listened attentively to the man's description. Halfway through, he already had the answer in his mind. Black leather jacket? Are there any inscriptions or markings like these on it? He pulled a piece of leather and asked. No, just some prints. Yin Sheng nodded. You've encountered a counterfeit. I personally make the uniforms of the Black Army. The inscriptions on each piece of leather have a unique pattern. By the different shapes, I can even tell which owner the clothes belong to. That's made of giant leather, do you understand? Hearing Yin Sheng's words, the man gradually calmed down, his expression turning grim. But I've already handed over all my resources to them. Yin Sheng was even more speechless. Don't you know that under Brother Qian's orders, the Black Army no longer accepts survivors' belongings? The man was filled with regret. Then, what should we do? Yin Sheng patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I report this matter, and someone will definitely take care of it. The Black Army will absolutely not tolerate anyone exploiting Brother Qian's reputation to commit crimes. Hearing this, the man's expression softened slightly. After a long moment, he sighed, a hint of regret. I thought I truly joined the Black Army, but it was all just a dream. Yin Sheng shook his head helplessly. It's possible you've already noticed the clues, but you were just being optimistic, deceiving yourself and overlooking the details. I understand you. After all, who can resist the Black Army's olive branch? As Yin Sheng spoke, he casually lifted the hem of his robe, revealing a gleaming token hanging from his waist. Chapter 408. Master Yin, look. This is the shadow axe Brother Qian gave me. Isn't it handsome? In Yin Sheng's room, all the members of Team 3, having just returned from their mission, came to repair their equipment. The team leader, shirtless, showed off his weapon, swinging it with a whirring gust of wind. I got a great thing from Team Qin. There are thrusters installed here and there on the axe handle. If the weapon slips out of your hand, it will automatically return to its original position. So the locating device into the cuff, preferably on the lining. Yin Sheng smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I definitely satisfy you. The team leader laughed heartily. Ha ha. I trust Master Yin's craftsmanship. Because Yin Sheng was Lin Qian's personal tailor, and his skills were indeed exceptional, he was highly respected by everyone in the Black Army, even Su Mian. After all, Lin Qian hadn't revealed how they met. Thank you, Master Yin. A giant leather jacket had just been repaired, and Xiao Ka took it and tried it on. According to your request, the shoulders have been widened, metal shoulder pads have been added, 3 knife-shaped buckles have been added to the lining, and a serrated edge has been added to the end. Yin Sheng can customize the appearance of leather jackets to each individual's specifications, increasing both defensive and offensive power. Xiao Ka put on the jacket, walked to the fitting mirror, turned left and right, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Excellent, he exclaimed heartily. Thank you for your approval. Yin Sheng smiled in response, then took a deep breath, as if he was about to speak. What's wrong, Master Yin? Just tell me if you have any questions. If you have any problems, I help you solve them. The captain of Team 3, noticing his hesitation, raised his shadow battle axe, and asked with a frown. Yin Sheng shook his head. It's not that I'm in any trouble, it's just... He recounted the incident with a fake Lin Qian, from beginning to end in detail. Hearing that someone had the audacity to impersonate Lin Qian, all the members of Team 3 were filled with disbelief. Oh my god! The captain of Team 3 was practically laughing. People are really finding ways to get themselves killed these days. Dare to impersonate Brother Qian? Ha! He looked at Yin Sheng. Master Yin, have your friend find these guys quickly. I want to see just how bold this guy is. A glint of red flashed in the captain's eyes, and a cruel grin spread across his face. Xiao Ka and the others also had unfriendly expressions, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. Yin Sheng instinctively shrank back and nodded quickly. I contact him right away. It was still the same factory building. The man emerged as a beam of light. Looking up, he saw June and his friends playing cards. Outside, the rain pounded down, the air carrying a damp chill, but beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead. Nervous. He was working for the Black Army. A real Black Army, yet June was completely oblivious to the approaching danger. He casually glanced at the man. What's wrong, brother? It's such a small matter. Why would you send someone into the dungeon to pass on a message? You know how precious summoning cards are, right? Hearing the meaning behind the other man's words, the man chuckled. Don't worry, I compensate for the losses, but this matter is truly important. As he spoke, he pulled 2 summoning cards from his pocket. Junji's eyebrows subconsciously raised at the sight, and he stood up with a laugh. Look at you, brother. I was just saying it casually, and you really... Before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly froze. He had witnessed with his own eyes the summoning card in the man's hand vanish into a white flash. Brother, what does this mean? He frowned at the man and demanded in a cold voice. The next moment, with a flash of white light, a shirtless, muscular man appeared out of thin air. He took 2 steps forward and, wordlessly, began scanning everyone in the arena. Sensing a looming sense of danger, Junji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Who are you? But he was a small leader after all, so he still had a basic level of composure. Of course, It was mainly because his agility was too low to clearly perceive the strength of Team 3's captain, otherwise he would have wet his pants long ago. Swish. Another flash of white light, and Shao Kahn, clad in a giant leather jacket, arrived shortly thereafter. Seeing the shirtless captain of Team 3, the group didn't react. But when they saw Shao Kahn's strange yet familiar giant leather jacket, they were stunned. With a clatter, the 6 people at the card table suddenly stood up, as if facing a formidable enemy. Jun's expression changed, and he subconsciously glanced at the man who summoned the 2 men. Could they have summoned the real Black Army? Someone muttered quietly, cold sweat already forming on their forehead. The captain of Team 3 now looked away with a hint of disappointment. Just these few misfits? Where are the imposters? Shao Kahn glanced upstairs. There's some noise up there, like someone crying. The captain of Team 3 glanced toward the 2nd floor. Let's go check it out. At that moment, Junji's eyes darkened as he stepped forward. What do you 2 mean by this? Looking at Jungu, so close, his eyes full of menace, the captain of Team 3 suddenly chuckled. Haha, this little thing is quite interesting. Then, he suddenly waved his hand, and with a hum, a ring of power appeared. Bang! Puff! A cloud of blood exploded, and Junji's upper body vanished. A mess of things clattered against the white wall nearby, dripping down. Ah! Shao Kahn, who was standing nearby, was unable to avoid it, and was splattered with blood. No! Captain! I just finished my maintenance. Give me a hint. Damn! Does it even take a ring of strength to beat this thing? The captain of Team 3 pretended not to hear, smearing the blood stains on his face with his hand, taking a deep breath of ecstasy. Don't lick it. You just gained the bloodthirst curse. It's not stable yet, and you don't have a blood core. Besides satisfying your craving, there's no stat benefit. Seeing him like this, Shao Kahn quickly warned him. Okay, you keep nagging like a nanny. Hurry up and take that imposter down. I take care of these guys. The captain of Team 3 waved his hand impatiently, then strode towards the frightened men, whose faces were already pale. Plop. Before the captain of Team 3 could make a move, someone on the other side had already fallen to their knees begging. It has nothing to do with us. It's all him. It's him. They pointed in horror at the remains on the ground. Shoo. The captain of Team 3 placed his index finger on his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Be good, be quiet. Chapter 409. Bang. Gunshot. Bang. Eggshells fell to the ground. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Ah! As the last scream abruptly died away, the captain of Team 3 slowly retracted his fist and let out a sigh of relief. He swallowed uncontrollably, his Adam's apple rolling. Behind him, the man who had witnessed the entire incident had a pale face, his legs trembling slightly. What lay before him was a painting scribbled in blood, bold, unrestrained, and full of life. But in his eyes, the captain of Team 3 looked nothing but a demon. Is this the true Black Army? Shock, awe, a complex mix of emotions. The captain of Team 3, with a calm expression, combed his hair back with blood, glanced sideways upstairs. Shao Kahn, why are you so long-winded? I've taken care of everything here, and there's no movement from your side? Soon, Shao Kahn's slightly troubled voice reached from above. Captain, it's hard to say. How about you come up and take a look yourself? Hearing this, the captain of Team 3 was speechless. Such a long-winded nag. He's just an imposter. He grumbled as he climbed the stairs. When he reached the door, he saw Shao Kahn peering inside, with a troubled expression, his brow furrowed. Get out of the way! He impatiently pushed him aside, and entered the room, with a reckless gait. However, before he could even lift his foot to the ground, a familiar figure came into view. Holy crap! The captain of Team 3 was startled, his footing unsteady, and he fell to his knees with a thud. His heart pounded, and he felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His bloodlust curse was suppressed. So much like, even though he knew the other person was fake, the moment he saw the face, instinct took over. He instantly understood why Shao Kahn had been hesitating for so long. Who would dare to move? Ahem. With an awkward cough, the captain of Team 3 stood up, feigning indifference. He glanced cautiously at the man across from him, then quickly averted his gaze. You're behind the times. Brother Qian has long hair now. He had originally planned to finish off the imposter, but now he didn't even think of taking action. Is it some kind of sleight of hand? A transformation or something? The captain of Team 3 touched his forehead and quietly asked Shao Kahn beside him. No, I just verified it. The captain frowned, unconvinced, and continued to question. So it's plastic surgery makeup? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. They look too much like each other. Xiao Ka continued to shake his head. The eye color and body shape are different, but otherwise, there's nothing wrong. Maybe he's Brother Qian's twin brother, or at least related by blood. He leaned close to the captain of Team 3 and whispered. That's why I'm worried. The captain's eyes flickered, and he stole a glance at the uneasy fake Lin Qian. You never know, it's possible. To be on the safe side, let's have him go back and examine him thoroughly. We make a final decision when Brother Qian returns. Unconsciously, his words became respectful. Even more interesting, Xiao Ka, standing beside him, didn't even notice anything was wrong, as if everything was perfectly natural. What's your name? The captain of Team 3 adjusted his composure and tried to communicate, but he felt uneasy and couldn't meet his gaze. Brother. My name is Mu Jia. I was an extra before entering the building. I was forced into this situation. If I didn't obey, I'd be killed and my skin peeled off. Please don't kill me. He had heard the screams downstairs clearly, and seeing the man covered in blood, it was easy to guess what had just happened. The captain of Team 3 breathed a sigh of relief at the sound of the man's voice and tone, but when he looked up, he saw the man was actually trying to kneel and beg for mercy. He was so frightened that he shouted out, No, no, no. You. Just stand still. Don't do anything with that face. I can't stand it. He bent down, held out his hands, and spoke softly, as if to appease a criminal. Mu Jia was stunned, looking up at the two nervous men with a bewildered expression. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. You're a victim too. I understand. Xiao Ka hurried forward to comfort him, sweat already beading on his forehead. It was a strange scene, both sides nervous, fearing the other would act rashly. How about this? Come with us and explain what happened. Also, your family connections. It would be best if you could also tell us about any distant relatives named Lin. Don't worry, we're not bad people. After much consolation, Mu Jia finally agreed to go with them. To be honest, the two men didn't need his consent at all. They could just take him away by force. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't get over the mental barrier. He simply didn't dare. A moment later, the two returned to Area 4126, just as the safe exploration period began. Without even a moment to rinse, the captain of Team 3, covered in blood, rushed straight into the corridor and used a summon card to pull Mu Jia over. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and Mu Jia appeared in the hallway. Xiao Ka followed closely behind, completing the assembly. Let's ask Captain Qin and the others. Looking ahead, they happened to see Su Mian, Qin Liang, and several other teams gathered at the end, chatting and laughing about the previous dungeon. Hey, isn't that Indian? How did he get so bloody? Spotting Team 3's captain from a distance, Team 4's captain immediately taunted. But then, as his gaze shifted, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face behind Team 3's captain. His expression froze, and he stood straight, his face solemn, like a soldier awaiting inspection. The people around him, perceptive, glanced at Team 3's captain, and their smiles instantly faded, their lines falling into formation. As the captain of Team 3 approached with Mu Jia, a troubled expression on his face, everyone suddenly greeted him in unison. Brother Qian. The voices were so uniform and deafening that they startled the already tense Mu Jia. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. However, his kneeling didn't matter. The people around him were instantly terrified, and almost instinctively, they all knelt down. Su Mian was the pace-setter, kneeling fast and hard, their knees hitting the ground with a thud. Mu Jia blinked, and seeing the people kneeling before him, his brain froze. The captain of Team 3, who had also kneeled unconsciously, came to his senses and coughed awkwardly. I should have said this beforehand. This person isn't Brother Qian, just someone who looks a bit like him. He didn't dare stand up, so he just knelt and explained. Soon, as murderous glares shot towards him, the captain of Team 3 couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even the blood stains were washed away. Everyone, we can discuss this. We are civilized people. There's no need to resort to violence to resolve problems. Chapter 410. Area 4126. The corridor was bustling with activity. Beep! Beep! The instrument hummed, and everyone stared intently at the results on the display screen. Only when a row of data popped up did Qin Liang breathe a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Team Qin? What does it say? At this moment, the bruised and battered captain of Team 3 instinctively leaned over and asked incoherently. This guy and Brother Qian aren't closely related by blood, they simply look alike. Qin Liang glanced at him helplessly. Is there such a thing? The captain of Team 3's eyes widened, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His two missing front teeth were slowly growing back, and the swelling on his face was visibly disappearing. It's indeed a coincidence, but it's possible. There might be someone in the world, including you and me, who looks strikingly like us. After hearing Qin Liang's explanation, the crowd around him suddenly revealed expressions of sudden enlightenment. This guy. The captain of Team 3 was about to say something about this guy, but stopped himself. What? What should we do with this gentleman? Mu Jie, lying on the instrument, darted his eyes wildly, his body stiff, not daring to move, not daring to breathe. He knew his life was in the hands of these people. Life or death could be decided with just one word. We all know what happened. He was just being used. He didn't even know what the Black Army was, so he's not at fault. More importantly, looking at this face, even if you were asked to deal with it, would you dare? Let's wait for Brother Qian to come back and take care of it. This statement immediately drew the approval of the others. By the way, can we give him the full mask? This guy has such a great face, but he always does shocking things. It's terrifying. Yeah. He just did that sudden move, and it scared me to the point of peeing a few times. Speaking of which, who peed in my pants? Do you admit it's your pants? Go away. Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. If you're not going to leave the dungeon, what are you all doing here? The tone was flat, but the chilling coldness penetrated everyone's bones. With a swish, everyone stood at attention. Brother Qian. The uniform voice startled Mu Jie, who was lying on the instrument, again. He thought he was being called again. But the next moment, he saw the crowd in front of him automatically part to the sides, and an intimidating figure slowly approached. When he saw the other person's face, Mu Jie's eyes widened. He often saw that face while practicing his performance in front of the mirror. He only knew that Jun Ge had said he looked like someone, but he had never imagined the resemblance was so profound. At the same time, Lin Qian also noticed Mu Jie. He frowned slightly and glanced at him indifferently. Who's this guy? At Su Mian's signal, the captain of Team 3 hurried forward. Brother Qian, I brought this back from a small gang that's exploiting your reputation to make money. He recounted the incident in detail. But Lin Qian's gaze remained fixed on him. Are you an exhibitionist? The captain of Team 3 was stunned, and instinctively looked down at his upper body, which was covered in footprints. I gave you all that armor, not just for show. If you're particularly pleased with your muscles, admire them in your room. When you go into a dungeon, at least wear the giant leather jacket. It protects you from puncture wounds. The captain of Team 3 hurriedly explained. Brother Qian, my clothes are torn, I'm repairing them. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Qian's cold gaze. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and no one dared to breathe. I always tell you to be careful, and even more careful. If you take my words for granted again. He stared intently at the captain of Team 3, then slowly scanned the surroundings. Sorry, Brother Qian, I won't do it again. The captain of Team 3, looking aggrieved like a 260-pound child, lowered his head and muttered an apology. Lin Qian withdrew his gaze and looked back at Mu Jie on the instrument. Get out. With those two gentle words, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned, and they quickly formed their teams to enter the dungeon. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Qian and Mu Jie were the only two people left in the corridor. And the testing equipment, which Qin Liang hadn't dared ask to be taken away. Taking 2 steps closer, Lin Qian scrutinized Mu Jie's features, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Mu Jie was sweating profusely from nervousness, swallowing his saliva. Who would have thought that the terrifying, godlike figure of death would be treated like a child in front of this man, not even daring to talk back? Just imagine how terrifying he must be. Who made you so handsome? Then, Lin Qian's question set Mu Jie's brain into a state of panic. Huh? Lin Qian averted his gaze. You're too timid. Otherwise, you could be my stand-in in certain situations. From now on, you should stay in the reserve logistics unit. Remember to get a mask and wear it. Don't embarrass yourself with this face. Turning around, he happened to run into Team 5, which had just finished its work. It's just right. You come and make the arrangements. Lin Qian gestured to the captain of Team 5. Yes, Brother Qian. The captain immediately responded. This guy has a strong military aura, and Team 5, along with the entire team, is managed in a military-style manner. They are the strongest unit in combat, with excellent teamwork. The captain of Team 5 is also the only one who doesn't need Lin Qian's scolding after breaking through the limit. He's a bit old-fashioned and boring, always saying yes and yes. Ask him anything, and he's as rigid as reporting to a superior. But on the other hand, he carries out Lin Qian's orders meticulously, making him more reliable and less of a worry. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin Qian returned to his room. Now that the 5 captains have successfully broken through their limits, he can bring the remaining few up in the next few days. The rest will have to rely on themselves. He also needs to start focusing on improving his own combat effectiveness. Only when he becomes stronger can he buy enough time for these guys to grow. He glanced at the dashboard. Lin Qian, Level 2 Overseer 480/1000. When the safe exploration time began, he received his Overseer points reward. 92 Overseer points instantly brightened his mood. Humming a little tune, he opened the permanent door to the City of Chaos. As soon as he stepped outside, the familiar sound of old door hinges echoed, and Sister Min emerged from Lin Qian's chest. Hey! Brother Snake is back. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he and Sister Min used Shadow Walk to invade Brother Snake's cabin. Inside, Brother Snake had just found a comfortable position to lie down when he sensed 2 familiar auras approaching. Its nose blew out a puff of air, and it stood up with some reluctance. Chapter 411. Brother Snake. As soon as he emerged from the shadows, Lin Qian enthusiastically approached Brother Snake. He opened his arms, wanting to give Brother Snake a hug, but a large, dry hand held his head. Glancing at Lin Qian with disdain, Brother Snake slowly sat down on the sofa, his aloof demeanor intact. Lin Qian wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he pulled a small stool from his storage space and sat down next to Brother Snake, resting his hand on the edge of the sofa. Brother Snake, someone tried to kill me with something called the Abyss Gate. Now Sister Min has locked it in my Hound dimension. Could you take a look for me? In front of the Black Army, Lin Qian always acted like the patriarch, but in front of Brother Snake, he was more like a junior. Wu Sheng was still struggling with the puppet at home, so he didn't bring it with him this time. He was definitely going to the amusement park later anyway, and with the puppet there, translation wouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Snake Brother's pupils suddenly glared, and he slowly sat up straight. He looked at Sister Min, and the two began to exchange words. Then, Sister Min waved her hand, and with a creak, the door in Lin Qian's chest opened again. Clang! The Abyss Gate, completely entangled, was pulled free by the iron chains and slammed heavily to the ground. Snake Brother stood up and nodded slightly, and Sister Min immediately retracted the iron chains from the Abyss Gate into her body. Soon, the Abyss Gate was unsealed and lay quietly within Snake Brother's hut. It was blank, pitch black, and the eerie face from before had vanished into thin air. Hey! Brother Snake, be careful. Seeing Snake Brother step forward and pick up the Abyss Gate, Lin Qian instinctively wanted to speak out a warning, but he froze mid-sentence. Brother Snake and Sister Min turned to look at him simultaneously, their faces filled with confusion. Excuse me, please continue. Lin Qian chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What danger could there be? Even if Brother Snake was pulled in and couldn't get out, he would be transported to his workstation promptly when work began. You, a mere gate of the abyss, are trying to poach civil servants from the Infinity Building? Brother Snake held the gate of the abyss and slowly leaned his head closer, his pitch-black tongue darting out as if he were carefully examining the darkness within. At that moment, the darkness rippled, and a familiar, eerie face slowly emerged. When you gaze into the abyss. A hoarse voice echoed through the room, and the air around them seemed to cool. The next second, the face finally emerged completely from the darkness, slowly opening its eyes. But upon opening its eyes, it was greeted by a massive, black-scaled snake head. The abyss is also. The rest of the sentence abruptly ended. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Snake Brother's tongue flickered, his eyelids gradually drooping. Then, the face screamed and suddenly vanished. Snake Brother's eyes flashed, and he reached into the darkness, scooping, but found nothing. Then, it transformed into a shadow and slithered into the gate of the abyss. The darkness surged for a moment, then gradually subsided. In Snake Brother's hut, Lin Qian blinked and looked at Sister Min, somewhat bewildered. Is this right? I asked Snake Brother to help take a look. Why did the old man still chase in? Alas, Snake Brother's temper is still as bad as ever. Sister Min, please hold this thing for me. I go find a few more people to play with Snake Brother. With a clang, Sister Min waved her hand, and the chains wrapped around the abyss gate, lifting it up. Lin Qian then used Shadow Walk and headed straight for Paradise. Inside Paradise, there was still a long line, but instead of one, there were now two. Next to the puppet, a large table appeared, and sitting there was none other than the fish monster from Giant City. What do you want? Something to wash off the slime. Water. What? Tried it, and it didn't work? That's because there's not enough water. Rub it harder. Got it for you. Water. Next. What do you want? Something soft to spread on the floor? That's easy. Just pour some water on the floor. What will flow away? Just seal it tightly around the edges. Oh no, stop talking. Got it. Water. Next. What about you? Never mind. Got it. Water. Next. What about you? Never mind. Got it. Water. Next. The fish monster's work efficiency was clearly much faster than the puppet man's. It's just that its service attitude wasn't very good. Humph, it's good enough that Boss Lin gave you something, but you're still so picky. As it was muttering, its dead eyes flickered, and it subconsciously turned its head, just in time to see Lin Qian, who had just emerged from the shadows. Ah! Boss Lin. It suddenly stood up, smashing the wooden table in front of it. The puppets also stopped working, and looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian greeted everyone like a celebrity. Long time no see, haha. Everyone, stop for a moment. I have a little trouble here. Upon hearing that Lin Qian was in trouble, the supervisors around him suddenly grew serious. What? Who's disrespectful to Boss Lin? I smashed them into dust. The fish monster swung its arm, and by sheer coincidence, it struck Brother Catfish, who had just approached, sending him flying several meters into the air, where he landed heavily. Ouch. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The fish monster, startled, quickly squeezed through the crowd and carried Brother Catfish back. Brother Catfish lay in the giant fish monster's arms, as fragile and helpless as a young wife, his frog-like eyes darting wildly, his thoughts unsettled. Soon, at Lin Qian's call, a large number of supervisors gathered. Lin Qian was stunned. He had only intended to gather a few acquaintances from the tour group, but he hadn't expected even those in line to volunteer. Boss Lin, what happened? The puppet asked with concern. Lin Qian glanced around, taking in the serious gazes, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed to speak. It's actually not a big deal. There's no need to make such a big fuss. As soon as these words were spoken, the fish monster immediately spoke out. Alas! Boss Lin, that's wrong. In these days of the City of Chaos, anything involving you is the biggest deal. Lin Qian scratched his head. Alright then. Sister Min. He gestured to Sister Min beside him, and soon, with the clanking of chains, the abyss gate was swung before everyone's eyes. I encountered an alien survivor who was planning to use this abyss gate against me. I felt it was a bit dangerous, so I didn't act rashly. I'd like to ask for your help in researching it. By the way, Brother Snake just chased him in. We don't know what's going on inside yet. After briefly explaining what happened, Lin Qian looked at the group, observing their reactions. Unexpectedly, after hearing the whole story, the group actually felt a sense of relief. I thought it was some big deal. It's just a broken door. Let me see what's inside. Chapter 412. In the center of the park, a group of supervisors surrounded the abyss gate in 3 layers. Abyss gate, I seem to have some impression of this thing. The puppet, lost in thought, approached the abyss gate for a closer look. Just then, a jet-black hand suddenly emerged from the darkness and clung to the doorframe. Hey! There's movement! The supervisors were instantly intrigued, watching the hand intently. Then, the hand fumbled around, then suddenly trembled. Then, just as Lin Qian had experienced before, the jet-black hands began to multiply wildly, sweeping towards the nearest puppet. However, just as one hand touched the puppet's body, there was a snap, like a giant ink balloon being pierced by countless steel needles. All the hands began to swell and deform, eventually exploding into a pool of black water and falling. Slurp! Before the black water even hit the ground, the catfish nearby immediately opened its mouth and sucked it all in, smacking its lips with satisfaction, a look of unsatisfied satisfaction. Ha! The fish monster couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. To dare to touch the disaster puppet, the creature inside this door is truly brave. Everyone, this guy has threatened Boss Lin before. Then, with a wave of his hand, the fish monster immediately mobilized. You all know what to do, even without me telling you. With a hum, the supervisors responded in unison, a medley of strange cries, mingling with a mental shock that made Lin Qian feel dizzy. Enough of the small talk, old fish, will be leaving first. Seeing this, The fish monster nodded in satisfaction, then leaped directly into the abyss gate. Buzz, darkness surged. This abyss gate had the same effect as Sister Min's old wooden door. Even the fish monster, despite its enormous size, would be twisted and sucked in upon entering. Soon, the darkness returned to calm. Boss Lin, I go check it out too. The puppet man greeted him, and also leaped into the darkness. Snap! Snap! Next came Brother Catfish. With a flick of his tail, he soared high, swooping into the darkness in a graceful arc. Then Owl, Brother Lizard, Stitched Monster, all the old acquaintances, scrambled to jump into the abyss gate. Lin Qian stood silently by, speechless. He finally understood. These guys, while ostensibly righteous, claimed to be seeking revenge for him, were actually just bored and looking for a trip on their own dime. After the entire tour group entered the abyssal gate, it was the turn of the supervisors waiting in line. With the order-keeping staff gone, the group began to act recklessly. They scrambled to get forward, sometimes even engaging in physical brawls. Lin Qian shouted a few times, but it was completely useless. With a thud, a blue-skinned monster was slammed to the ground. He quickly dodged and retreated from the encirclement. Oh my god! These guys are really going crazy. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Lin Qian wiped the sweat off his face with lingering fear. I wonder what's inside this gate. How about I go in and take a look? He was muttering to himself when he suddenly felt his shoulders sink. The door sister quietly reached out to hold him down and shook her head. Lin Qian was stunned. Could it be that there's something dangerous inside? Sister Min withdrew her hand and nodded. Alright then. Lin Qian's good point was that he listened to advice. An unknown amount of time passed before countless supervisors entered the abyssal gate, and the once bustling paradise became deserted. Oh my god, this gate really leads to the abyss, right? So many supervisors all gone in? Stepping through the devastation and quietly approaching the abyssal gate on the ground, Lin Qian intently observed the darkness within. Ah! Suddenly, a terrified face peeked out from the darkness, struggling to reach out a hand. It was the creature that had threatened Lin Qian before. Monster! Monster! Help! Ah! The next second, it was forcibly pulled back by a tremendous force, and its voice abruptly stopped. Wow, Jie! Lin Qian blinked, bewildered. Why does it feel a bit like bandits entering the village? Not knowing when these guys would return, Lin Qian, with nothing else to do, began to retrieve the large amount of supplies he gathered from the previous dungeon world from his storage space. There was a wide variety of food, desserts, and drinks, ready to treat his friends and family. Because there were so many, the paradise area alone wasn't enough, so he simply placed the supplies on the open space outside Skeleton City. These things weren't worth much anyway, and besides, who would dare steal his things in this chaotic city these days? Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Lin Qian looked up and saw a familiar figure galloping towards him. It was the great axe knight I seen near the stone tablet before. Huh? Why is he in Skeleton City? Lin Qian was stunned. He remembered the fish monster saying this guy had been driven out by the Skeleton City's supervisors. He hadn't expected him to dare return. The great axe knight didn't even pause, sprinting past Lin Qian and heading straight for paradise. Heading for the abyss gate? Could it be that he sensed its presence? Does this guy have any connection to the abyss gate? Shaking his head, he better wait until the puppet man or the fish monster returned to ask these questions. Arranging the large amount of supplies into a great wall, Lin Qian clapped his hands in satisfaction. I, Lin, am generous with every move I make. I must show my colleagues my generosity. Then, using Shadow Walk, he returned to paradise and returned to his private lounge to await his colleagues' return. After an unknown amount of time, there was finally movement outside. Lin Qian quickly stood up and pushed the door open. A deformed hand struggled to cling to the doorframe, and a hideously hideous head emerged from the darkness, 6 purple eyes darting about, its tentacles trembling. A fish that slipped through the net? Lin Qian's gaze fixed, and he quietly stepped forward. However, the monster's hearing was exceptionally sharp, and it quickly turned its head, opening its mouth and letting out a hissing sound. Squeak! Lin Qian didn't hesitate. With a hum, the ring of power activated, and a punch imbued with the power of the giant struck out. She! The monster seemed stunned, set flying by the punch, still kicking in midair. With a loud thud, the monster landed heavily on the ground. Watching the monster slowly rise unharmed, Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him, pure fire slowly rising. However, the monster suddenly began to wave its hands anxiously, and Lin Qian was stunned. Huh? Wait a minute. It's not a monster. It's a colleague. Chapter 413. She. Oh, okay, you've made an admission of guilt. It's not my fault. Look at you. She. No more, no more. Here's some candy. She. Okay, okay. Inside the amusement park, Lin Qian stared at the ugly creature pretending to be pitiful, his expression agonizing. It was so ugly, even its cuteness was disgusting. It was the size of an oversized capsule, its limbs so misshapen and twisted it was indistinguishable. If it weren't for its eyes and mouth, you couldn't tell which was which. It looks a bit like a mutated minion that drank nuclear waste. And a bit like a giant E. coli. The creator is truly amazing. How could he create such an ugly creature? Lin Qian muttered softly, pinching his chin as he observed it carefully from a distance. She. But as if the creature had heard him, the candy beans in his hand suddenly scattered to the ground, and he sat down, refusing to get up. Ouch, ouch, enough. This kid isn't just ugly, he's got a bad temper. Geo. Just as Lin Qian was struggling with the capsule monster, there was movement at the abyss gate again. Lin Qian immediately became alert. The next moment, a familiar figure leaped out of the darkness and landed right before Lin Qian's eyes with a thud. It was Brother Catfish. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow and looked down. Brother Catfish's cheeks were puffed out, as if he was holding something. Ugh! Then, accompanied by a loud retching sound, a mess of sticky stuff spread out in a large puddle. Oh my god! Lin Qian took 2 steps back, almost getting splashed. Looking down, he saw a few eyeballs the size of ping-pong balls scattered across the pile of indescribable objects. The eyeballs were a dark purple, not only moving back and forth, but even blinking. What the heck is this? It's disgusting. Lin Qian's skin crawled with goosebumps, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, the catfish approached, repeatedly banging its butt against Lin Qian's calf, beckoning him forward. Ouch, what are you doing? I don't want to look. It's too filthy. What have you eaten? Okay, okay. I take a look, isn't that enough? Lin Qian was so jarred by the clattering that he could barely stand. This catfish looked innocent, but it was actually quite powerful. Helpless, he could only pluck one eyeball from a distance, wrapping it with blood string, and then carefully rinsed it with water. Only then, under the catfish's expectant gaze, did he reach out and grasp it. However, to his surprise, the next moment, an item information popped up in his mind. Eye of the Abyss, a living plant that grows in the abyss. After ingestion and digestion, it increases strength by 10, agility by 10, constitution by 10, and spirit by 10. There is no upper limit on the amount, but the side effects double with each additional pill taken. Lin Qian's eyes suddenly widened. Holy crap! 40 points for one? That's too extravagant. He turned to look at the pool of unknown liquid and counted them. There were 7 eyeballs in total. No longer bothered by the dirt, Lin Qian used his bloodline to retrieve all 7 eyes of the abyss. Thank you, Brother Catfish. After cleaning all the eyes of the abyss and storing them in his storage space, Lin Qian turned around and thanked Brother Catfish from the bottom of his heart. Catfish Brother decisively opened his mouth, looking eager to be fed. More water? Lin Qian was stunned, then gave a casual, helpless smile. He pulled a bucket from his storage space and poured it into Catfish Brother's mouth. To his surprise, just as he had half the bucket filled, Catfish Brother smacked his lips and suddenly, with a puff, gushed out again. Caught completely drenched, Lin Qian blinked. What's going on? Just then, the puppet man leaped out of the darkness. He's not asking for water, he's asking for that black drink. Hearing this, Lin Qian glanced at Catfish Brother speechlessly. When did he start liking Coke? How come I didn't know? He dug out a large bottle of Coke from his storage space and downed 2. Catfish Brother smacked his lips again, noticing the taste was off, and gushed out again. This time, Lin Qian was prepared and dodged. No, what do you want to drink? Lin Qian was completely lost. It said it wasn't this sweet, gurgling water, but something similar to the one we drank in the dungeon last time, dark and... The puppet struggled to translate. After a long pause, Lin Qian finally figured out what the catfish wanted. This guy actually wanted soy sauce. Luckily, his storage space was a treasure chest, so he had fish sauce, not just soy sauce. He generously fed the catfish all his soy sauce. Seeing the guy still looking unsatisfied, Lin Qian shrugged helplessly. That's all I have. Only after confirming that Lin Qian was out of soy sauce did the catfish reluctantly and slowly move away. It sped up with a clattering sound, and as it glided sadly, it knocked over a capsule monster gorging on candy beans. Boss Lin really dotes on it. The puppet took 2 steps forward, looking at the catfish in the distance, and exclaimed in admiration. "Ah, after all, someone brought me a gift." "You mean those eyes of the abyss?" "I asked him to bring them back for you. After all, I'm too small to carry them." Hearing the puppet's calm words, Lin Qian, dripping wet, suddenly froze. In the distance, Brother Catfish suddenly sensed a growing murderous intent and, with a fierce flick of his tail, vanished in a flash. That bastard fish. Looking in the direction Brother Catfish had disappeared, Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes and curse through gritted teeth. Unexpectedly, the fish monster was emerging from the abyss gate at that moment. "Huh? Boss Lin, who are you talking about?" Lin Qian glanced back and saw that the creature was clutching a plant resembling an anemone, its fluttering tentacles faintly stirring up a blue dust of light. "Oh, that catfish? It vomited water all over me. Brother Fish, what is this?" Lin Qian's attention was instantly drawn to the plant, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, this is an abyssal plant I picked and planned to take home to grow." At this, Lin Qian's expectant expression suddenly drooped. He thought it was some special prop, but it turned out to be just an ordinary plant. Okay, go ahead." He waved his hand impatiently, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Hey, I'll be right back." The fish monster grinned with a sinister grin, and with a swish, its massive body vanished from the spot. "That silly fish." The puppet man shook his head helplessly. Although both of them possessed the ability to communicate with each other, it was clear that their understanding of the ways of the world was vastly different. Chapter 414. Swish. Less than half a minute later, the air before him suddenly trembled, and the fish monster returned. It looked dejected, and the plant in its hand had drooped limply. "It's over. It seems the flower couldn't handle the speed and died." Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. The fish monster's speed was too much for him, let alone a plant. "No, I need to find another one. Boss Lin, can you give me a container? I get some abyssal soil." The fish monster asked Lin Qian, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Qian looked around and happened to find a half-empty bucket at his feet. He offered it to the fish monster. "Thank you, Boss Lin." The fish monster thanked him excitedly, then jumped back into the abyssal gate. Lin Qian shook his head helplessly, completely helpless against these foolish colleagues. The abyss is actually a very dangerous place. That's why we immortals can do whatever we want in it. If you, Boss Lin, ever encounter an abyss dungeon in the future, please be extremely careful. The puppet figure beside him suddenly spoke up, offering earnest advice. Even those who have reached the second level of power have died in the abyss innumerable times. Let's not even talk about anything else. Just look at us, and we've lost quite a few in the abyss. At this remark, Lin Qian was startled. He could sense the danger of the abyss, but he hadn't imagined it could be this dangerous. No wonder the Eye of the Abyss's stats are so high, with no upper limit on its use. It must be a drop from a high-level dungeon. Is the abyss a dungeon world? Lin Qian pondered, then asked. The puppet nodded. But you probably can't access it now. Lin Qian's eyes flickered. Then, will you be able to encounter it after you leave the protection period? The puppet shook his head. The abyss is a high-risk dungeon. You can only enter it after you've broken through level 2 in a single attribute. Similarly, danger also means high income. It is said that a powerful individual of a certain race once obtained an item that broke through level 3 in the abyss. Lin Qian was shocked. Break through level 3? He felt the term was so far away from him. Wait. Your strength as a survivor doesn't really matter to your strength as a supervisor, right? He originally wanted to say your life before death, but then thought it impolite and changed the wording. Of course it's okay. Don't underestimate these guys around here. They were once powerful figures. Unfortunately, the building is cruel. With a sigh, the puppet figure seemed to recall the past, sitting on the steps, swinging his legs, his joints cracking. Oh, I wasn't finished yet. Suddenly, the puppet figure came to his senses, detaching from his memories. If you're entering the abyss for the first time, you need to be aware of two main dangers. The first is the special radiation within the abyss. This invisible attack is frantically stealing your life every second. If your constitution is less than 500 points, you'll be dead within 30 seconds. The other is the group of guys Boss Lin saw earlier. We call them moss ghosts. They're also a special product of the abyss. They don't have any particularly powerful offensive power, but they can confuse you and lead you into danger. But I heard from the Shadow Snake that Boss Lin seems to be a stone heart. Don't worry about the stone heart. As long as your mental power breaks through 1, you're basically immune to the lost ghost's bewitching influence. Besides, There are too many insidious and bizarre abyssal creatures to list in a short time. I make a soul seal for you someday, and once Boss Lin learns how to use it, you'll be able to read it yourself." As it spoke, it handed Lin Qian a cube with dense patterns engraved on each side. Lin Qian took it, feeling the weight. He carefully flipped through each side, and when he finished the last one, a system message suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding! Insufficient mental attributes, unable to enter. Lin Qian hadn't heard this message in a long time. He even thought he might never hear it again in his lifetime. After all, his mental attributes were growing so rapidly, what could he not learn? And then, he encountered it. "Senior Puppet, how much spiritual energy is required to learn this soul-marking technique?" He hurriedly asked the puppet figure beside him. "Well, if you want to use the system to input it, I'm afraid you have to wait until you break through level 2. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. "What if you don't use the system?" The puppet figure shrugged. "You can learn it slowly on your own. I just got bored after becoming a supervisor, so I learned it bit by bit on my own." Lin Qian's eyelids twitched. "Damn! I almost forgot a skill, but I still managed to learn it on my own." But this wasn't something he was comfortable with. It would be better to wait until his spiritual energy reached level 2 to input it directly. He carefully put the cube away and looked at the puppet figure gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Puppet." The puppet waved his hand. "Boss Lin, there's no need to be polite with me, or with everyone else." It looked toward the gate to the abyss. Several unfamiliar overseers were crawling out, clutching the entrails of unidentified creatures. They were chasing and playing, chattering as they ran off. "Look at everyone! Because of you, everyone's so happy." Its childish voice carried a hint of relief, but Lin Qian couldn't help but twitch his eyes at the sight. Today, the creatures of the abyss have suffered greatly. With a sigh, Lin Qian was about to look away when he saw another familiar figure emerge. Brother Lizard, with his 2 large hands, held a floating purple ball of flesh, his face beaming with joy. Lin Qian glanced over and took a closer look, only to see that the purple ball was actually a vast, countless purple worms, now compressed by an invisible air barrier. He could even clearly hear the worms wriggling in the mucus. Ugh! Lin Qian's first reaction was nausea, his face wrinkling like an eggplant. But a closer look froze him. "Wait!" He suddenly called out to Brother Lizard, who was about to leave. "These purple worms. Looks like they could make delicious worm pudding." Lin Qian's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure. At that moment, those worms were more alluring to him than gold, and he no longer felt a single nauseous thought. "So many! All of them!" Lin Qian strode forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "I'm going to make all this into delicious worm pudding." Slurp! He instinctively gulped, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Brother Lizard. "Brother Lizard, can you give me these delicious worms?" Chapter 415. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Brother Lizard was stunned. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but he hadn't expected Lin Qian to be so fond of him. He found a few empty buckets, and under Brother Lizard's gravity control, the worms were precisely sealed. Looking at 4.5 buckets of worms, Lin Qian spun in excitement. I've made it, I'm really rich. The abyss is truly a treasure trove, but it's a shame my current level doesn't allow me to venture into it. Brother Lizard, are there any more worms in these? If so, bring some back." Just saying it felt too flimsy, so Lin Qian gritted his teeth and tossed out 2 boxes of delicious worm pudding. Brother Lizard didn't take it seriously at first, until Lin Qian opened the lids and the aroma wafted out. Not only Brother Lizard, but even Brother Catfish, who had sneaked away earlier, quietly slipped back in, nostrils pricked, and approached the delicious worm puddings. The result was predictable. Brother Lizard slapped it away. After gulping down the delicious worm pudding, Brother Lizard felt like he had blossomed like a flower. He eagerly opened the second box and devoured it immediately. After a long while, he recovered from the aftertaste and looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. "Boss Lin, what is this?" The puppet translated the lizard man's words, also curious about the delicious worm pudding. Unfortunately, it had no feeding function, not even a mouth, so he could only sigh in envy. "This is delicious worm pudding, made from these worms." Lin Qian glanced at the bucket of worms beside him, and said casually without blushing or beating his heart, "With all these raw materials, we can probably make about 10 boxes. Upon hearing this, Brother Lizard was instantly excited. "I think there's more deeper down. I go down and look." The puppet man's voice was still echoing in his mind when Brother Lizard leaped into the abyss gate again, disappearing without a trace. "I never expected an assassin would give me such a great gift." Looking at the abyss gate before him, Lin Qian was delighted. But the puppet man's voice echoed in his mind once more. Boss Lin, this abyss gate is quite high. Only a level 2 expert can obtain it. You must be careful. Since the assassination attempt failed, they will surely have other plans. But don't worry too much. During the protection period, any level 2 expert invading a dungeon will be immediately detected, and our people will be dispatched to deal with it. Of course, since they are powerful, they can't be fools. They value their lives very much and won't take risks rashly. You need to be wary of these level 1 assassins. Although you are powerful, this abyss gate proves that they don't necessarily need to be powerful themselves. They can also use cross-level lethal items to threaten you. As a newcomer in the protection period, your strength is too great, enough to make other races tremble in fear. Listening to the puppet man's words, Lin Qian nodded slowly. It's no wonder, if the puppet hadn't reminded him, he would have really ignored the threat from the props and equipment. It seems that he has to be more cautious when encountering abnormal invaders in the future. As the saying goes, if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. The puppet has lived for who knows how many years, so he still has to listen to its words. Don't worry, Senior Puppet. I've taken your advice to heart. If I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, I flee. Lin Qian's good point is that he listens to advice. The puppet nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Let's put them aside for now. Once we're out of the protection period, get some more duel cards. Then, hide us in the hound space and hunt them down one by one. One round will be enough to make them cry. Lin Qian detected a sinister tone in the puppet's childish voice. This was the first time the puppet had revealed its true nature. Previously, perhaps fearing that he would dislike it, it had pretended to be harmless. But it was easy to guess that a being that could turn the entire city of chaos upside down couldn't be a good person. The abyss gate surged continuously, and one supervisor after another emerged. The fish monster was incredibly efficient. In just a short while, it had gone in and out 6 or 7 times, killing more than a dozen plants along the way. Just as Lin Qian was feeling bored, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. His eyes lit up. Brother Snake. But Brother Snake looked rather disheveled. His custom-made giant leather jacket was ripped in several places. Even the lining of the abyss worm's skin was damaged. One could imagine the terrifying nature of the attack. Of course, just because his clothes were disheveled, Brother Snake himself wouldn't be injured. He was just clearly in a bad mood, perhaps because of the damage to his clothes. Ouch, Brother Snake, what's wrong? Sensing something was amiss, Lin Qian hurried forward. But just then, Brother Snake suddenly raised his hand and handed him something shiny. The object was the size of a fist, completely black, and shimmering with a bright light, flickering on and off as if breathing. What's that? Lin Qian instinctively reached out to take it, and the next moment, another system prompt popped up in his mind. Heart of the Abyss. After absorption and digestion, it gains a trait. Abyss adaptation. This was the nth time Lin Qian had been shocked, but compared to the previous ones, this one was truly astonishing. Holy crap! Brother Snake. He looked at Brother Snake with surprise. Is this made just for me? He was well aware of the value of traits, but he hadn't expected Brother Snake to quietly give him such a big surprise. Snake raised his head slightly and turned away, secretly observing Lin Qian's reaction. Seeing his cheerful expression, a glimmer of relief flickered in his eyes. You're just so awkward. If you care, just say so. Just then, the puppet stepped forward silently. Snake's gaze slowly shifted downward, settling on the puppet figure, his expression suddenly becoming cold. The puppet figure stiffened, a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, this guy's personality hasn't changed. He's still so difficult to get along with. Only Boss Lin can. Elsewhere, Lin Qian used his bloodline to envelop the heart of the abyss, devouring it bit by bit. Soon, a system notification sounded. Ding! Acquired trait. Abyss adaptation. After checking the panel, Lin Qian opened his eyes and glanced around, but saw no sign of Snake. Huh? Where's Snake? He approached the puppet figure, curiously asking. Senior Puppet, has Snake returned? But he found the puppet figure standing motionless, completely ignoring him. Senior Puppet? Lin Qian frowned, crouching down to examine the puppet figure more closely. Ah! Senior Puppet, why have you turned to stone? Chapter 416. Starting from the Abyss Gate and extending all the way to the outskirts of Skeleton City, with Lin Qian's permission, the overseers, returning from their abyssal journey, began a reckless feasting spree. Grunt, grunt. These guys ate with ferocious abandon, each with their own unique tastes. Some preferred sweets, spraying butter everywhere with their whipped cream guns. Some only enjoyed meat, devouring it with ferocious gusto. Some, with more discerning palates, went for canned herring and stinky tofu. Some, even worse, scrambled around picking up empty cans and munching on them with gusto. 3 large men from Giant City gathered nearby, using empty buckets as containers, squeezing in various sauces. Chocolate sauce, salad dressing, mixed with oyster sauce, and chives. After a moment's thought, they simply threw in the containers as well. Grunt, grunt. The 3 large men exchanged a glance, their gazes filled with pure recognition and admiration. A large figure with a swollen head tried to reach in and stir, but was stopped. Looking around, he happened to see a motionless puppet statue nearby. Humph. The 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The swollen-headed monster reached out and grabbed the puppet's feet, lifted it up, and plunged it into the sauce vat, stirring it back and forth twice. Humph. The other 2 large figures were instantly filled with anticipation, whirling around furiously. The swollen-headed monster stirred harder and harder, until the sauce began to splatter. Boor, what are you doing? Lin Qian had just returned from delivering food and delicious worm pudding to Brother Snake, and was met with this absurd scene. Perhaps Brother Snake's petrification had suppressed the puppet's curse, or perhaps these immortal creatures simply didn't care. The puppet was now smoking from the swollen-headed monster's blows. Let go of my puppet, senior. Lin Qian couldn't stand this. After all, the puppet figure was a senior who had helped him immensely, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone else insulting him. Of course, he naturally ignored the instigator of all this. Brother Snake. Relationships were still based on closeness, but Brother Snake's position in his heart was unshakable. He swore this had absolutely nothing to do with the heart of the abyss, absolutely not. Humph. After Lin Qian spoke, the 3 large men paused, but they seemed completely confused as to what Lin Qian was saying, staring at him with puzzled eyes. After a moment's thought, the swollen-headed monster assumed Lin Qian was craving a taste, so he pulled the petrified puppet figure from the sauce bucket and handed it to Lin Qian. The sticky black sauce, mixed with shattered glass paper, dripped onto the ground, like the puppet figure senior crying in despair. Lin Qian instinctively stepped back. They were immortal and could touch the puppets at will, but he couldn't. However, the more he dodged, the more this guy pushed forward. Lin Qian had no choice but to shout to the heavens. Brother Fish. He immediately unleashed a soul scream to summon the fish monster. These guys wouldn't care anyway. The sound echoed, and the nearby supervisors all stopped talking and looked towards Lin Qian. Swish. The next moment, a figure appeared before Lin Qian as if teleporting. It was none other than the fish monster. It was attacking the vegetable mountain outside the city, a cabbage leaf still dangling from the corner of its mouth. What's wrong, Boss Lin? It asked with concern, crunching vigorously. Hurry up and have these brothers from Giant City put Senior Puppet down. Lin Qian gestured to the 3 large men. The fish monster slowly turned around and stopped chewing. How dare you, Mr. Lin? Before it finished its words, it vanished with a rustling sound. Following this, one of the large men vanished as well. Less than half a second later, the second vanished as well. The swollen-headed monster clutching the puppet turned around in confusion, then vanished shortly after. The next second, the fish monster reappeared. Mr. Lin, we've got it. Lin Qian blinked, staring at it blankly. It's not you. The fish monster simply extended its hand. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I've only left them at the very edge of the City of Chaos. They'll be back soon. Lin Qian rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. The puppet master is still in the hands of that last guy. Why don't you bring it back? The fish monster froze for a moment, then gave an embarrassed, sinister smile. Sorry, Boss Lin. As soon as the words left its mouth, its figure flashed twice, bringing the marionette, covered in sauce, back with it. It carefully placed it on the ground, like a toy. Plop! It fell over after a slight misstep. It glanced cautiously at Lin Qian, then lifted the marionette up, steadying it. It stepped back 2 steps, its hands folded, as if awaiting inspection. Ah! Lin Qian sighed helplessly and nodded. Thank you, Brother Fish. The fish monster finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Boss Lin, I go eat first. Those beasts ate so voraciously, I'm afraid there won't be anything left if it's too late. Okay, don't worry. Ask me again if you need more. With a swish, the fish monster vanished again. The scarecrow was now covered in the sticky sauce, its entire body changing color. Let Brother Fish rinse it. Never mind. I guess Senior Puppet Man doesn't feel anything right now. Shaking his head, Lin Qian turned and left. As he left, a chubby figure quietly emerged from the corner. Plop, plop! Brother Catfish approached with an arrogant gait, his eyes rolling as he glanced at the sauce bucket. With a single leap, he dove into the bucket with a splash. A few gulps, and the sauce was gone. Knocked the empty bucket over and slid out, nimbly rolling a few times on the ground. He then licked the sauce off his body with his tongue, smacking his lips, still unsatisfied. Finally, he set his sights on the puppet man. Click! Perhaps realizing something, the puppet, which Lin Qian had mistakenly thought was unconscious, suddenly moved slightly. Brother Catfish, oblivious, stepped forward and flicked his tongue, happily savoring it like ice cream. His tongue swept across the puppet, clearing the sauce but leaving the puppet stained. With a snap, a crack spread rapidly across the puppet. But that was all. To regain its freedom, it would have to wait until work hours to recover. A drop of water slid down the puppet's cheek, perfectly framing its current mood. What bad luck! While the City of Chaos buffet was unfolding, Lin Qian also returned to his room. He too prepared to eat. For Lin Qian, anything that increased his stats was a truly delicious delicacy. Retrieving the Eye of the Abyss from his storage space, Lin Qian felt a surge of excitement. This item had unlimited power. How much it could improve depended on its specific side effects. Chapter 417. He pulled out a 1-meter-long metal card box, counted on his fingers, and finally picked out a card. Identify card, he pointed the card at the Eye of the Abyss and selected it. A flash of white light flashed, and the card disappeared. Touching it again updated the item's information. Eye of the Abyss, a living plant that grows in the abyss. Its origin is related to a terrifying abyssal creature. Consuming it will infect you with the abyssal aura and increase your chances of hearing mysterious voices from beneath the abyss. Do not speak to it, or it will stare at you. After digestion, it increases strength by 10, agility by 10, constitution by 10, and spirit by 10. There is no upper limit on consumption, but the side effects double with each additional tablet consumed. Required consumption: constitution 200, spirit 400. After carefully reading the updated item information, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. From this perspective, it seems the added stats aren't that many. As expected of a product of the abyss, the consumption requirements are surprisingly high. Even for him, his constitution stat is barely above the minimum. Although he possessed an unusual digestive trait, allowing him to consume without requiring it, this didn't mean he could ignore the side effects. Just like when he first consumed the fire seed, the pain he endured was exponentially increased. If the amount differed significantly from the required intake, forcing digestion would cause problems. I wonder if my newly acquired abyssal adaptability trait can offset the erosion of the abyssal aura. He held the Eye of the Abyss in his hand. It was still glancing around, seemingly difficult to swallow. He took a deep breath, and the bloodline devoured it directly. A hissing white smoke rose, as the Eye of the Abyss was rapidly absorbed. Soon, a strange energy began to spread from within his body, invading every part of his body. Lin Qian's expression remained unchanged, as he carefully sensed the trajectory of the energy. He felt no discomfort. Needless to say, it was definitely the Abyss adaptation taking effect. After more than 2 minutes, the energy began to dissipate, and a faint, distorted, transparent substance appeared around Lin Qian, before eventually returning to calm. Opening his eyes, Lin Qian was puzzled. That's it? I thought it was more profound. He took out another pill, and continued absorbing it. Soon, an even stronger energy began to surge through his body. Lin Qian felt as if his body had become a cage, trapping the abyss energy, and making it restless. I see you. At that moment, an eerie voice suddenly echoed in Lin Qian's mind, faint and resonant, with a mumbling background of incomprehensible whispers. The noise was like countless unidentified creatures huddled together, grinding, tangling, and hissing. Your aura is very familiar. As the voice grew louder, Lin Qian felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his soul were shaken by some force. Then, the stone heart effect triggered. A chill spread through his mind, and the voice abruptly stopped. Lin Qian opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? A very familiar aura. Could it have truly seen me? Judging from the effect, the stone heart's properties should still be enough to withstand it. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, preparing to take another pill. Buzz! This time, surging abyssal energy emanated directly from Lin Qian's body, distorting the surrounding environment. However, thanks to his adaptive nature to the abyss, Lin Qian remained unaffected. On the contrary, the voice didn't reappear, which surprised Lin Qian, who had been mentally prepared. Soon, the third Eye of the Abyss was digested. After a moment's thought, he picked up the fourth. Aside from the even more surging abyssal energy, the voice still didn't reappear. Huh? Could it be that Stoneheart cut off the signal? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, letting his guard down a bit. He glanced at his inventory. 3 left. Try another. The bloodline devoured the 5th eye of the abyss. Lin Qian slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind, and completely ignoring the raging abyssal energy. Hee hee. Just then, a hoarse laugh echoed in his mind. Lin Qian's expression changed. Here you are? You're actually a rare Stoneheart. You didn't expect that. I kept silent for the first 2 times because I knew I had to get closer to shake a Stoneheart. Now, I can see more clearly. So shocked? Haha. Hearing it, Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. He glanced around, as if the voice's owner was right beside him. It could even read his expression. Lin Qian's heart pounded, but he still remembered the information on the item upgrade and didn't respond to the voice. The next moment, Lin Qian suddenly felt a tingling sensation on the side of his neck. Reaching it, he discovered a tumor had grown out of nowhere. The tumor rapidly squirmed, and soon, a crack appeared in its center. An eyeball resembling the eye of the abyss suddenly emerged from Lin Qian's neck. I see you! I see you! The voice grew increasingly excited, deafening, like 1,000 different voices fused together. Lin Qian was horrified, as he could feel the eyeball rapidly expanding and enlarging, squeezing his head so hard that it bit uncontrollably to the side. Shit! Cursing silently, Lin Qian suddenly swung his hand, his armor automatically transforming into a blade, slicing straight at the eyeball on his neck. With a swish, the eyeball was severed and rolled on the ground, rapidly withering and blackening as if it had lost its moisture, like a rotten apple. Just as Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief, he felt the same tingling sensation on his back. And that was just the beginning. The next moment, tumors began to form on his arms, thighs, chest, and everywhere else on his body. Ha ha. I see you. I see you. The voice didn't fade, but only grew more excited. Then, the Stoneheart effect triggered. However, even after the voice stopped, the tumors continued to grow. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and then unleashed his pure fire with all his might. Burn! With a whoosh, the cyber nightscape room suddenly lit up like daylight. Lin Qian's clothes vanished into ash, vanishing along with those disgusting eye tumors. The flames blazed for over a minute before Lin Qian finally retracted them, his chest heaving violently. The room was frighteningly hot, but he broke out in a cold sweat. I was a little careless. Thankfully, the pure fire was able to restrain that monstrous thing. Otherwise, Lin Qian would have rushed to the City of Chaos to seek help from his colleagues. After standing there naked for a moment, he waited, confirming that no new tumors had grown, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. Chapter 418. 5 Eyes of the Abyss, yielding a total of 200 stat points, but nearly encountering a major crisis. Lin Qian didn't plan to take the remaining 2. The risk was too great, and the payoff was mediocre, barely a reward for over-completing a mission. It wasn't worth it. It would be better to take 2 more dungeons. While it would be a bit time-consuming, it would at least be safe. If he encountered 2 more anomalous invaders, who were short-sighted and seeking their own deaths, he would make a killing, enjoying both the food and the spoils. It seems I've gotten a bit inflated, because things have been going so smoothly lately. The Eye of the Abyss's loss of control served as a wake-up call for Lin Qian, forcing him to reconsider the dangers of the Infinity Tower. While he could still survive with resurgence, he still had to be extremely cautious. After all, so many powerful colleagues had been exterminated, what could he possibly gain? Nude, Lin Qian stood in the room, reflecting on himself. After a long moment, he finally found his clothes and put them on. I wonder when I can get some fireproof clothing. Otherwise, if I encounter a strong enemy, I'd be naked in the middle of a fight. Others will think I'm a pervert. Sighing, Lin Qian opened his dashboard to take a look. Name, Lin Qian, Level 2 Supervisor 480/1000, Strength, 265. Agility, 170.1. Constitution, 253. Spirit, 801.9. Traits, Stoneheart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection, Unburned, Abyssal Adaptation. All 4 attributes were increased by 50 points. Not only did Spirit break through 800, but even Agility, which had been in the Cold Palace, finally received a favor. There was no other way. Agility was Lin Qian's lowest priority for attribute points. When he was short of points, he could only get a small amount when eating from the communal pot. However, Lin Qian was determined to develop his spirit all around. Once his spirit reached 1000, he would follow suit with the other 3 attributes, and then repeat the same strategy. First, increase spirit, then strength, then constitution, and finally agility. Agility couldn't talk anyway, so it couldn't complain about Lin Qian's favoritism. The 40 free attributes he used to lead the 5 teams to complete the mission were allocated to spirit, bringing it to 841.9, just 159 points away from 1000. There was no other way. Lin Qian could only add whole numbers. Moreover, spirit couldn't be replenished through food like strength and constitution could. Although Lin Qian always found that last 0.9 annoying, he couldn't do anything about it. Looks like I'd be meeting Brother Evil soon. Takes a deep breath, feeling both anticipation and nervousness. At this stage of his development, there aren't many things that could make him nervous. Although both belong to the leopard room, Bald Monster and Evil Demon couldn't be more different. Compared to Evil Demon, Snake Brother looks incredibly adorable. Of course, snakes are just adorable. A glance at the timer revealed there was still over an hour until the safe exploration period ended. Clicking on the list, I saw Jiang Jinshan was online. It just so happened he had something to tell me. Lin Qian, build me a luxurious building template. Still the building block style, but with higher quality materials and better soundproofing. Jiang Jinshan, Your Excellency. Looking at the other party's reply, Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Qian, stop imitating Su Mian's useless nonsense and get down to business. Jiang Jinshan, okay, Brother Qian, tell me what you need specifically. Lin Qian, soundproofing and lightproofing are crucial. Then, it needs to be spacious, comfortable, and impressive. Ideally, a 3-story building with different amenities on each floor. Reserve a mushroom cultivation room on the first floor. Ask an expert who knows about snakes' habits. They could offer some ideas based on this. Hot springs, swimming pool, bathroom, sauna, temperature control system, music system, large soft bed, massage chair, and yes, a dedicated dressing room with a larger mirror. The exterior is also very important this time. We must hire a professional designer to do it. There's no rush. The main goal is to provide the best living experience. Jiang Jinshan, I've got it all. Brother Qian, anything else to add? Lin Qian, oh right, carve a plaque for me outside this building. Snake Palace. Jiang Jinshan, nice name. Lin Qian, since that's the case, we can do 1 or 2, so let's build 2 more. Jiang Jinshan, Brother Qian, you decide. Lin Qian, one that's more fun, with more children's facilities like slides, trampolines, and rock climbing. It should be smaller in size, and have a sign called Puppet House. Also, let's build a giant structure, with a resident over 4 meters tall. The facilities can be crude, but the exterior must be large and impressive. You can be creative with this. Anyway, the Snake Palace is the most important. It must be the most luxurious and extravagant. The Puppet House is second, and should be exquisitely designed. The rest are pretty straightforward. Jiang Jinshan, okay, Brother Qian, I've arranged it. Lin Qian, okay, we talk when we have something else to say. Jiang Jinshan, Brother Qian, there's something else. Lin Qian, go ahead. Jiang Jinshan, one of my men found a strange guy in the dungeon. He's wearing the same black robe as the one we encountered last time. His face is hard to see, and even high-end scanners can't see through it. I suspect he might be an assassin hiding in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian perked up. Lin Qian, what type of dungeon? Jiang Jinshan, it's in a tech dungeon, and in a city we've essentially taken control of now. Maybe my subordinate wasn't particularly strong, and with so many dungeon worlds around, he was mistaken for an NPC. Lin Qian, okay, summon me later, I go check it out. Another anomalous intruder, Lin Qian was excited. His experience points were almost halfway through, and he was not far from being promoted to a level 3 supervisor. And with Novi's operation going on, if everything went smoothly, he might be promoted in 1 round. The future is promising, the future is promising. Lin Qian, recovering from his recent nervousness, began to brighten his mood. Since it was still within safe exploration time, he would go to Skeleton City, and pick up a few thugs before heading over. Possessing the Infinite Boxing Championship's cloak of invisibility was also a testament to his strength. The Eye of the Abyss rekindled Lin Qian's almost lost caution, especially with a target of unknown strength. Just bringing a colleague along would give him an infinite sense of security. I wonder if Brother Snake would be willing to accompany me. His clothes are torn, and he seems a bit down. By the way, have Ian Shung design a few more outfits for Brother Snake. I didn't expect Brother Snake to be quite so conceited. Chapter 419. New Era Company's new prosthetic, the T-3100 glider, will give you the feeling of rocket-like propulsion. The hover train glided silently past, transforming the sky into a vast canvas displaying prosthetics advertisements. A gentle female voice echoed from all directions, its precise technology unclear. New Era Company is our power in this world. This is all thanks to Brother Qian for taking out those devils and clearing the way for me. In the square, footsteps clattered, and most of the pedestrians had vacant expressions, their eyes flickering with faint glints. But surprisingly, these people passed each other, as if meticulously calculated, without even a single collision or obstruction. Their efficiency was remarkable, exuding a strong sense of order and unreality. A microcomputer, no need for prosthetic eyes. It looks like a contact lens. While small, it's packed with features. Not only can you experience the virtual world immersively, but you can also control, monitor, and even manage your prosthetics. Seeing Lin Qian seemed quite curious about the pedestrian's conditions, Jiang Jinshan beside him immediately explained. Is this also a product of your company? Lin Qian asked, somewhat surprised. Jiang Jinshan shook his head. This is from another company. Our company specializes in combat prosthetics, not entertainment. By the way, Brother Qian, I've outsourced the task you instructed me to do earlier to this company. Judging from their progress, it should be finished within a week. He was referring to the social network system of the City of Chaos. Lin Qian nodded. All right, we talk about this later. Where did you find the person? Jiang Jinshan raised his hand, and a projection flickered into view. I've had it monitored. There's been no abnormalities in recent days. The projection showed a figure cloaked in a concealment cloak walking down a dark alley. The surroundings were filthy and messy, with all sorts of unsightly garbage strewn everywhere. Lin Qian frowned. Where is this? It feels terrible. Jiang Jinshan retracted the projection and pointed down. It's underground. In the slums, we call them the sewers. I started out there, and met a lot of talented people. Lin Qian nodded gently. Just give me the location. Don't follow me. This person's strength was unknown, so it was best not to bring any burdens along. Do your best to disperse the crowd nearby to avoid accidental injury. Okay, Brother Qian. Taking the locator from Jiang Jinshan, Lin Qian found a backlit corner, performed shadow walk, and quickly slipped underground. Meanwhile, in the sewers, at the food court, the black-robed man walked languidly to a familiar stall, placed his hands on the table, and sighed deeply. Ah! The owner, wearing a pair of prosthetic eyes, glanced at him, then skillfully opened the cabinet, and pulled out the ingredients he had prepared long ago. These were the ingredients this regular customer ordered daily. What's wrong? Failed again? The owner chatted casually with the black-robed man as he cooked, the two of them sounding like longtime friends. Don't mention it. We were just a little bit closer. I felt like I was on the verge of finding a clue, but I didn't expect it to be just that little bit closer. The boss chuckled and quickly stir-fried the ingredients in the wok. I really don't understand. You're so unstoppable in action games. Even professional players have been defeated by your punches, and even the most famous esports companies have come here to ask for clues about you. Why do you prefer to compete with puzzle games? He turned off the heat, placed the dish on a plate, and passed it to the black-robed man. The black-robed man lowered his head, leaned over the plate, and greedily inhaled the aroma of the food. You don't understand. I like challenging activities. Action games are too easy for me to win. They're boring. He picked up the chopsticks nearby and began to eat slowly. You really are an amazing race. Not only are you full of creativity in game design, but you're also a master in cooking. A perfect blend of flavors, using simple and crude methods to create the most enticing dishes. By the way, are you interested in coming with me and becoming my personal chef? The black-robed man leaned forward, asking the chef expectantly. What? Are you moving? The chef didn't answer his question, instead looking at him nervously. But it's true. A genius like you could easily secure a ticket to the surface by simply taking on a contract with any company. Ah, I just hope you come back once in a while to see me, your old friend. Come to think of it, you've been eating here since the first day I opened my shop. So much time has passed without me noticing. It's a shame I already have my own family, and recently added a new member. As much as I'd love to join you in breathing the air above, I can't. They need me. The chef sighed regretfully, as if he had already prepared for today. Don't overthink it. I'm just asking. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. After all, cooking is influenced by the chef's mood. You're only the second chef I've met with such strong creativity. I cherish you. The chef's interest was piqued upon hearing this. I'm the second? Then who was the first? The man in black couldn't help but shudder at the mention of this. That's a terrifying creature. His food is either incredibly delicious or horrible. The problem is, you can't refuse. I saw it with my own eyes. He sliced a person into pieces who refused to eat. He then added a dish called flesh and blood rose. Slurp. The man in black sipped, as if savoring the flavors of that day. But the chef rolled his eyes speechlessly. What horror puzzle game plot is this from? I think I've heard a lot of similar stories. The black-robed figure smiled faintly, offering no explanation, as he continued to savor his meal. The chef couldn't help but look down at his face, marveling. By the way, how did you achieve that blurry effect on your face? Projection? Just then, accompanied by the sound of steady footsteps, a tall, thin figure in a giant leather jacket slowly approached. Ouch! New customer. The chef's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to greet them. Please take a seat. Take a look at the menu. What would you like to eat? Lin Qian frowned slightly, as he watched the black-robed figure enjoying his meal with his back to him. What's going on? Aren't you going to start yet? He wasn't in a hurry, so he sat down next to the black-robed figure and pointed at his plate. Give me an identical portion. Since Brother Snake is staying in the Hound Dimension, there's no need to worry about a sneak attack. What is security? This is security. Chapter 420. Hearing Lin Qian's words, the black-robed man was slightly startled and turned to glance at him. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint red glow brewing in them, his eyes poised to strike. But he didn't expect the man's next words to confuse Lin Qian. Not bad, very tasteful. His voice was tinged with a hint of pride as he introduced the ingredients in his bowl like a shopping guide. Shell the shrimp, leaving the brains. Pan-fry to release the oil. Dissolve in the broth. Add the tofu and mushrooms. Before the broth boils. Stop, stop, stop! Lin Qian interrupted his rambling. Which of you two is the chef? Why is this story taking a different direction than he expected? Haha, even though I'm a chef, I've received a lot of instruction in cooking. The person next to you is a seasoned foodie with a very discerning palate. Sir, you're in for a treat. I don't usually serve this dish to anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a dish with all the right colors, aromas, and flavors was served. Lin Qian sniffed it. It was indeed delicious. He took a skeptical bite. He suddenly sat up straight and began to devour the food. He devoured it voraciously, his plate empty. The chef and the black-robed man were stunned. The way he ate was horrible. Delicious. Another helping. The chef hesitated. Because of the ingredients, the price of this dish. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qian picked up the communicator and waved it casually. Then, a golden light flashed in the chef's righteous eyes, leaving him stunned. Your cooking skills are excellent. Give me an annual membership. I come often. Lin Qian expressed his approval to the chef. This is too much, sir. The chef's voice was trembling. Lin Qian waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and serve the food. The chef busied himself with work, as if pumped with energy, while Lin Qian focused his attention on the black-robed figure beside him. Friend, you're disrespecting the food by eating so quickly. The black-robed figure was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke. Lin Qian's eyes narrowed again. So what are you going to do? A red light shone in his eyes again. The next moment, the black-robed figure simply picked up his plate and moved to a seat to the side. I'm going to stay away from you. Lin Qian was speechless, too lazy to test the waters. What exactly do you do? What's your purpose in coming to this dungeon world? At this, the black-robed figure finally responded. He slowly put down his chopsticks and turned to look at Lin Qian. You are a survivor? Lin Qian rolled his eyes. What else? The black-robed man was shocked. How did you find me? Lin Qian pointed at his black robe. With such a conspicuous cloak, how could it possibly hide from anyone? The black-robed man suddenly realized something and nodded. Oh, that's why. But then he thought again and realized something else. No. How do you, a newcomer who hasn't even left the protection period, know about the cloak? Lin Qian sighed. After these few words, he was almost certain that this guy wasn't an assassin targeting him. But he couldn't figure out why such an unusual intruder would linger in the dungeon world. It can't just be about eating, drinking, and having fun. Who could be so incompetent? Stop the nonsense and tell me your purpose. Lin Qian stared at him, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Hey! Calm down. But the black-robed man suddenly raised his hand, as if afraid of a confrontation. I'm a very honest person here. I spend all day playing games, enjoying delicious food, and never causing trouble. Lin Qian stood up and slowly approached. Why should I trust you? But just then, the chef's nervous voice came from behind. Sir! Please calm down. Let's talk it over. Don't use force. He's my friend. He's a little eccentric. If he's offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Lin Qian was stunned and turned to look at the chef. The dungeon NPC was actually speaking for him. He was truly baffled. Are you making a living here? Although he coveted the supervisor points that were readily available, Lin Qian couldn't find a reason to act. He wasn't the type to resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. Instead, he had his own code of conduct. Of course, he wasn't a slavish fool either. Even if he accidentally hurt innocent people, he wouldn't feel any guilt. A glance at the timer showed that Snake could still protect himself for the better part of an hour. Let's see how the other party performs in that time. Half an hour later. In an unassuming corner of the slums, behind a rusty door, lay a different world. Spacious, bright, and tidy. A huge screen displayed the game. A cloak of invisibility hung on a nearby clothes rack. Lin Qian sat on the sofa, concentrating on searching for clues on the screen. Next to him, a terrifying-looking figure, his yellow eyes also moving back and forth, dared not breathe. He had no hair, and his body was covered in a thick layer of gray-black protective film. His eye sockets were deep, his nose was thick, and his mouth was full of sharp teeth. Even in a game, he could have won a boss role, but in reality, he was a video game nerd. After removing the cloak of invisibility, Lin Qian could sense the level of danger this guy posed. Fortunately, it wasn't high, about the same level as Novi. However, the difference between the two was that this guy didn't have Novi's cautiousness at all, but rather a carefree attitude. He answered whatever he asked, as if he had a lot of confidence and was fearless. It's this level I've been stuck on for ages. To clear it, I even went to a dungeon and put all my rewards into agility. Unfortunately, because I knew my agility couldn't reach its limit, I gave up on development and focused on strength and vitality. But when it came time to use them, I was dumbfounded. You must learn from my mistakes. Don't give up on development just because you can't reach your stat limit. Agility is also very important. Lin Qian's brows furrowed further and further. Can you please shut up and stop rambling? Oh. The guy immediately shut up. After all, this was his hired help, so he had to be polite. At the same time, Lin Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he reached out and tapped the air. Ding! After a crisp sound, the scene suddenly changed. Water ripples slowly spread and eventually closed. Level cleared. As the level clearance notification popped up, Lin Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The story unfolded simply. The two of them were chatting, and Lin Qian asked what he was doing there. He said he was playing games, and was about to leave after completing a level. Then Lin Qian couldn't help but ask, what game could possibly stump a survivor with attributes far superior to those of ordinary people? Now he knew. There really was one. Chapter 421. Come here. My friend, this is my treasure. A cup of glittering liquid was handed to Lin Qian. He frowned and reached out to take it, but the next moment, an item information suddenly popped up in his mind. Dream Spring Water. After first consumption, gain +5 Constitution and +5 Spirit, and create a pleasant illusion. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. This guy was quite generous. He actually used an item of this caliber to entertain guests. He took a tentative sip, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air. His eyes lit up, and he gulped it down in one gulp. Ha! Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Qian was about to ask where this thing came from, when he suddenly felt a golden light flash before his eyes. Looking up, he was stunned. He saw a golden throne slowly rising before him, its steps made of pure gold. Your Majesty, please. A familiar voice came from beside him. Lin Qian turned stiffly, his pupils shrinking. The demonic elder brother, emanating a dark aura, cautiously used his tentacles to support himself as he stepped forward. He let out a silly laugh, slowly stood up, and walked forward. Behind the golden throne, Snake Brother, dressed in guard attire, walked out with his head held high, his sword gleaming at his waist. Minjia followed closely behind him, and the two of them, one on each side, simultaneously bowed to Lin Qian. Stand up, haha, stand up. Lin Qian slowly extended his hand and gestured to the two in a regal voice. Your Majesty, this year's tax returns have arrived. A total of 100 billion strange gold coins. More than enough for you to buy the Infinity Building. TSK, TSK, TSK. Then, another familiar voice echoed, and the bald monster materialized out of nowhere. It wore golden glasses, held a ledger, and looked like a financial manager. Buy them all. Ha ha. Lin Qian's smile was almost crooked. Just then, a door suddenly opened behind him, and a bright light shone in. Lin Qian turned around excitedly. Then, a sudden chill spread through his mind, and everything in sight vanished in an instant. Lin Qian froze in place, blinking and glancing at his raised arm. It had been left there for the demon to support him. Looking around, he saw the black-skinned monster lying on the sofa, grinning idiotically. Hey! Hey! The creature fumbled with his hands, drooling. His legs tossed and turned, his body gradually shifting from a supine position to an inverted position, spinning around on the sofa like a needle, and finally sliding to the ground. Stone-hard trait. Lin Qian suddenly gritted his teeth. You cut it off right when it was getting exciting. All spiritual influences, good or bad, are within your jurisdiction, right? You're meddling too much. Fury raging with nowhere to vent, Lin Qian began to mutter about the stone-hard trait. Sitting back on the sofa, Lin Qian checked the time. Snake Brother had already gone to work. Glancing at the black-skinned monster, still trapped in the illusion, Lin Qian decided not to leave. But just in case, he pulled out the Infinite Boxing Tournament card and held it close. It never hurts to be cautious. If all goes well, this could be his second alien friend. Just the Star Tribe is still too limiting. And judging by his behavior, he's like one of those spoiled children from wealthy families, with an air of impunity. The race behind him must be much more powerful than the Star Clan. Wait until this guy escapes from the illusion. Lin Qian silently waited while playing games. However, as time went on, Lin Qian's mood grew worse. This thing's effects are so long-lasting. Sure Xian. Look at what you've done. The black-skinned monster's laughter made Lin Qian's eyelids twitch. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore. He stood up, walked over to the black-skinned monster, and slapped it twice. Paw! Paw! Perhaps the drug's effects were about to wear off. The black-skinned monster was suddenly awakened by Lin Qian's blow. Huh? He stood up with a jerk. Who's knocking at the door? Lin Qian leaned back on the sofa, feigning a dazed look as he staggered to his feet. What's going on? The black-skinned monster glanced at him, his eyes devoid of any suspicion. Don't move. The dizziness will pass soon. This is your first time, so the effects will probably be greater. It'd be fine after a few more drinks. He sat down again, shook his head, and regained consciousness. How's it going, my friend? This stuff is potent, isn't it? Lin Qian rolled his eyes inwardly. It feels a bit like picking up bad habits from the wrong friends. Thinking of this, Lin Qian immediately turned to ask the black-skinned monster. Does this stuff have any side effects? The black-skinned monster still looked unsatisfied. After hearing Lin Qian's words, he slowly shook his head. Side effects? None. At most, the drug's potency might be too strong, potentially causing behavioral problems and ultimately trauma. But for survivors like us, that's completely negligible. Lin Qian nodded. Then I'm relieved. By the way, how much of this dream spring water do you have left? The black monster pondered. It's been a while since I've been back, and the stock in my storage space is really running low. If I use those cups we used earlier, I'd probably be able to hold over 100 cups? Lin Qian's eyelids twitched slightly. This sheep seems a bit fat. A smile broke out on his face. Brother, what's your name? What race? What's your number? Lin Qian began to check the household registration. Evil Ghost Clan? Why does that race name feel a bit unconventional? Hearing this, Lin Qian, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The black monster shrugged helplessly. I think it's quite normal. It's the human race, on the other hand. What is a human? Lin Qian looked at him in confusion. Haven't you heard of humans and giants? The black-skinned monster's expression, however, grew even more confused. What's the connection between giants and humans? Lin Qian was stunned, then suddenly realized. He almost forgotten that their language was translated by the system, so while he heard giants and humans as related, it sounded different to the other side. Similarly, the so-called evil ghosts and star tribes were merely the result of the system's translation. Their original meanings were uncertain. It doesn't matter. Lin Qian waved his hand, dismissing the question. What's your name? Black Dog? Who's called Black Dog? There's something wrong with the translation. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Let's swap numbers. We can become friends. By the way, how many of you evil ghosts have reached the second level of the leader level? What? 13? Chapter 422. Star Tribe? Hearing Lin Qian's words, Black Dog frowned, pondering for a long moment before finally shaking his head. I haven't heard of them. Lin Qian was stunned. How could I not have heard of them? They also have a leader who broke the second level. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, Black Dog suddenly realized something. Huh? Just one. No wonder I haven't heard of him. Lin Qian was speechless. This kid was being rather arrogant. There are many races like this in the Infinity Building, teetering on the brink of extinction solely on the strength of a single leader. They usually don't have much say, so I rarely pay attention to them. Black Dog shrugged, speaking the truth. Perhaps because he lived here so long, some of his body language habits resemble those of humans. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, looking at Black Dog hesitantly. Your evil ghost tribe has 13 leaders. What level do you hold in the building? Black Dog immediately gave the answer. They're just mid-level, not enough to be targeted by other races. The real power will always lie in the hands of the ancient races that possess masters who have surpassed the third level. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lin Qian had previously received confirmation from Novi that the group in the Leopard House were the so-called ancient race. Also survivors, they had access to the building and were able to operate the Leopard House. Even so, they were still fearful enough. Lin Qian's current level was too low to reach this level, but he had a suspicion. The puppet elder once said he had seen a level 4 supervisor, but his memory had been forcibly erased. From this description, one could tell how powerful a level 4 supervisor was. Whether there were higher level 5 overseers above that was unknown. But he believed that sooner or later, he would be able to access these secrets. He just needed to maintain steady progress and gradually upgrade his overseer rank. And now was the perfect time to earn overseer points. Black Dog, do me a favor. Lin Qian spoke directly. What's up, my friend? Lin Qian smiled faintly. You can just call me Li Jin. Well, I recently made a deal with a member of the Star Clan. The deal was to exchange something called a life egg for the lives of 100 alien survivors. As you can see, I'm just a newcomer who hasn't yet left the protection period, so I'm not quite sure of the life egg's value. I'd like to ask you. As Lin Qian spoke, he secretly observed Black Dog's expression. He noticed that Black Dog was initially quite calm, but when he heard the word life egg, he froze. Before Lin Qian could finish, he suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. Brother Li Jin, what did you just say? The egg of life? What kind of egg of life? Lin Qian put on a full-on act, looking puzzled by his reaction. I don't understand either. It's just a heavy stone egg, about this size. He stretched out his hand to gesture, and the next moment, with a snap, Black Dog grabbed his hand. Brother. His breathing became heavy. Sell it to me. Please, you must sell this to me. Whatever you want, just ask. We, the evil ghosts, will absolutely do our best to satisfy your request. Really? Don't bother with that bullshit Star Clan. They're just trying to trick you. Lin Qian read undisguised desire in the man's orange-yellow eyes, even a hint of pleading. He feigned embarrassment and pondered for a moment. Well, but I only have one, and I've already promised the Star Clan. It wouldn't be nice to break my promise. Then, Black Dog's words startled Lin Qian. Star Clan, huh? Don't worry, brother. I won't make things difficult for you. I go back and report to the elders. We wipe out this race as quickly as possible. That way, brother, there's no chance of you breaking your promise. Before he finished his words, he turned and tried to leave. Hey! Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly grabbed him. No need. Since you seem so eager, brother, you must need something like this even more. I'm just curious. What's the use of this stone egg called the Egg of Life? Is it valuable? Lin Qian asked knowingly, just to test Black Dog's character. Brother Li Jin, this Egg of Life is an extremely rare treasure. Even those who have broken through the second or even third level of the Supreme Being would fight for it. Black Dog described the function of the Egg of Life in detail, roughly the same as what Nuawei had told him, both mentioning the life source that can prolong life. Not bad, an honest guy. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. Black Dog followed up with a question. Brother, tell me what you want. Be bold and ask. Lin Qian pondered for 2 seconds. I want an item that can break level 2. Black Dog's expectant face suddenly fell. Brother, you... He stammered, unable to finish. Haha, just kidding. To be honest, I'm practicing an evil curse skill, so right now, what I need most are survivors of alien races. Weak ones are not acceptable, at least with a single attribute broken level 1. Hearing this, Black Dog's troubled expression finally eased. That's easy. Tell me, how many do you want? Lin Qian smiled faintly. The Star Tribe's price is 100. Black Dog's expression changed slightly, as if he was a little embarrassed. He knew that if he wanted to cut in mid-sentence, he would have to offer a higher price. Gritting his teeth, he held up 2 fingers. We, the evil ghost tribe, will offer 200. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat, his eyelids twitching, but he forced himself to maintain his expression. It's just... Black Dog struggled to find the words, secretly observing Lin Qian's reaction, fearing he might change his mind. It might take a while. Lin Qian deliberately looked embarrassed. But I'm a little anxious, Black Dog added quickly. I can offer other compensation. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. How about this? First, give me a batch to test the saltiness. Try your best to see how much you can get. Black Dog pondered. It's hard to say. We have to capture them now, and the mission will take time. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched again. He suddenly realized he seemed to have overlooked a crucial step. Ahem. Well, brother Black Dog. Actually, you don't have to capture prisoners. You just need to find a way to bring them to me. I take care of the rest. Black Dog was stunned upon hearing this. Huh? Leave it to you? You're a newcomer who hasn't even finished his protection period. Stop it. Chapter 423. Black Dog looked Lin Qian up and down, his tone undisguised with suspicion. Lin Qian smiled kindly. Actually, I'm still quite strong. Black Dog shook his head like a rattle. No, brother. Take my advice. You're still in your protection period, so you won't face any strong opponents. Confidence is a good thing, but getting too cocky can be very devastating. Lin Qian's smile remained bright. How about we have a friendly sparring match? At this, Black Dog looked at him in disbelief. You, sparring with me? Forget it. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength and hurt you. Black Dog shook his wrist. Although I can sense that you've broken through the first limit, there's still a huge gap between breaking one and breaking another. More important than attributes is the level of ability. Lin Qian chuckled. It's okay. It's just a chance for me to experience the might of a powerful tribe. Black Dog sighed. Well, actually, recognizing your own shortcomings early isn't a bad thing. I'm helping you in disguise. The 2 men moved apart, and Black Dog began to stretch his shoulders. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last fought. Wait, if I accidentally hurt you, you won't be angry, will you? Lin Qian smiled. Don't worry, I won't. Black Dog nodded. That's good. Come on. At a nearby stall, a chef, having earned a fortune, hummed a tune as he poured ingredients into a wok. With a crackling sound, flames erupted, and he skillfully picked up the wok handle and began to stir. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion erupted in the distance, accompanied by faint flashes of crimson lightning. A building collapsed. The chef, startled, trembled, and the ingredients in the pot flew out, scattering all over the floor. What's going on? The customer, his head covered in ingredients, turned back in fear, reached out to brush away the vegetable leaves blocking his eyes, and stared in the direction of the collapse with a look of shock. Black Dog? Hey, wake up. Snap. Are you okay? Amidst the rubble, Lin Qian shook Black Dog's collar vigorously, occasionally giving him a slap. Finally, Black Dog let out a long, lingering howl. Lin Qian had no choice but to take out a high-level healing potion and inject it into the dog. Soon, the potion took effect, and Black Dog slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? His voice was a little erratic. You're home. Lin Qian responded calmly. Impossible, my house isn't that shabby. Black Dog shook his head. Lin Qian was speechless. When I heard you say that, I thought you were so strong, but you can't even take a beating. Black Dog's mouth twitched, tears nearly streaming. Brother, this is just a sparring match. There's no need to use the strength of a giant against me. That thing can crack even a lump of iron, and I'm just flesh and blood. If you had told me you could do that, I wouldn't have fought you. Ouch. My bones. Lin Qian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Not really. I was holding back. Black Dog was stunned, looking at Lin Qian, then at the ruins behind him. You call that holding back? Lin Qian nodded and gestured with his fingers. If I don't hold back, this whole area, from here to there, will be reduced to ash. As soon as he said this, Black Dog suddenly made some kind of gesture with his chest, mumbling something about God bless you. How about another round when you're ready? Lin Qian looked unsatisfied. No, no. Black Dog was startled and waved his hand quickly. Let's get down to business. The law enforcement team will be here soon. Lin Qian waved his hand. No problem, I make arrangements. He picked up the communicator and called Jiang Jinshan directly. Tell that law enforcement team to get out of here. Let's get down to business. The next second, Jiang Jinshan's crisp response came through the communicator. Yes. Black Dog blinked, and his gaze towards Lin Qian shifted slightly. Back to business. Give me 3 days to prepare. I try to bring as many people as possible in the first batch. Black Dog gave a precise deadline. It's best if it's no less than 10. Lin Qian also gave his bottom price. Black Dog nodded. Don't worry, it's definitely more than 10. Lin Qian smiled slightly. Actually, if we really can't muster enough people, we can use items as compensation. For example, you could get more of that dream spring water you just offered me. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to improve his men's abilities. That's easy. If the deal goes through, I give you 1,000 or 800 cups without a problem. After all, the source of the dream spring water is in the hands of our evil ghost tribe. Black Dog once again demonstrated to Lin Qian what it meant to be wealthy and powerful. Lin Qian's heart was just beginning to surge with envy, but then he suddenly thought of the hundreds of life eggs quietly resting in his own storage space. The envy instantly vanished, and his back straightened. In terms of foundation, he still had the upper hand. The two exchanged numbers and added each other as friends. 17160329, a 5-digit area. Lin Qian was stunned by the other person's number. He had assumed that the demonic clan was so powerful that their area number might even be higher than the Star clan's, but he hadn't expected it to have one more digit than his own. Hearing Lin Qian's confusion, Black Dog sighed softly. The area number doesn't actually represent the time of entry into the building. It's just that numbers within the same tribe tend to be similar. For example, after this Star clan is exterminated, the area will be vacant. When the next tribe enters the building, they will occupy it. I've seen a beast clan with a 2-digit area number on a mission before. It had just left its protected period. Lin Qian suddenly realized that he had made a mistake on this point. Okay, let's get in touch if there's anything. I have to report back quickly. Don't worry, brother. Although most of us in the demon clan are murderous, we strictly abide by our promises and won't commit murder or robbery. You can ask that Star clan about this. Lin Qian nodded. He wasn't afraid of this. After all, he wasn't going to the meeting alone. He would definitely bring a bag of fellow overseers with him. No matter what, he was going to get the overseer points. It was just a matter of how many. I previously told the Star tribe that the life egg wasn't in my possession simply out of fear they might do something foolish. After all, it was my only window to the outside world. Now that the demon tribe had joined me, I felt less cautious. After bidding Lin Qian farewell, the Black Dog quickly vanished in a flash of white light. This time, with such a huge harvest, Lin Qian was in a good mood. Glancing at the NPCs gathering around the ruins, he waved his hand casually. It's okay. It's all my fault. I paid for it. Chapter 424. Ding-ling-ling. A familiar bell rang out as Lin Qian approached the counter, retrieved a life egg from his storage, and placed it down. Puff! A familiar cloud of stardust billowed, and the bald monster appeared out of thin air behind the counter. Again. It was about to say something when its gaze was drawn to the life egg on the counter. This is... Lin Qian nodded with a mysterious smile. It was his conversation with Black Dog that reminded him that the bald monster seemed to be a survivor. Even if it wasn't, its tribe members were. And judging by the fur balls he had seen before, the bald monster also aged. He was certain that this creature had probably lost a significant amount of its life force, otherwise it wouldn't be so bald. But as the saying goes, a profiteer is a profiteer. It wouldn't show the same eagerness as Black Dog or Novi. Where did you get it? The first question it asked was about Lin Qian's source. Lin Qian rolled his eyes. How could he possibly tell someone such a thing? Just tell me whether you take it or not. The bald-haired monster's expression remained unchanged, seemingly troubled. This thing. However, Lin Qian didn't play by the rules at all. Seeing him hesitant, he simply took the life egg from the counter. If you don't want it, forget it. I ask someone else. He strode towards the door with alacrity, clearly preparing to leave. After all, it was too much money to let this unscrupulous merchant suffer a setback. Therefore, he planned to wait a little longer before returning. Little thing. No! My friend. Please wait. Finally, As Lin Qian was about to reach the door, the bald-haired monster could no longer sit still, and quickly called out to Lin Qian. However, the more eager it appeared, the more determined Lin Qian became to leave. Just as he was about to gracefully open the door and depart, a sudden sense of weightlessness washed over him. Puff! His vision blurred. Lin Qian blinked and realized he had been teleported to the counter. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young man, look at you, you're being too impatient. This isn't good. The bald monster stepped onto the counter and rubbed his hands nervously. Lin Qian stared at it in disbelief. How dare you restrict a customer's personal freedom? With a swish, he pulled the teleport card for room 666 from his storage. Believe it or not, I'd rather feed this thing to a dog than give it to you. The bald monster's eyelids twitched, and he quickly reached out to soothe it. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. We have something to discuss. Seeing its unusually respectful attitude, Lin Qian slowly sat down. Tell me, how much can you offer? The bald-haired monster was slightly stunned, hesitantly holding up a finger. Oh! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. 10,000? The bald-haired monster's mouth twitched. 100? Lin Qian stood up and left without hesitation. No, I'm leaving. The bald-haired monster was anxious. Stop! These are the trading rules of this room. I can only offer this price. I told you, the price isn't set by me. There are other ways to trade. Don't be so impatient. Hearing this, Lin Qian turned around with a stern look on his face. What other ways? Tell me. He didn't even sit down, leaning against the counter, pretending to be ready to leave at any moment. The bald-haired monster let out a long sigh, looking at Lin Qian with a strange look, muttering to himself. Why has this kid suddenly become so difficult to talk to? Who did he learn this from? It pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. You can name your price first, and then I have my tribe contact you, and you two can trade. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Let me name my price? Then I want a level 2 item. The bald monster's eyelids twitched again. That price is a bit too unreasonable. Lin Qian was unhappy. What? You're calling me unreasonable? No, I'm leaving. He turned and walked away. No, we can negotiate. The bald monster jumped off the counter, fiddling with its short legs, trying to persuade Lin Qian to stay. Finally, Lin Qian reluctantly stopped at the door. What price can you offer? The bald monster gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. The life egg's function was too special, and he was really worried that this brat would give it to some tentacle monster as a gift as soon as he left. I can offer 2 broken-level items. Lin Qian was delighted upon hearing this. Without a word, he pulled nearly 20 broken-level items from his storage space and laid them out in a row. 2? Are you giving them to a beggar? The bald-haired monster hadn't been expecting Lin Qian to be so generous, and took a deep breath. Exchange, I can. Tell me what you want. Lin Qian's eyelids drooped. I want a large number of stat-enhancing items. As many as I can get. Since the evil ghosts can control something like the Dream Spring, there's no reason the bald-haired monsters wouldn't have even that much. The bald-haired monster looked at Lin Qian in confusion. You're a supervisor, and you're still missing this stat? Lin Qian crossed his arms. It's not for me, it's for the people below. The bald monster was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Then I understand. It waved its hand, a flash of white light flashed, and a fruit emitting a turquoise glow appeared out of thin air. It was the size of an olive, with plump flesh and a faint fragrance. Lin Qian reached out to take the fruit, and the moment he touched it, the item information popped up. Rainbow fruit, after consumption, gain +2 strength, +2 constitution, +2 agility, +2 spirit, +2. Maximum consumption, 0/7. Despite the simple description, the item itself was anything but. The absence of the word digestion suggests that this item has no digestion threshold and no side effects. One fruit alone grants 8 stat points, and also a spirit bonus, a rare find. More importantly, the maximum consumption is a staggering 7, meaning that if consumed fully, the total stat points are 56. 56 points is enough to elevate a rookie to the rank of second-rate expert, and even top-tier survivors, like the Black Army, can reach even higher. Carelessly tossing the fruit back, Lin Qian averted his gaze. It's average. The stat gains are too minimal. Do you have a few more? The bald monster rolled his eyes. My friend, stop acting. You must know the value of this thing. Lin Qian rubbed his nose. Okay, how many can you offer? Just a reminder. Think it over before you speak. If I'm unhappy, I just walk away. The bald monster nodded with a forced smile, his eyes filled with resignation. That brat. After a moment's thought, he held up a finger. 100. The warning had worked. The bald monster hadn't really bargained down much. Lin Qian's eyelids fluttered. 200. Double it. The bald monster's eyelids twitched again. 200 is impossible. That's outrageous. Seeing Lin Qian's sullen expression, the bald monster didn't back down this time. I give you 20 at most. Any more is unacceptable. If you want to leave, go ahead. Lin Qian waved his hand. 140, 7 at most. Just enough to support 20 elite soldiers, so it's a round number. The bald monster gritted his teeth, fearing he might change his mind again, and immediately nodded in agreement. 140 deal. As he said the word deal, he even began to pant heavily. The next moment, the bald monster witnessed a scene he would never forget. Lin Qian smiled faintly, holding a life egg in his left hand. With a flick of his right hand, a flash of white light appeared, and another life egg appeared. All right then, we've agreed on the price for the first one. Do you want the second one? The bald monster's breath stopped as he stared in disbelief at the 2 life eggs in Lin Qian's hand. Then, at Lin Qian's irritated expression, he nearly lost his breath and stumbled for a moment. Chapter 425. Silence. The bald monster and Lin Qian stared at each other. The air seemed to freeze. Good boy, are you trying to play tricks on me? After a long moment, the bald monster gritted his teeth and uttered something. Lin Qian saw this and immediately put the second fruit back into his storage space. Then just pretend you never saw it. When will the first one be traded? The bald monster rolled his eyes. No rush. Let's talk about the price of the second fruit first. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Oh! You want it again. The bald monster nodded. Lin Qian was puzzled. But what's there to negotiate? Didn't we agree on the price? 140 rainbow fruits, not a single one. The bald monster glared. Do you think this thing grows wild all over the mountains? How could there be so many? Lin Qian walked over to the counter and sat down. So how many do you have? The bald monster flashed back behind the counter, holding up a finger. I give you 100 more at most. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Qian didn't bargain and simply nodded. Okay. The bald monster was stunned, thinking Lin Qian had changed his ways. Unexpectedly, Lin Qian placed 2 live eggs on the counter, then reached out and pulled out a third. So this third one. The bald monster exploded. How many do you have? Lin Qian looked innocent. No more, just these 3. But it was clear that the bald monster no longer trusted him, his suspicion undisguised. After more than an hour of wrangling, Lin Qian sold the bald monster 7 live eggs in exchange for a large number of attribute-enhancing items. However, with the exception of the rainbow fruit, most of the others had side effects. However, the actual transaction could only be conducted after Lin Qian and other members of the bald monster's clan contacted him. Boss Bald, since you didn't even bargain behind me, could you do me a small favor? Putting away the 7 live eggs, Lin Qian made a casual request. What favor? The bald monster was clearly in a good mood, but upon hearing Lin Qian's words, he suddenly became wary. Oh, I got some abyss worms, and would like you to help me make some delicious worm pudding. Hearing this, the bald monster breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something more serious, just a small favor, so I just did it. With a rare display of generosity, he waved his hand, stopping the errand, but internally he chuckled, wondering if Lin Qian could get many abyss worms. Really? Boss Bald, you're such a good person. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out several large buckets from his storage space, placing them on the counter with a thud. The bald monster stiffened. At that moment, a wall seemed to have been erected between the two of them, dividing joy and despair. This? So much? The bald monster lost his composure, a rare moment. How is that possible? You can't even touch the abyss right now. Lin Qian smiled gently. Boss Bald, you promised me that yourself. You're not going back on your word, are you? If that's the case, then we have to negotiate the price of the life egg again. Get out. Get out of my sight. With a bang, the door to room 777 slammed shut. Lin Qian stumbled out, turned around, and nearly hit his nose on the door. Look at you, what's with all that hassle? Anger is bad for your health. Watch out for hair loss. Humming a little tune, Lin Qian leisurely returned to his room. Today was a day of celebration for the liberated serfs, and he was about to achieve his goal of freeing his delicious worm pudding. After devouring the remaining delicious worm pudding in one gulp, Lin Qian contentedly collapsed onto the sofa, drifting off to sleep with a look of bliss on his face. 20 minutes later, he woke up. Alas, now that my spiritual attributes are high, I can't enjoy sleeping in anymore. Stretching, Lin Qian sat up. Clicking on the friend's screen, he wanted to see if any of the Black Army captains were online, but a friend request suddenly popped up. 2937082-digit area code? Lin Qian's eyes widened. This was quite unusual. After clicking agree, a message immediately arrived. 29370. Hello. Senior asked me to come find you. Senior? Hearing this familiar address, a furry figure immediately appeared in Lin Qian's mind. 29370. You have a summoning card, right? Summon me. Then, the other party sent a second message. Lin Qian frowned. If they were both survivors, they would probably merge their storage space after killing me. While the bald monsters, given their racial status, wouldn't be so despicable, they still had to be on guard. After a moment's thought, he arrived at the permanent gate of the City of Chaos and pulled out his ticket for the Infinite Boxing Championship, just in case. Then, he pulled out a summoning card and entered the other party's number. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and a familiar, furry figure emerged from thin air. Hello, little one, we meet again. As soon as Mao Qiu appeared, he greeted Lin Qian enthusiastically. A little creature barely taller than Lin Qian's knees calling him little one evoked a certain strangeness. But Lin Qian didn't dare object, as this creature might actually be several times older than him. After all, even an ordinary person's lifespan would be greatly increased after completing a few missions and gaining attribute points, let alone this race, who were already born with extraordinary talents. Long time no see. Did you bring what I asked for? Lin Qian smiled politely, but remained alert. However, Mao Qiu saw through his thoughts and glanced at him helplessly. There's no need to be so cautious. You're a member of the demonic specter. None of us, the top races, would provoke those lunatics for a small profit. Lin Qian was stunned. When did I become a member of the demonic specter? Mao Qiu waved his hand. What you think isn't important. What matters is how we see it. The senior said you're cunning, and won't let me waste any more time on you. Let's get straight to the point, and start the trade. As soon as he finished speaking, Mao Qiu waved his hand, and several crystal boxes appeared out of thin air, neatly arranged inside with colorful rainbow fruits. Rainbow fruits, 240 in total. Count them. That nearly empties our inventory. Lin Qian took the box, nodded, and simultaneously removed 7 life eggs. Wow! They really are life eggs. The last time I saw one was ages ago. What an amazing race! They can actually expel their own life essence. Alas! What a pity! The breeding program failed. Otherwise, many of our seniors would have survived. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, Mao Qiu's race was also involved in the persecution of the crustaceans, perhaps even taking the lead. Since they mentioned a breeding plan, it means they control more than one crustacean. Chapter 426. These are items with other attributes. As requested by Senior, I've categorized them by the severity of their side effects. However, it's best to use an identification card before taking them, as some have been in storage for so long that they can't remember their exact effects. Also, this is the platinum dragon hide you specifically requested. Materials capable of withstanding the pure fire are incredibly rare, and this is the only one we have. I didn't expect you to possess source-level abilities before you even left the protection period. You have a bright future ahead of you, Mao Qiu explained in sincere admiration. Lin Qian's gaze was drawn to the large, gleaming roll of dragon hide. It was at least as thick as 2 men could hold together, over 10 meters long, and its surface was covered in translucent scales, with a faint white glow at the edges. It was clearly no ordinary item. He reached out and, with a whoosh, ignited the pure fire. He swept the flame across the dragon hide, noticing that pale golden lines had appeared along the edges of the transparent scales, affected by the intense heat. It looked magnificent. This dragon hide not only possesses the inflammability property, but also possesses extremely high defensive properties. However, it's a bit difficult to cut and requires a specialized tailor. If you don't have it, I can find someone to make it for you at a reasonable price. Mao Qiu sat on the edge of the dragon throne, swinging his feet and observing Lin Qian with interest as he inspected the goods. Not yet. I contact you when I need it. Lin Qian wasn't sure if Yinsheng's skills were up to the task of processing such high-grade material. If not, he'd be left wanting. He didn't believe the bald-haired monster was so kind and offered a fair price. He was just kidding. Okay then. I'd be leaving now. I need to see Senior. After taking the 7 life eggs, Mao said goodbye to Lin Qian, then flashed to the door, pushed it open, and left. Alone in his room, Lin Qian looked at the spoils scattered around him, and couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. Hee hee. Crunch, crunch. The shears, wrapped in transparent air currents, worked diligently on the platinum dragon hide, making a series of sharp scraping sounds. Beads of sweat dripped down Yin Sheng's forehead, and finally, a gap appeared. Huh? He let out a long breath and looked at Lin Qian behind him. Brother Qian, I can cut, but I'm a little slow. Lin Qian frowned. Don't force yourself. If that doesn't work, I can find someone else. Although he might be ripped off, Lin Qian, now wealthy and powerful, didn't care. If Brother Qian needs it urgently. Lin Qian raised his hand to interrupt Yin Sheng. I'm not in a hurry. This was the truth. He simply wanted a suit that could withstand the pure fire, so he wouldn't be left naked in battle. As for defense, he still relied more on his armor. That's good. I can take my time. Yin Sheng's eyes shone with excitement, his hands never leaving the platinum dragon hide, as if he couldn't let it go. Okay, one should be ready in a few days. Lin Qian nodded, casually asking about the timeline. 3 days. Yin Sheng roughly estimated and gave a conservative timeline. Okay, take your time. Lin Qian still had high hopes for Yin Sheng, because his designs were not only practical, but also beautiful, captivating even Snake Brother. Oh right, the second item is for Snake Brother. It's a dragon skin coat. He'd definitely like it. In Lin Qian's heart, Snake Brother held a higher position, taking precedence over the captains of the Black Army. After arranging the dragon skin production, Lin Qian returned to his room and began a gluttonous feast. Ding! Consume rainbow fruit, gain, strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2, spirit +2. Ding! Consume rainbow fruit. Ding! Consume crystal fruit. Ding! Consume cloud sea leaves. Lin Qian shoved his chosen items into his mouth one by one. His body swelled, his eyes turned green, his skin purplish. None of the side effects could stop his ferocious eating. Only after the last item was devoured did he breathe a sigh of relief. Clicked on the panel. Name, Lin Qian, Level 2 Supervisor 480/1000, Strength, 305. Agility, 200.1. Constitution, 303. Spirit, 860.9. Including the gains from the Dream Spring Water, Lin Qian gained 40 points of strength, 30 points of agility, 50 points of constitution, and 19 points of spirit. Of these 19 points of spirit, 14 came from the rainbow fruit alone. This demonstrates that items with spirit gains are still quite rare, and most have quite powerful side effects. A total of 139 points of attribute gains directly boosted Lin Qian's strength and constitution to over 300 points simultaneously. Even her agility, usually reserved for the concubine in the Cold Palace, also surpassed 200 points, significantly improving her overall strength. However, due to the lack of opponents, Lin Qian couldn't accurately perceive the extent of his own improvement. It was now eagerly anticipating Novi and Black Dog's takeout. Perhaps it could pick out a few equally matched opponents and engage in a hearty battle. Winning would be great, but if not, he could let Snake and the others do it for him. It was a sure win. Time to take the newbies on the dungeon again. Opening the friend panel, the captains of Team 7 and 9 were online, and Lin Qian sent messages to each one. Lin Qian, get ready, I summon you later. The captains at the back rarely had one-on-one time with Lin Qian, so they were all excited to receive the message. Flipping to the real-time map of room 4126, Lin Qian was suddenly stunned. Holy crap! So many rooms explored? The Black Army's momentum had truly been incredible lately, chugging along on one mission after another without a break. What if we clear them all? At this rate, they'd probably have the entire floor illuminated before the third regional trial even began. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. There was no point in overthinking. The most important thing was to improve their strength. In the following days, Lin Qian began his boosting work, one after another. However, it was precisely because of his interaction with all the teams that Lin Qian finally understood the total number of survivors in Area 4126 and the number of Black Army teams. It was hard to imagine that he, the final boss of the Black Army, hadn't even known the status of his own men before. His carelessness was truly absurd. Before the second regional trial, the Black Army totaled 69. With the addition of Werewolf and Weber, the total number reached 71. Judging by the number of survivors, they might not rank highly among the human race. But considering their average quality, even after they leave their protected period, they would likely be enough to intimidate the alien races. Lin Qian's goal was to have all members break through the first limit in at least 2 attributes, and for the captain level, all 4 attributes had to be broken. All members reached the top level. Chapter 427. The entire Black Army, excluding Lin Qian himself, numbered 70. Old Wu, Duan Feng, Xia Qing, and Dashan from the neighboring district formed the elite team, leaving 67 remaining. 2 of these, including the tattooed muscular man, were specifically responsible for spreading the faith. A group of men were selected from the reserve to form the Silver Masks. The remaining men were divided into 13 teams, each with an average of 5 members. Initially, Su Mian selected team leaders based on strength, but due to the uneven combat effectiveness of the members, the gap between the top 5 teams and the next 8 gradually widened. Thus, the further back in the team, the more difficult it was for Lin Qian to level up. On average, he earned 40 free attribute points per mission, while the others received 20. Add to that the numerous attribute items he obtained from the bald monster, and even with sheer effort, they could reach the first limit. Woo woo woo. In the darkness, a faint cry echoed in his ears, over and over again. The quarantine facilities above were damaged, the corpses of soldiers scattered everywhere, and the stench of decay filled the air. Lin Qian had once again entered the quarantine zone dungeon, but this time he was on a guard mission. A large quarantine zone had gone out of control, with underground creatures invading the surface, causing heavy losses to the army. However, with the arrival of 2 black-clad squads led by Lin Qian, the situation was quickly brought under control. I remembered the first time I entered the dungeon and met Sister Min. These quarantine zone soldiers had stood against me, but now they were being protected by me. Alas, the world is so unpredictable. With a sigh, Lin Qian casually blasted a floating head apart. Puff! He had encountered laughing heads in the lab before, the raw material for the development of a laughter potion. This time, however, he encountered a completely different situation, a weeping head. Perhaps a leak had occurred during the development process, and the curse had completely lost control. When Lin Qian arrived, the entire quarantine zone was ablaze with wailing, affecting even the members of the 2 Black Army teams. Only Su Yun, who specialized in psychic skills, fared slightly better. Unlike the laughter, these cries seemed to stack. They were purely psychic attacks, more contagious, but without altering the host's constitution. A shroud of blood mist essentially resolved the situation. But now Lin Qian faced a dilemma. This guard mission didn't seem easy to complete quickly. His objective was to prevent underground creatures from invading the surface from this out-of-control point. Unlike the Qingzhou City mission, the target was much smaller. From this perspective, the mission might seem less difficult, but in reality, the opposite was true. Back in Qingzhou City, the number of demonic beasts was limited, but this time, he faced the entire underground world of abnormal creatures. Of course, this doesn't mean all underground creatures will attack this area. It's just a matter of system judgment. Most underground creatures tend to wander freely, so they might stray here and invade the surface. The difficulty of this guarding mission itself was negligible for him, but completing it ahead of schedule was extremely challenging. You guys are responsible for finding a way to block this passage to the surface, and I clear out the surrounding underground creatures. After much deliberation, Lin Qian still wasn't ready to give up on this mission. 2 methods, one clever, the other clumsy, but one would always work. Immediately afterwards, Lin Qian summoned his sister, handed his main body over to Wu Sheng, and activated his beast soul to begin a killing spree. Boom! Boom! The golden fist smashed wildly, shaking the earth and mountains as terrifying underground creatures, one after another, were reduced to ashes in despair. With his spiritual attributes enhanced, Lin Qian's beast soul became even more condensed. Not only was his golden right hand powerful, but even a casual blow of his vicious energy could sweep away a large area of underground creatures, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, unstoppable. At the same time, elsewhere in the underground world. Swish! A flash of white light, Xia Qing's body nimbly moved through the air, charging the great bow of dawn with energy, and a pure white arrow of light descended. Boom! A huge hole exploded in the ground, but the eerie figure vanished. Swish! Swish! Just then, an eerie sound of chains suddenly echoed in the distance. The sound approached at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, Xia Qing activated the Divine Crow Armor's flight ability, and soared into the air. Turning back, she saw a strange prisoner in tattered prisoner clothes, standing in an abnormal position beside the stone pillar. Its head was pierced by a clamp riddled with steel needles, pus dripping from it. Its limbs were chained, and a huge iron ball lay beneath its feet. Given its attire, its movements should have been slow, but with every step, the ground beneath its feet seemed to carry it a great distance, like a conveyor belt, its speed unbelievable. Extreme speed? In midair, Xia Qing's gaze focused, and she immediately activated her agility limit-breaking ability. The next moment, everything in her field of vision slowed to a crawl. She drew her bow and released an arrow. The sun crystal on the dawn bow dimmed rapidly, and then a flash of light shot out. The strange prisoner had no way to avoid it, and was struck directly in the chest, plummeting towards the ground. Boom! Having come out of her extreme speed, Xia Qing's face suddenly showed signs of fatigue, but she still reached for the communicator. You still have to rely on me. You losers, dare you let it escape? Be careful, I take 1 arrow each. A smooth, mechanical voice echoed, the words flowing at a rapid tempo. Followed by, Duan Feng's voice echoed through the communicator. Sister Qing is awesome. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures flew past. Old Wu, his body ablaze with crimson flames, rushed to the front. With a hum, a ring of power emerged, and he punched the falling strange prisoner. Boom! With a loud explosion, crimson flames fanned out like spilled ink. With a crackling sound, the strange prisoner's body ignited, and a scorching stench filled the air. Its body didn't fly backwards, but Old Wu forcibly grasped it in the crocodile clamps above its head. The moment it came into contact with the strange prisoner's body, Old Wu's arm rapidly erupted in yellow pustules, a sign of some disease spreading rapidly. Humph. However, Old Wu remained expressionless. With a cold snort, the crimson flames on his body quickly transformed into pure white spiritual fire. While spiritual fire wasn't as powerful as pure fire, it was equally effective in suppressing the strangeness. The yellow pustules stopped spreading, and Old Wu quickly took out a potion and injected it, his arm quickly returning to normal. Then, he raised his fist again. With a humming sound, the ring of power reappeared, and he swung down with a punch wrapped in spiritual fire. Bang! Chapter 428. Boom! Boom! She! With a shrill scream, the pitch-black, filthy sludge monster launched an angry counterattack upwards. Then, a giant golden fist crashed down, and the sludge monster shattered once more, slowly wriggling and coalescing. What are you yelling for? Lin Qian, in his murderer's spirit form, glanced disdainfully at the sludge monster. This was a rather tenacious underground creature. It wasn't quite Lord level, but ordinary underground creatures wouldn't actively provoke it. After all, while its attack power wasn't particularly strong, getting entangled with it was still quite troublesome. Lin Qian had forcibly dragged it out of the cave. He had originally intended to clear as much of a vacuum as possible, but then he suddenly realized a crucial point. Each of these underground creatures could potentially be linked to a specific quest, especially the Lord-level ones, which could serve as the final boss of a high-level survival quest. He was merely on guard duty, and there were no rewards for killing bosses. Killing them all might even affect the quest generation. So Lin Qian went after each one, gave them a beating, then drove them away, forcing the Lord-level creatures to move. With these Lord-level creatures guarding the area, he created a protective perimeter, eliminating the need to worry about other creatures wandering in, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Qian bent down and, like a child playing with Play-Doh, kneaded and squeezed the fragmented mud monsters together, accelerating their fusion. However, this creature was still stubborn. As soon as it returned to its original form, it roared at Lin Qian again, its mouth gaping, as if it wanted to devour him. Lin Qian was displeased. He grabbed the sludge monster by the neck and forcibly lifted it up. He approached, opened his bloody mouth, and let out a spirited roar. Roar! Instantly, the ground shook. Ripples rippled across the sludge monster's body, and it suddenly became mellow and obedient, its previous ferocious appearance completely gone. If you try to show off again, I return to my true form and cremate you. Glancing at the sludge monster, Lin Qian balled it up with his hands, and casually threw it into the distance. Go! A distant smacking sound came, and the sludge monster remained silent, digging a hole in the ground and seeing a new home. We're almost done here. I wonder how things are going with Sister Min. He glanced back at the scattered corpses, and was about to switch sides to continue his assault when he heard a distant explosion. Realizing that there might be other survivors completing missions here, Lin Qian prepared to go over and take a look. The underground quarantine zone is a high-risk area. Anyone who can enter here must be quite capable. A moment later, seeing the familiar faces entangled with the strange prisoner in the distance, Lin Qian was speechless. Aren't all the high-end players on our side now? At the same time, the strange prisoner also sensed Lin Qian's approach. Clearly, it recognized Lin Qian. Be careful, it's trying to escape. Old Wu, sensing something was amiss, shouted. From the air, Xia Qing launched a white arrow of light, blocking the strange prisoner's path. Swish. Boom. Her prediction was spot on. The strange prisoner, attempting to escape, collided directly with the arrow of light, suffering another severe blow. Die! Old Wu thrust his hands out. A dragon-patterned spear emitting flame shot out, pinning the strange prisoner to the ground with a whistling sound. Then he leaped forward, unleashing the ring of power once more, bringing down punch after punch. Puff! Pus splattered on his face, instantly causing a flood of yellow pustules to form, but Old Wu ignored it and continued to hammer away until the strange prisoner's head was smashed to pieces, his limbs twitching twice before he fell silent. Only when they heard the message in their heads that the mission was complete did they breathe a sigh of relief. Dashan's heavy black iron armor was shattered, and his skin, severely corroded, was slowly healing under the effects of the potion. Duan Feng was in even worse shape. Not only were his legs broken, but his face was also disfigured. He lay unconscious in the corner. But these were minor matters. As long as they could win, even the most serious injuries could be cured with a single injection of potion. Old Wu awkwardly stood up, unsheathed his dragon-patterned spear, and flung it into his storage space. Turning around, he was startled to discover Lin Qian, who had been silently watching them from afar. Looking at the group, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel relieved. It felt like a child had finally grown up and could stand on his own. He instinctively wanted to go over and help, but upon closer inspection, he realized Old Wu and the others weren't needed at all. Lin Qian didn't step forward to greet them. Instead, he gave them a golden thumbs up with his golden right hand and turned away. After spending the better part of a day, the guard mission was finally completed. Since no intrusions had occurred, Lin Qian received the full reward: 70 free attributes, 3 limit-breaking items, and some miscellaneous equipment. The reward level was comparable to the last Ghost Town mission. After all, guard missions were inherently more difficult than survival missions. But Lin Qian still hoped to avoid guard missions in the future. They were such a waste of time. Especially since he had so many things going on right now, and might have to leave at any moment. Survival missions were still the most cost-effective, taking 2 or 3 hours each, simple and efficient. Choosing to return, Lin Qian once again sat on the throne. Including yesterday's salary, it totaled 80 points, all going to Spirit. Spirit, 940.9. Looking at the updated Spirit attribute, Lin Qian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Another 60 points, and it'd be 1,000. My second meeting with Brother Xiaomao is getting closer. He felt a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. But he had to make this trip. Much of his progress to this point was due to that Supervisor ID card. It could be said that Brother Xiaomao had given him a supernatural cheat. What was hidden behind this? He would eventually find out. A glance at the timer revealed it was almost safe exploration time again. As usual, he checked the chat interface and discovered Black Dog had sent him a message. Brother Legion, I've gathered 7 people. Please don't sell that life egg to that damn Star Clan. Lin Qian was stunned. Holy crap. So efficient? A glance at the still, motionless Novi. The comparison between the two was stark. He felt a pang of itch. With 7 people, even if each earned 50 points, that would be a full 350 points. Add in the supervisor points. Thinking of this, Lin Qian immediately sent a message to Black Dog. Lin Qian, I'm a bit rushed. Can you bring these 7 people over first? Chapter 429. Black Dog, no problem. As long as you can leave the life egg with us. It was clear, he was extremely worried Lin Qian would sell the life egg to the Star Clan. Lin Qian, don't worry about that. Black Dog, Brother Legion, I have a request. Lin Qian, go ahead. Black Dog, our tribe doesn't quite believe you actually have the life egg, so we like you to bring it with you during this transaction, so we can see the goods. And I might have a fellow tribesman with you. But don't worry, we won't take it by force. Of course, if you disagree, we can discuss a compromise. Looking at the message in the chat box, Lin Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Anyone with a brain could see the enormous risks behind this matter. Black Dog didn't seem to think he could agree directly, and was proposing a backup plan. Then, the next moment, Lin Qian casually sent a message. Lin Qian, okay. I just hope you can keep your word and not mess around. He sneered. If the evil ghost tribe really wanted to snatch them away, then don't blame me for taking these 9 heads for free. Black Dog, don't worry about that. We Evil Ghost Tribe are very trustworthy. The two agreed on a time for the transaction, and Black Dog returned to report to the tribe. Lin Qian turned and entered the City of Chaos. Brother Snake. After opening the permanent door, and before fully entering, Lin Qian shouted at the top of his lungs. In Brother Snake's cabin, Brother Snake, who had just finished get off work, was about to lie down when he heard Lin Qian shout. She. With a helpless sigh, Snake Brother slowly stood up. Lin Qian didn't even knock, and together with Sister Min, they used Shadow Walk to force their way in. Let's go! Snake Brother. No time to explain. Giving Snake Brother no chance to refuse, Lin Qian and Sister Min worked together to forcibly shove Snake into the Hound Dimension. Snake Brother reached out to the doorframe, trying to struggle, but Lin Qian ruthlessly pried his fingers apart and shoved him inside. You and Sister Min chat for a while. I go get some more bodyguards. Waving towards the door, Lin Qian proactively closed the old wooden door. Sister Min seems to like Snake Brother's visit to the Hound Dimension. By the way, should I build Sister Min a house in the Hound Dimension? Forget it. Whether she likes it or not, Sister Min has what everyone else has. Making a decision, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to reach paradise. As soon as he emerged, Lin Qian noticed a dramatic change in the surroundings. The original registration desk had vanished, and a new attraction, centered around the Abyss Gate, had formed. At the entrance, a fish monster maintained order, while a puppet man guarded the exit at the other end. Several massive reactors were neatly arranged nearby, filled with various abyssal objects. Hey! Boss Lin. Lin Qian's appearance immediately captured the attention of the entire audience. He waved to everyone, and then approached the puppet man. Hey! Senior Puppet, has the petrification been resolved? His words were completely irrelevant, and the puppet man froze, his initial gesture of a warm greeting faltering. Oh, that bad-tempered Shadow Snake, even after all these years, is still like a child, lashing out at the drop of a hat. It first cautiously looked around, then, seeing that Brother Snake wasn't around, waved its hand with a casual, arrogant tone. Hey! Senior Puppet Man, please don't. Lin Qian's face paled, and he tried to stop him, but was interrupted by the puppet. Don't worry, Boss Lin, I won't bother with it. Lin Qian's mouth twitched. He wasn't afraid of the puppet man's revenge on Brother Snake, but rather that the Snake Man in the Hound Dimension would hear. Fearing another conflict between the two, Lin Qian quickly changed the subject. Senior Puppet Man, I'm going to make a deal with the aliens later. Can you come and help me out? Hearing that he could travel on his own dime again, the puppet man jumped off his chair in excitement. Great. When do we leave? Lin Qian smiled faintly. No rush, I call some more people. He turned and shouted at the fish monster. The fish monster nodded and shouted again. Soon, a large number of people poured in. In addition to the original tour group members, there were a number of unfamiliar faces. The coli that Lin Qian had accidentally injured last time was also there. It seems a bit too many. A rough count revealed about 70 of them, more than the Black Army. We're trading, not attacking. To avoid too much chaos, Lin Qian could only screen out most of them. The rejected ones, dejected, returned to the Abyss Gate team to wait. Finally, including the fish monster puppets and the tour group, Lin Qian selected 30 supervisors and prepared to set off. Door girl, open the door. At Lin Qian's command, the old wooden door creaked open. I go first. The puppet took the lead, leaping nimbly through the door. Lin Qian scratched his nose, curious about the puppet's expression when he found Snake already inside. It's going to be exciting. Following him, one after another, the hunters entered, their excitement high and their eagerness high. Boss Lin, if you give the order, I'd be the first one out. The fish monster was the last one in, and before entering, he patted his chest with a solemn promise. I believe it. I believe it. Lin Qian nodded quickly. He truly believed it. After all, this guy's speed was outrageous, even among hunters. And it wasn't just teleportation, it was sheer speed. Lin Qian brought so many of them primarily to guard against the extremely unlikely appearance of a level 2 champion. After all, the life egg was too precious, and there was no telling whether those old men would risk their lives and the pursuit of the supervisors to snatch it. Until now, Lin Qian had never witnessed Snake Brother's full power, and he was equally unsure of the strength of a level 2 champion. However, facing so many supervisors, even a level 2 champion would likely struggle to escape unscathed. Everything was ready, and Lin Qian was about to return. But just then, the familiar sound of a door opening rang out again. What's going on? Lin Qian frowned, expecting something to go wrong. The next moment, a wooden puppet stone sculpture was casually thrown out of the door. It rolled several times on the ground with a thud, sliding a distance before finally coming to a stop. The wooden door on his chest slammed shut, revealing the impatience of a certain snake. Looking at the petrified puppet lying quietly on the ground in the distance, Lin Qian's eyes were filled with apology. "Sorry, Senior Puppet, I have something urgent to attend to. I be leaving now." With these words, Lin Qian decisively abandoned the puppet, activated Shadow Walk, and vanished from the spot. The petrified puppet lay quietly, its hands raised in a gesture of surrender. After a long moment, there was a crack. The puppet, once again, broke apart. Chapter 430. Pushing open the door to the confessional, Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. The church outside had stopped burning, but the roof was now riddled with holes. The sunlight filtered through, creating a strangely dilapidated beauty. Looking toward the center of the church, Lin Qian saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. "Zane?" he tentatively greeted. The next moment, the figure slowly turned, revealing a distorted and chaotic face. "Huh?" Zane let out an inhuman growl. The burnt areas of his face gurgled with grayish-white bubbles like boiling water. Every strand of his hair seemed to struggle, wailing and roaring. A single glance made Lin Qian's pupils shrink. "Zane! What's wrong with you?" Just as he was about to step forward, Zane suddenly swung his palm towards him. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out as his hand began to strangely lengthen and fade. Then, a massive axe, the very same one the fatty used, quickly materialized. Lin Qian's scalp tingled, and a strong sense of danger washed over him. But just then, there was a familiar creaking sound of door hinges. Then, Zane's figure vanished from sight. "Huh?" Lin Qian had just finished transforming his armor, and was about to withstand Zane's blow when he looked up, and was stunned to find him gone. Then, there was a shudder of air before him, and the gigantic figure of the fish monster appeared out of thin air. "Boss Lin." "Done!" It puffed out its chest, its face brimming with praise. Lin Qian looked at it, then at the old wooden door on its chest, which hadn't yet fully opened, and blinked. "No, you're too fast, aren't you?" The fish monster waved its hand. "Oh! We've only just arrived." After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Qian finally remembered Zane and hurriedly asked, "Wait! Where did you throw him?" The fish monster turned curiously. "I saw it was all water, so I threw him in. But it wasn't so bright over there. It was dark." Lin Qian's eyes widened. Before he could say anything, the surrounding buildings began to crumble. "Quick! Bring him back." The fish monster was puzzled by Lin Qian's command, but obeyed. Swish, swish, in less than 2 seconds, the fish monster reappeared. Zanen, dripping wet, was carelessly thrown to the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. His condition seemed to have returned to normal, and the boiling grayish-white substance on his face was no longer there. "Zanen?" Lin Qian called out cautiously. "Ahem. Ahem. Lin Qian, my friend, long time no see." Zane raised his head with difficulty, offering Lin Qian a forced smile. Smack! A slap swung across his face. Zane's head slammed against the ground with a thud. "Call me Boss Lin." The fish monster glared at Zane with disapproval. "Huh? Zane? Zane?" Seeing Zane go completely still, Lin Qian, startled, quickly stepped forward and gave him a shot of rapid healing potion. "This is my friend, Brother Fish, be gentle." Only after seeing Zane's complexion visibly recovered did Lin Qian raise his head and give the fish monster a cold look. Oh! Hearing it was its fault, the fish monster immediately folded its hands and silently stepped aside. At the same time, Snake Brother and the others emerged one after another, forming a large, dark circle around him. Everyone moved freely. "I'm going to see what happened to my friend." Not long after, Zane slowly opened his eyes. "What's wrong? Why are you so weak?" After careful analysis, Lin Qian discovered that Zane's coma wasn't entirely due to the slap from the fish monster, but rather a problem with his own body. "My power is out of control. They wanted to eat me. I had no choice but to eat them to survive." Lin Qian frowned. "The two of them?" The image of the fat man and the little boy flashed in his mind. Zane nodded. "They developed separate consciousnesses, completely separate from me, and they were hostile to each other. I only found the opportunity to attack them while they were fighting. It's just that something went wrong with the digestive process and my body." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qian hurriedly helped him sit down. "Don't worry, take your time." Behind him, Brother Snake and Sister Min were like two gate gods, glaring at Zane with hostile eyes, as if ready to strike at the slightest sign of trouble. Zane's strength had soared. Even Lin Qian, who had been rapidly developing, could sense a strong sense of danger. Fortunately, he had brought enough troops with him this time, otherwise he might have faced a fierce battle with the out-of-control Zane. How are you feeling now? Do you want another shot? Looking at the frail Zane, Lin Qian generously took out another shot of the rapid healing potion and prepared to inject him. But Zane shook his head. It's fine now. That trip just now successfully freed me from the chaotic state of my tangled consciousness, Zane said, glancing at Brother Yu, who had turned his back not far away. Huh? Lin Qian was surprised. Could speeding have such an effect? The fish monster's ears twitched, and he slowly turned his head, a cautious expression on his face. Seeing him like this, Lin Qian sighed helplessly. Brother Yu, I don't blame you. Don't blame yourself. Hearing this, the fish monster perked up. Hey! Boss Lin, I was indeed reckless. How about you get your friend in the car, and I take him for a couple of laps as atonement? The fish monster, after a disagreement, leaned down again, retracted his elbow, and entered the state of a void speed racer. No, 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 no. Hearing this, Zane's face paled even further, and his head shook like a rattle. It seemed that after experiencing an out-of-body experience, he didn't love it. Lin Qian looked at the fish monster speechlessly. Brother Fish, if you're really bored, you can run a couple of laps on your own. Forget about taking passengers. Most people can't handle it. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden clicking sound rang out. Lin Qian glanced over and saw Brother Catfish looking at the fish monster expectantly. Hey, Boss Lin. Who said no one likes you? Here it comes. The fish monster excitedly approached Brother Catfish and lowered himself. Brother Catfish flicked his tail and leaped onto it. Brother, hold on tight. Brother Catfish nodded vigorously. Swish. The next moment, a breeze blew and the two fish vanished. The atmosphere lightened, and Brother Snake and Sister Min stopped staring at Zane. Lin Qian chatted with Zane while checking the timer. There was still half an hour left until the time agreed with Black Dog, which meant they could have some fun. Turning around, Lin Qian's eyelids suddenly jumped. He saw several guys eagerly eyeing a black dot in the sky, already rolling out a massive fireball. Hey! That's a plane! Don't mess around. Chapter 431. Boom! Ziz! A flash of lightning as thick as a bucket pierced the night sky, illuminating the entire coast. Atop the massive freighter, a tall, white man clad in golden half-armor, his blonde hair dancing wildly, his body enveloped in lightning as he swung his silver-white sword. Thunder! He roared, veins throbbing in his neck. But before he could even finish his attack, his vision suddenly blurred, and an even taller, more burly black figure appeared in an instant. Humph! With a cold snort, the figure casually raised his hand. With a humming sound, a ring of power materialized. Bang! A muffled thud, and the next second, the blond man, bleeding profusely, flew backwards, plunging into the sea. What a weak race! The tall figure slowly turned. In the darkness, its eyes shone a faint green light. Just a glance around, and the oppressive feeling made the remaining people breathless. Gulp! The nearest white shield-bearing men swallowed and took an uncontrollable step back. They had just exceeded their survival mission targets, and were bragging about their rewards when they somehow tangled up with this evil spirit. And judging by their appearance, they weren't even human. Werewolf. Hidden boss? What the hell is going on? He glanced at the sea. The leader had been shot down, and was no longer struggling. Could he have died instantly? What should I do? A drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. The werewolf across from him grinned cruelly. So who should we eat first? It counted on its fingers, as if selecting its next target. Swish. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind. The werewolf's gaze froze, as if suddenly aware of something, its gray and white fur instantly standing on end. Who is it? It spun around, suddenly meeting the eyes of a dead fish, so close. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The werewolf froze, and the fish monster stared at it, motionless. Ugh! Suddenly, a loud retching sound shattered the silence. A torrent of seawater poured from the fish monster's back. Immediately afterwards, the blond white man who had fallen into the sea earlier slid down the fish's back and fell to the ground with a plop. His body was tangled in seaweed, and he coughed violently, vomiting a torrent of foul water. Chief! The crowd nearby was surprised by this, but they didn't dare to move forward. The werewolf was terrifying enough, but now there was an even more terrifying sea monster. However, compared to them, The werewolf was even more terrified. Jing, jing. It trembled all over, backing away step by step, unable to utter a single complete sentence. After stumbling a step, the werewolf's figure suddenly blurred, and without hesitation, it leaped from the boat and fled. But the fish monster seemed oblivious, slowly turning its head to glance at the catfish brother, who had jumped off it. How was it, my friend? Was it thrilling? Ugh! The catfish's bulging eyes swirled uncontrollably. Too dizzy to bear it, it simply lay flat on its back, belly up, spewing seawater from its mouth from time to time. Even so dizzy, the catfish didn't forget to lift its fins, curl them up, and imitate Lin Qian with a quirky thumbs-up gesture, a thumbs-up gesture. This guy, with his tough skin and flesh, had long enjoyed being tossed around, seeking the thrill. But apparently, this time it was a bit too much. Ha ha. After all these years, I finally met a like-minded friend. Wait, I catch that puppy first. I didn't expect to encounter an unusual intruder just by going out for a walk. If I present it to Boss Lin as a gift, he might even reward me with a big soft bed. Before the words fell, the fish monster suddenly vanished, leaving only a piece of newspaper on the ground, rustling and slowly flying. In less than a second, the newspaper had clung to the suddenly appearing fish monster. The werewolf, held in its grasp like a toy, was struggling desperately. Me! I didn't do anything. How did you find me? Let me go! Help! Help! The fish monster stared at the werewolf, with its pupilless, dead eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a TSK. Crack! Crack! A few crisp sounds, accompanied by the werewolf's screams, ripped its limbs apart, its jaw torn off, blood gushing down its neck. It was a horrific sight. What are you yelling about? If I hadn't wanted to keep you as a gift to Boss Lin, I would have smashed you into pieces. My friend, I leave it to you. The fish monster tossed the werewolf aside. Catfish, lying on the ground, immediately opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. The scene stunned everyone around. What kind of monster was this? After swallowing the werewolf, Catfish pointed at the blonde white man on the ground. These should be Boss Lin's kindred spirits. Never mind, let's take them all back. Who knows if Boss Lin would be any use to them? With that, the fish monster stepped forward, picked up the blonde, and flung him into Brother Catfish's maw. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Stop! What are you doing? The blonde, before he could even register what was happening, was once again mired in Brother Catfish's stomach. The dozen or so remaining people, seeing the situation was dire, tried to flee, but the fish monster swiftly moved, sending them soaring into the air. Brother Catfish perked up, opening his maw like he was playing a game, gliding nimbly left and right along the ground, catching everyone with pinpoint accuracy. He patted his belly with satisfaction. All right, my friends, please get in. Then, the fish monster retracted its arms, transforming once again into an ethereal supercar, ducking down to wait for the passengers to take their seats. Catfish Brother offered no resistance, even a hint of anticipation. With a flick of his tail, he plopped onto the fish monster's back, waving his hand. Burp! Swish! The next moment, the two fish vanished, leaving only the newspaper floating in the air, falling into the sea, soaked and sinking. Oh my goodness! You scared me. In Devil Town, Lin Qian was carrying a plate of freshly baked apples to Snake Brother when he turned and was met with a pair of giant, dead fish eyes. This creature was so elusive, sometimes even scarier than a ghost. Swish! Catfish Brother slid off the basilisk, his eyes darting around again, like a lost steering wheel. Lin Qian, seeing this, felt a surge of gloating. Hey! What's up? Carsick? Before he finished his words, he heard the catfish retching. Grr! With a crash, a gray-haired creature with irregularly twisted limbs erupted from its maw, a massive, black hole. Holy crap! What's going on? Lin Qian took a big step back in shock, unable to help but curse. Chapter 432. Woo! Woo! The werewolf was in a state of extreme misery. The moment he saw Lin Qian, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he became even more agitated. Boss Lin, it seems to recognize you. Lin Qian couldn't help but sneer at the werewolf's expression. It came here to kill me, of course it recognizes me. I hadn't expected to stumble upon one by accident, caught by a fish monster on a stroll. What? You dare to plot against Boss Lin? Upon hearing this, the fish monster flew into a rage. It dove headfirst, punching the werewolf between its broken legs. Bang! Puff! Woo! The werewolf's vitals exploded, and with a shrill wail, Its eyes rolled back and it fainted. No, you should have said hello. It splashed on the apple. Lin Qian was speechless. The apple on the plate hadn't escaped the damage. Oh, sorry, Boss Lin. The fish monster sheathed its bloody fist, feeling somewhat dejected. Lin Qian glanced at it helplessly. Although this creature had been a bit reckless, it still cared deeply about him. He really shouldn't keep blaming it for such trivial matters. Tell me, what do you want? With a sigh, Lin Qian casually put the apple back into the storage space. I want a large bed. The mattress must be exactly the same soft mattress as the stitched monsters, preferably round. And the nightstand should be a glass fish tank that can hold water. I want to keep some pets in it. And preferably, there should be a circle of lights underneath, like the ones in the puppet house, so I can clearly see my pets. And Lin Qian hadn't expected that the fish monster would start reciting its demands as if it had memorized a script. The lost look on its face was gone, making him wonder if it was pretending to be doing so to make him feel guilty. A bunch of old foxes who've lived for who knows how long. I really treated you like children. Lin Qian rolled his eyes helplessly, but he still carefully wrote down the fish monster's request. This man was now one of his most powerful generals. Among other things, his execution was undeniably strong. But sometimes he could be a little too strong. Before he could even give a word, they already returned from their work. Ugh! Just then, Brother Catfish, still recovering from his motion sickness, began vomiting violently again. Then, one living being after another rose from the sewage, looking around in horror. Lin Qian glanced sideways, and was stunned. He actually saw someone he knew in there. The blonde white man was also stunned when he saw Lin Qian next to the fish monster. It's you! Before he could finish his words, the fish monster had teleported to his side. Paw! With a slap in the face, the blonde white man flew backwards. How can you talk like that? Call me Boss Lin. The other dozen or so people watched their boss being blown away, but stood there, daring not to utter a word. The werewolf, who had nearly wiped them out, lay not far away, pretending to be dead. They weren't fools. All right, Brother Fish. Lin Qian spoke, and the fish monster flashed and appeared behind him. Don't worry, Boss Lin, I'm holding back. Lin Qian rolled his eyes at him. Of course he could tell it was holding back, otherwise it would be nothing but a headless corpse. Just wait, your bed will be ready in a few days. After receiving Lin Qian's personal confirmation, the fish monster disappeared in excitement. With a rustling sound, it reappeared, clutching an unconscious penguin. Boss Lin, would you like some? It offered the penguin to Lin Qian's mouth in a flattering manner. Go away! Lin Qian couldn't be nice to this creature, so he shooed it away like a fly. When he reached the blonde, the creature was still dazed, and shook his head vigorously. Seeing Lin Qian approach, he quickly retreated nervously. You? Just as he was about to say that, he suddenly felt a stern glare from a pair of dead fish eyes in the distance. Lin. Boss Lin. He tactfully changed his address, and the fish monster's gaze shifted accordingly. Lightning Tattoo, I remember you. The last time they met was when Lin Qian encountered two of Old Vic's men while leading the demon hunter out of Demon Town. The two men, one white and one brown, were among a dozen or so people not far away. Seeing Lin Qian's glance, they quickly lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. What's your highest attribute? The blonde man was stunned at Lin Qian's sudden question. Then, the dead fish eyes in the distance showed signs of looking over again, startling him so much that he quickly abandoned his thoughts and reported the truth. Strength 80, Agility 40. Constitution 35. Spirit 30. Lin Qian's eyes flickered. As expected, this guy, who could become the leader of a faction, must be at least captain level. Not bad. Lin Qian nodded, pulled out a set of attribute items from his storage space, and handed it to him. Take these back and digest them, so you can break through the first limit as soon as possible. By the way, you should have a limit-breaking item. The blonde man instinctively took the item, a little distracted. Yes. Yes. Lin Qian smiled with satisfaction and patted the man's shoulder. Keep going. He naturally wouldn't give precious items, like the rainbow fruit, to an outsider, but he also had a good stockpile of other miscellaneous stat-enhancing items. This guy, after all, possessed the potential to be a leader, so it was a good thing to lend a hand. Lin Qian had gradually come to see himself as the leader of the human race, and his paternal love extended beyond his black army. The blonde man was a bit bewildered as he took Lin Qian's casual gift. Boss, are you okay? Only after seeing Lin Qian leave did the rest of his men dare to approach and greet him. I'm fine. The blonde man shook his head, his gaze complex as he watched Lin Qian's back. He had a deep impression of Lin Qian, and had even entertained the idea of seeking revenge on him once he grew up. But today, that thought was completely extinguished. The gap between the two sides was too great, so vast it was despairing. Let's get out of here quickly. At that command, everyone, who had no intention of staying here any longer, began to leave the dungeon one after another. The blonde white man was the last to leave. He stood up somewhat awkwardly, bowed and saluted to Lin Qian in the distance, then vanished in a flash of white light. Lin Qian didn't look back, but he could hear the sound of teleportation, knowing that these people had left. Thinking of this, Lin Qian suddenly looked at the unconscious werewolf in confusion. By the way, Brother Fish, when you caught it, didn't it pull out some kind of teleportation card or something to try to teleport away? He had just realized this. With a swish, the fish monster appeared behind Lin Qian like a teleporter. What instructions, Boss Lin? Chapter 433. Lock? Lin Qian's eyes widened in shock at the fish monster's words. A supervisor has this kind of power? The fish monster spread his hands. This is a power only level 3 supervisors possess. Once activated on a target, it not only blocks the use of cards, but also their storage space. Hearing this, Lin Qian lost his composure. Huh? So overbearing. This is even more powerful than a block card. It can even block storage space? At this moment, Lin Qian's desire to advance to level 3 was stronger than ever. Not only that, after locking onto a target, their whereabouts will also appear on your supervisor map. The fish monster continued. But this ability can only be used in dungeon worlds, not in buildings. Lin Qian's eyes gleamed as he quickly inquired. So how many targets can this power lock onto? Is it limited to unusual intruders? Can it lock onto ordinary survivors? The fish monster seemed stunned by the question and thought for a moment. There shouldn't be a limit to the number of targets I can lock onto. As for ordinary survivors, I rarely encounter them, and even if I did, I wouldn't bother with them, so I haven't tried it. Lin Qian took a step back and patted his chest. Come on, brother you, try locking onto me. This was Lin Qian's biggest concern. If this lock-on ability could be used on ordinary survivors, he would definitely become a nightmare for many in the future. Oh. The fish monster listened to Lin Qian and immediately attempted to activate the lock-on ability. After staring at each other for over 10 seconds, the fish monster shook his head. No, this ability won't work on hunters. Lin Qian was speechless. He should have told those guys to slow down. But he could just pull anyone over for the experiment. The black-clad soldiers were most likely in the dungeon, so Lin Qian naturally wouldn't bring them in, fearing it would affect their gains. Quickly, he selected a suitable target. He entered the number, confirmed, and the summon card vanished in a flash of white light. With a swish, a bewildered Yin Sheng appeared out of thin air. He looked up and saw the fish monster so close. He gasped, nearly fainting on the spot. Hey! What's going on? Lin Qian grabbed Yin Sheng's collar and lifted him up, stopping him from falling. Qian, brother Qian. Only when he turned and saw Lin Qian did Yin Sheng breathe a sigh of relief. In his mind, as long as Lin Qian was there, he was absolutely safe. You've been staying up late again, haven't you? Here, I give you a snack. Seeing Yin Sheng's disheveled hair and downcast face, Lin Qian knew he'd barely gotten any rest lately thanks to his platinum dragon hide. So, he casually gave him 7 rainbow fruits to boost his stats. At the same time, Lin Qian nodded to the fish monster, signaling it to begin. The fish monster understood, and immediately activated its lock-on ability on Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng, staring blankly at the rainbow fruit in his hand, suddenly paled, his whole body trembling, and he nearly flung it away. Qian, brother Qian. He looked at Lin Qian in horror. What's wrong? Lin Qian, however, looked at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. I suddenly got a notification saying I'm locked out and can't access my storage space. Yin Sheng trembled. Beautiful. Lin Qian cheered. This proved that the lock-on ability could be applied to any survivor. Brother you, remove it. The fish monster nodded at the signal. Soon, Yin Sheng was stunned again. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qian patted his shoulder. All right, that's all for you. Don't rush to deal with the dragon hide. It's time to rest. Take the food I gave you back and eat it quickly. Your stats are so low, I'm afraid I kill you with a single slap. After giving some casual instructions, Lin Qian escorted Yin Sheng through the confessional's permanent door to his own room. Survivors entering the unlocked area would be teleported to their own room simply by opening the door. Back in Devil Town, Lin Qian glanced at the timer. It was almost time for his appointment with Black Dog. Brother, you, tell everyone to spread out. Don't gather together, and don't draw too much attention. Without the puppet, the fish monster became a tool to convey the divine will. Okay, Boss Lin. The fish monster readily agreed, its figure vanishing from its original position. The next moment, it reappeared out of thin air behind E. coli, who was playing in the sand on the beach. The coli froze, slowly turning its head, its 6 eyes flickering with confusion and anxiety. The fish monster stared at it with dead eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly kicked it. Bang! With a muffled thud, the coli was kicked directly into the sea by the fish monster, its whereabouts unknown. Lin Qian, witnessing this scene from a distance, jumped in panic. Did I tell you that? The fish monster turned its head away with an innocent look. It's just too ugly not to attract attention. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. You have a point. Let it float in the sea. Don't do that to others. The fish monster nodded. Okay, Boss Lin. Swish, disappeared again. Meanwhile, Lin Qian, shadow-walking, arrived at the foot of a steep cliff at the edge of the beach. Snake Brother and Nen's sister followed closely behind. With a creak, the old wooden door swung open, and the two of them slipped directly into the hound's space, ready to be deployed. With Snake Brother's personal protection, Lin Qian felt reassured. He pulled out a summoning card and entered Black Dog's number. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Black Dog, dressed in a different outfit, appeared out of thin air. Brother Li Jin, have you brought the life egg? I need to summon my fellow tribesmen to inspect it. Black Dog's expression was a little anxious. He didn't even exchange greetings, but got straight to the point. Lin Qian smiled and waved his hand, and a life egg appeared in his palm. Upon seeing the life egg, Black Dog breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out a summoning card. Brother Li Jin, my people tend to have bad tempers and unpleasant words. I hope you don't mind. Before summoning, he hesitantly explained a few words to Lin Qian. Lin Qian continued to smile and nodded, looking harmless. The next moment, Black Dog used the summoning card, and a flash of white light appeared. Where is it? Where is the life egg? Before the figure had fully formed, a raspy voice rang out, causing Lin Qian's eardrums to ache. Followed by, a ferocious-looking man from the demon clan appeared beside Black Dog. 3 meters tall, his body bulging with muscles, his fangs sharp, his face savage and studded with golden nails. With this appearance, he would be a boss-level character in any dungeon. Compared to him, Black Dog seemed as harmless as a little lamb. It was only after seeing him that Lin Qian finally understood why the Evil Ghost Clan was called the Evil Ghost Clan. This one truly looks like an evil ghost. Chapter 434. Ah! It's the Egg of Life! The tall demon, with a face covered in golden spikes, glimpsed the Egg of Life in Lin Qian's hand, and suddenly became excited. Let me see it! With that, he reached out to grab it. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, and was about to move, but Black Dog grabbed the demon with the golden spikes by the arm. Black Bear. Calm down. It was a strange scene. The massive figure known as Black Bear was clearly much stronger than Black Dog, but under Black Dog's pull, his arm froze in midair, daring not to struggle free. Sorry, Brother Dog, I was a little too impatient. He slowly withdrew his hand, feeling a bit unsure where to put it. On the cliff, an owl slowly withdrew its gaze, and returned to picking wild fruits. Below the beach, Brother Catfish's puffed cheeks slowly receded as he continued to enjoy the waves. At that moment, the gazes of nearly 30 supervisors were fixed on one point. If this fellow called Black Bear advanced even further, his demise would surely be spectacular. Lin Qian could sense that his strength attribute was higher than his own, but far from invincible. After all, he was currently focusing on developing his mental attributes, and the golden fist of a ferocious beast's soul was no ordinary person's defense. He was relieved that the opponent wasn't a level 2 champion. This way, no matter the outcome of the deal, he would be guaranteed a win. Are you two brothers? Relaxing, Lin Qian suddenly became curious about their relationship. Brother Li Jin, women in our evil ghost tribe are very rare, so most of them are related by blood. Just talking about my mother's lineage, there are thousands of brothers, big and small. To be honest, I want to exchange this life egg for my mother's life extension. It's precisely because I care about my mother that Black Bear got a little impatient. Please don't mind. Hearing Black Dog's words, Lin Qian couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Thousands of brothers, one mother. Wow. At the same time, Black Dog waved his hand, and Black Bear beside him immediately pulled out a pitch-black sphere the size of a coconut from his storage space. "Brother Li, shall we conduct our subsequent transactions here?" Black Dog looked at Lin Qian for final confirmation. Only after Lin Qian nodded did he glance at Black Bear. Black Bear picked up the pitch-black sphere and slammed it down against the rock beside him. With a puff, the sphere burst, and pitch-black smoke began to swirl around the rock, eventually forming a vortex. Immediately afterwards, the Black Bear plunged into the vortex, and with the clanking of chains, it pulled out 7 captives chained together. These individuals varied in size and skin color. Some were covered in scales, others had skin as rough as bark, and 2 were hairy beast men. But what they all had in common was that their heads were locked shut with a metal device resembling an iron barrel. They walked unsteadily, dazed, and completely absent from resistance. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the aura of the 7 individuals. Although faint, he could still detect a hint of threat, indicating that they were indeed powerful first-level breakthroughs. He nodded towards the 2 brothers, a satisfied expression on his face. "You've packed it up for me, too. Good job." He reached out to take the chain, but Black Bear suddenly withdrew his hand. "Wait! I need to verify the authenticity of that life egg." At the same time, Black Dog, standing nearby, stepped forward, his face etched with embarrassment. "Sorry, Brother Li, this is the elder." Swoosh! Before he could finish his explanation, Lin Qian tossed the life egg towards him. Black Dog instinctively caught it, blinking, bewildered. "You can look at it, but you can't take it away. That would affect your health." Lin Qian blinked at Black Dog, his heart completely captivated by the 7 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He rubbed his hands impatiently. "You inspect the goods first. I won't be polite." With those words, Lin Qian's blood burst forth, engulfing and entwining the 7 captives. Black Bear, startled, quickly threw away the chain, stepped back, and glanced at Lin Qian with some surprise. The 7 captives, entangled in the bloodline, immediately began to struggle frantically. However, confined by the strange iron barrel, they made no sound. The only sound was the rattling of the chains, and the sizzling of the bloodline feeding. Slowly, the struggle subsided, and a satisfied blush appeared on Lin Qian's cheeks. "Excellent!" When he opened his eyes, the 7 men were motionless. The next moment, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder. Reward, free attribute points *45. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder. Reward, free attribute points *43. 7 notifications in total, for a total of 308 free attribute points. It was less than Lin Qian had expected. Perhaps it was because the captives were powerless to resist, but it was still satisfying. The bloodline was retracted, and the bone armor could no longer support the iron barrel device thumping down. Looking at Black Dog again, he was removing a telescope-like device from the life egg, his eyes filled with excitement. Yes, it's the real life egg. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, each seeing the joy on the other's face. At Black Dog's signal, Black Bear picked up the life egg and strode towards Lin Qian. "Here." He handed the life egg over in a muffled voice. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise, and reached out to take the life egg. After inspecting it, he confirmed it hadn't been swapped. "You must keep this thing safe. I come back to you once I've gathered the heads. If you lose it, or sell it to another tribe, I definitely bring trouble upon you. Not just you, but your entire tribe." The Black Bear glared fiercely at Lin Qian, ready to threaten him. But before he could finish his words, a familiar rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Swish! The enormous Black Bear vanished from the spot where it stood. The next second, boom! A loud noise echoed from the cliffside, and rocks from above crashed down. The larger fish monster pressed the Black Bear's head into the shattered cliff. Cracks spread rapidly, and large swathes of rock automatically fell away. "I've tolerated you for a long time." The gloomy voice echoed in everyone's minds, like a demon from the abyss. "Who the hell are you, scumbag? How dare you threaten Boss Lin? Call the dozen or so second-level leaders from your clan, and see if you can escape me alive. If Boss Lin is in a good mood and offers you his stone eggs in exchange for your things, you must kneel down and express your gratitude. If Boss Lin is in a bad mood and takes your things for free, you still have to kneel down and express your gratitude. Otherwise, I tear you apart. Do you understand?" Chapter 435. Watching the Black Bear struggling in the crevice of the rock wall, pinned by the fish monster, Lin Qian couldn't help but rub his brows in worry. The Black Dog looked horrified, seemingly completely unaware of what had happened. "Brother Fish, you're impulsive again. Helplessly, Lin Qian could only speak to stop the fish monster. At his command, the fish monster slowly withdrew its hand and flashed back to Lin Qian's side. Boss Lin, this guy is being too rude to you. I simply can't stand it. The two of them folded their hands, looking sullen. If they weren't so ugly, they might have been a little cute. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin Qian looked helplessly at the black dog across from him. Sorry, brother dog, I have a bad temper. Please bear with me. Naturally, Lin Qian didn't blame brother fish. That black bear was truly arrogant. Not only did it threaten him, but it even threatened his own people. Lin Qian himself had almost taken action just now. What are you looking at? Seeing the black dog staring at him in bewilderment, the fish monster raged again. Lin Qian quickly reached out to stop him. Okay, brother fish. Okay, they didn't mean it. I'm not angry, ah. He reached out and stroked the fish monster's avocado-like belly, whispering softly, as if soothing a child. After all, he was a supervisor from Giant City, and he had a real temper. Crash! Just then, the black bear, crushed into the mountain, finally struggled free, sending a shower of debris cascading down. The golden spikes were stained with blood, and his head seemed partially crushed. However, this didn't dampen his fighting spirit in the slightest. You sneaked up on me. I wasn't prepared. That doesn't count. He roared at the fish monster. Huh? The fish monster turned, its dead eyes revealing no emotion. Are you ready now? Its voice was filled with undisguised contempt. Buzz! The black bear hunched over, raised its fist, and activated a ring of power. The dark stratum on its body suddenly seemed to be coated with a metallic luster. Ready! He glared at the fish monster fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. Boom! An even louder sound echoed, and the mountain seemed to shake. A huge crater appeared in the rock face, and rubble clattered down. With a whoosh, the fish monster vanished, as if it had never left its face impassive. The black dog was left staring in disbelief at the fish monster, then at the black bear, whose life or death remained unknown in the crater. Brother fish, you didn't die, did you? Looking at the massive crater, Lin Qian couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, and asked in his mind. Don't worry, Boss Lin, I be careful. By the time Lin Qian helped Black Dog dig the black bear out, its chest was dented, and it was barely breathing. It had absolutely no sense of restraint. Even then, while Lin Qian paid for the rapid healing potion to treat the black bear, it was still scratching its head. That's not right. Why is he so vulnerable? Lin Qian was speechless. Brother Yu, do you mistake this guy for one of those guys in Giant City? How could they be the same? After being scolded by Lin Qian, the fish monster retreated to its corner. After waking up, the black bear was noticeably less arrogant than before, its gaze darting around in fear. Where is it? Lin Qian quickly tried to comfort him. It's fine. I let it go reflect on its actions. He looked at the black dog. I'm sorry, my brother was a bit harsh. If you need compensation. Before he finished speaking, the black bear suddenly stood up and excitedly grabbed Lin Qian's hand. No compensation. At the black dog's glance, the black bear finally realized his own indiscretion. If possible, I hope that Senior can teach me a few more moves. I can pay a few more heads for it, in my own name. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned. He looked at the black dog, only to see it shrug helplessly. The evil ghosts generally worship the strong. No matter how rebellious they were before, they will become obedient after a beating. He has now been tamed by your brother. Lin Qian was speechless, confused as to what path this race was taking. But Brother Li Jin, why did that guy call you Boss Lin? Suddenly, Black Dog raised a question. Oh, it's just a nickname. Don't take it to heart. Lin Qian brushed it off without blushing or faltering. Influenced by his attitude, Black Dog didn't press the issue further. My other brothers have already begun their movement. Give us a few more days, and we definitely gather them in. I hope Brother Li Jin can be patient with us. Clearly, Black Dog was a rare variant of the Devil tribe, so the same words came out of his mouth much more politely. Don't worry, I've already told the Star tribe that this life egg is reserved for you Devil tribe. He wasn't lying, as the one he was going to give the Star tribe was another life egg. Thank you. Black Dog hurriedly thanked him, then seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh! That's right. This is 1,000 cups of Dream Spring water. The elders have instructed that as long as we confirm the item's authenticity, we can give it directly to you as a token of our evil ghost tribe's sincerity. He pulled an exquisite silver kettle from his storage space. Its streamlined design was striking, and it was obvious it was no ordinary item. Lin Qian reached out to take it with a look of surprise. As he lifted the handle, his forearm muscles tensed, a testament to its impressive weight. It must be said that the evil ghost tribe was truly wealthy. Not to mention the 1,000 cups of dream spring water, this kettle alone was no ordinary item. He calmly put it away, smiled, and nodded at Black Dog. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Qian repeatedly confirmed that he would not sell the life egg to anyone else. The two brothers then teleported away with peace of mind. With this, the first transaction concluded, and Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. This encounter proved that the demonic clan truly kept their promises, and was worthy of close friendship. A glance at the timer revealed less than an hour left before the supervisors were due to start. After a moment's thought, Lin Qian summoned Brother Snake and Sister Min from the Hound Space and gathered the supervisors on the beach. He produced a canteen filled with dream spring water and gestured towards everyone. This is good stuff, but I'm not sure if it will work for you. 1 cup per person. Line up and come get yours. Those who can't eat, please stay out of the way. Here, Brother Snake, I pour you first. He filled a cup and handed it to Brother Snake. Although Brother Snake looked puzzled, unsure of the contents, he drank it all in one gulp out of trust in Lin Qian. Come on, Brother Fish. The second one was the fish monster. This creature was so large that when a cup was poured into his mouth, it slurped and slurped, and he couldn't even taste it. Chapter 436. Ah! After pouring the water for the fish monster, Lin Qian turned around and saw Brother Catfish, who had been waiting with his mouth wide open since the beginning. A look of helplessness immediately crossed his face. I know you can drink, but only 1 cup per person. The same cup was poured into Brother Catfish's mouth. Like the fish monster, he smacked his lips, unable to taste the flavor, and looked confused. Soon, all 20 or so supervisors who could eat had finished feeding. Lin Qian waited a moment, and saw that everyone was staring at each other, seemingly without any effect. Could it be that the effect of the dream spring water was being treated as a negative state and directly blocked? Just as he was wondering, Brother Catfish, not far away, suddenly flipped over, and a few bubbles gurgled out of his mouth. A strange smile played on his face. He kicked his tail hard, and slid down in front of the fish monster. It worked? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, and looked at Brother Catfish. No, everything seems normal to me. The fish monster turned to look at Lin Qian, then suddenly glanced up at the sun. Sorry, Boss Lin, I suddenly remembered something else, so I be leaving now. With that, it stepped forward and sat down on Brother Catfish. Let's go, Master. Brother Catfish, pressed down, spat out a large stream of seawater. Then, with a sharp, deep breath, his entire body suddenly expanded, flinging the fish monster off him. The fish monster stumbled to the ground, refusing to get up. It waved its hands wildly, stirring up dust. I'm flying so high! Then, the other supervisors began to lose themselves in hallucinations. The ugly Kolai marched arrogantly toward Lin Qian, its 6 eyes glancing at him with disdain, before turning and walking away. The owl dove into the sea, its whereabouts unknown. The stitched monster lay on the ground, imitating a jellyfish, its hands and feet gliding rhythmically, its back rubbing against the sand, plowing a trench. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Lin Qian couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Ah, these guys! He turned to glance at Snake, who stood unresponsive behind him, his eyes filled with admiration. Snake is still, unmoved, and gives me a sense of security. The words had barely left his mouth. Ah! Lin Qian suddenly felt his scalp tighten. Snake, what are you doing? His voice trembled, and his face suddenly turned pale. I'm not tasty. Sister Min. Sister Min. Help. Brother Snake is trying to eat me. Huh? Those guys are finally at work. Next time, don't feed so many people dream spring water at once. These bastards almost tore down Devil Town. Zane was even kicked down from the tree he was hiding in. It was too dangerous. Back in his room, Lin Qian's first order of business was to clean the blood off his head. It must be that Brother Snake treated him like a lollipop, otherwise his brains would have been chewed up. The thought of it was terrifying. Shower, change clothes, sit on the dragon throne. These steps were a regular part of Lin Qian's routine before adding points. Open the panel. Start adding points. Name, Lin Qian, level 2 Hunter 480/1000, Strength, 560. Agility, 200.1. Const, 310. Spirit, 1000. Traits, stone heart, abnormal digestion, resurrection, indestructibility, abyssal adaptation. Abilities: pure fire, flame breath, flame afterimage, filth, 2%, alien blood, bloodline / ghost blood / blood mist / pure yang blood, shadow, shadow walk / shadow lightning spear, armor, bone armor / crystal armor / steel armor, giant strength, 92.3%. Limited attack, ring of power, first limit, hardening, first limit, soul refining, first limit, extreme speed, first limit, ghost eyes, clairvoyance, steel teeth, soul scream. Rating: a level 2 hunter with source level abilities and a powerful soul. He's at the top of his class and possesses unlimited potential. Feeding 7 captives grants 7 points of strength and 7 points of constitution, which is better than nothing. Of the 308 free attributes, 60 points are allocated to spirit, officially reaching its limit. The remaining points are all put into the power, pushing strength past the 500 mark. Lin Qian noticed a subtle change in his evaluation, but before he could read it carefully, his body reacted violently. However, he had been prepared for this, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to remain silent. After a long time, the numbness, itching, and aches in his body subsided. Lin Qian sweated profusely, his chest heaving violently. Raising his arms and clenching his fists, Lin Qian could clearly feel the immense power contained in his muscles. A thought flashed. Ring of power. Then a loud humming sounded. The air twisted into a massive ring, several times larger than before, like a hula hoop. Lin Qian's eyes flashed, and he suddenly threw a punch into the air. Bang! The air trembled, and the coffee table before him flipped over, sending objects tumbling to the floor. Such a powerful force? Lin Qian was startled. He then mobilized the ring of power once more, closing his eyes, and beginning to contract and condense. The original ring of power was only the size of a steering wheel. When condensed to its limit, it became roughly the size of a bracelet, its force concentrated into a single point, enhancing its penetrating power. Now, the ring of power was the size of a car tire. After condensing to its limit, and shrinking to the size of a steering wheel, the pure white, glowing ring of power suddenly began to emit a sharp buzzing sound, its outline becoming unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Thankfully, this skill's control was linked to the mental attribute. Lin Qian had just increased his mental power to 1,000. Frowning and concentrating for a moment, he quickly mastered the technique and stabilized the ring of power. However, this charging process was too cumbersome, making it difficult to find an opportunity to use it during combat. Next, it was time to test its power. Lin Qian opened his eyes, staring at the ring of power on his wrist, which resembled a large donut. He swung forward with another powerful force. Bang! The air exploded with a crackling sound, and white smoke filled the air. The sofa was instantly shattered into dust, and the coffee table, along with it, slammed into the wall, shattering into pieces. Satisfied, he withdrew his gaze. The power of this punch had already exceeded Lin Qian's expectations. If the power of the giant was added, the power would be doubled. The more Lin Qian thought about it, the more excited he became. Remembering how long it had been since he had beaten a force-measuring dummy, he immediately used Shadow Walk to move closer to the dummy. However, as soon as he appeared, Lin Qian discovered that someone had already arrived at the dummy's side. At this moment, Wu Sheng was in a strange state, swinging his sword slowly and gently. The dummy's merciless taunt seemed completely blocked out by Wu Sheng, unable to affect him in the slightest. Suddenly, several dark flashes of blades appeared in the air, swishing so fast that Lin Qian barely registered. Looking back at Wu Sheng, he had already sheathed his blade and straightened his back. The dummy then offered its assessment. Humph, your blade is quite sharp, but it's only good enough to give me a haircut. Not worth mentioning. Chapter 437. Damn it! Brother Wu, what did you do? You actually made it change its tune. Lin Qian was stunned. You know, getting even a little bit of recognition from a dummy is incredibly difficult. The last time he heard it was when the stitched monster delivered a full-force attack. For a while now, Wu Sheng had been constantly battling the dummy. Lin Qian had assumed he was simply bored and looking for something to do, but now it seemed otherwise. He actually been practicing new moves. Upon seeing Lin Qian, Wu Sheng immediately returned to his Lin Yuan long sword, the blade automatically flying into Lin Qian's hand, quickly establishing contact. Brother Wu, what was that move just now? It looked pretty cool. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he asked impatiently. I've only just realized recently that I'm no longer human anymore. Wu Sheng's voice was calm and gentle. I'm not human, but I still retain the attacking habits of a human. I subconsciously protect weaknesses that don't even exist, limiting me in every way during combat. But now I've successfully overcome this. I've learned to utilize the characteristics of my current body and apply them in actual combat. The object you gave life to back then was this sword, and I was merely a sword spirit. For all this time, I continue to treat this sword as a weapon, a tool, as I always did, subconsciously separating myself from it. I had no idea I already reached a state of unity between man and sword, a state that had previously eluded me. As Wu Sheng sighed, a jet-black substance suddenly surged from the Lin Yuan's sword and wrapped around Lin Qian's wrist. "Brother Lin, treat me like an ordinary sword and swing it." Lin Qian was slightly stunned. Although somewhat puzzled, he still swung his sword with all his might as Wu Sheng instructed. Swish. Buzz. The air trembled violently, and a dark crescent slashed through the air with a terrifyingly large area. The dummy was instantly thrown back by the energy. Humph. Even the sharpest sword can't hurt me. The dummy curled its lips in disdain, but its comment implicitly acknowledged the power of the slash. With a swish, the black crescent vanished in an instant. Lin Qian's keen eyesight caught the moment the dark energy returned to the blade. He was stunned by the scene. "Brother Wu, this?" Wu Sheng's voice echoed in his mind. "That's right, this blade light is my body." Lin Qian was shocked. "Holy crap! Can it be that?" Wu Sheng chuckled. "Actually, this is the correct way to use it. Next time we encounter an enemy, let's practice our coordination. I know you're good with a heavy sword. Don't worry, I teach you." Lin Qian smiled. Okay. Ever since Tu Dao retired, he rarely used his weapon. His newly acquired Jinchuan broadsword was quite useful, but it was a bit more defensive and not quite suited to Lin Qian's offensive tendencies. "What? Are you heading out?" Wu Sheng saw Lin Qian coming to him and thought he was going to a dungeon. "Oh no, I just came here to try out some tricks." Lin Qian pointed at the dummy. The dummy looked at Lin Qian with a mocking expression. "Haha, you?" Lin Qian's teeth clenched. "Brother Wu, get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the Ring of Power and began to gather energy. When a white ring condensed, he would activate the power of the giant. Instantly, crimson lightning surged, and Lin Qian's long hair fluttered wildly, like a demon on earth. Bang! A powerful punch blasted out, the air trembling violently. The dummy fell backward and lay flat, remaining there for 3 seconds before bouncing back. "Humph, a foolish display of strength. You're nowhere near enough to hurt me, Grandpa." Its assessment shifted slightly. Lin Qian's lips curled slightly, his mind already forming an assessment of his current strength. To avoid wasting time, Lin Qian didn't dwell on the dummy any longer. "Brother Wu, I leave it to you." Handing the dummy over to Wu Sheng, Lin Qian left the room, feeling both excited and nervous, and entered the corridor. He glanced to his right, hesitated for a moment, and then turned left. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, and Lin Qian entered the strange shop once again. There was no sign of the bald monster behind the counter. From the seemingly endless storage corridor behind, strange noises and faint curses could be heard. "That little bastard. Where the hell did he get all those worms? Be careful around him next time. He's so sneaky. Holy crap. There are still so many. When will this be finished?" Listening to the bald monster's resentful mumbling, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. Inside. Dong dong. He reached out and knocked on the counter, summoning the bald monster. However, the creature threw a tantrum and pretended not to hear. Helpless, Lin Qian could only yell at the top of his lungs. "Boss Bald, I'm going to room 666 for my second bet soon. I'd like to buy some information from you." Once these words were spoken, they proved effective. The bald monster paused, as if lost in thought. The next moment, with a puff of stardust, its figure appeared behind the counter. "Eh? Boss Bald, you've grown hair." The moment Lin Qian saw the bald monster, he noticed a change. A layer of white hair had sprouted from its previously bald areas. Furthermore, the wrinkles on its face seemed to have faded considerably. Is this the effect of the life egg? However, the bald monster didn't respond to his question, instead staring at Lin Qian sternly. "I'm afraid I disappoint you." Lin Qian was stunned. What do you mean?" The bald monster closed its eyes. "Like I said before, I don't know everything. I can't give you any information about the demonic gambling game. Because, compared to the rules, the demonic monster itself is the most dangerous part of the gambling game. Even the simplest rules can become extremely dangerous under the guy's manipulation. I can only give you one piece of advice. Free. Hearing this, Lin Qian's expression grew serious, and he slowly sat up straight. If this profiteer can offer it for free, you can imagine how serious the problem is. The bald monster stared at Lin Qian, his tone calm and unwavering. Don't let your innocence lead you to believe you're so special that you become complacent and let your guard down. Through experience, I know you already have some suspicions. The demons do have some expectations of you, but that doesn't mean they show you mercy. If they had the chance to kill you, they wouldn't hesitate. The qualification is reserved for those who have successfully survived. Do you understand? The bald monster stared at Lin Qian, observing his expression. Lin Qian frowned and looked back at him. I've got that. Of course, he knew the demons were dangerous, but he also knew the man before him was no pushover. Lin Qian trusted his own judgment and wasn't influenced by any outside influences. But he still had to maintain a facade. Chapter 438. After exiting room 777, Lin Qian turned right and walked straight ahead. After a moment, he stopped in front of a door and looked up at the number on it. 666, huh? No matter how strong I become, I still can't help but feel scared in front of this door. Take a deep breath, and Lin Qian laughed at himself. Calming down, his gaze immediately became firm. He reached out, grabbed the doorknob, twisted it, and opened it. The next moment, a large amount of black, unknown substance suddenly emerged from the crack in the door, spreading along the door frame and the wall to the surroundings. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched, and a strong sense of danger surrounded him. His instincts kept urging him to escape quickly. Resisting the urge to turn around and run away, Lin Qian waved his hand, and a basket full of fruit appeared out of thin air. Then, he forced a smile on his face, and stepped into the darkness with his head held high. Evil brother. I've come to see you. Did you miss me? He raised the fruit basket high in his hand to show his sincerity. But there was no response. Huh? Not home. Lin Qian looked around in confusion, realizing the furnishings remained unchanged. The old display cabinets held a variety of bottles and jars, some of the contents still wriggling and struggling, clanging against the broken walls. The atmosphere was completely different from the bald monsters. Everywhere exuded mystery and strangeness. Approaching the gambling table, Lin Qian gently set the fruit basket down. Evil brother? He called out to the back, but still no response. This left Lin Qian somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this leopard house still has closing times? Am I here at the wrong time? Just as he was wondering, a strange noise suddenly rang out from behind him. Lin Qian instinctively turned around, then was startled. TSK, TSK, TSK? A familiar laugh echoed, and Lin Qian's heartstrings instantly tightened. Behind him, a mirrored dimension suddenly appeared. There, a gambling table identical to the one before him was also laid out, and on it lay the fruit basket he had brought. The black-robed figure that had once terrified him sat quietly behind the gambling table, leaning forward slightly. A pitch-black tentacle emerged from under the table, and waved towards Lin Qian as if beckoning. Long time no see. Lin Qian instinctively looked down at the gambling table behind him. The fruit basket he had just placed on it had vanished into thin air. Forcing a smile, Lin Qian mustered his courage and strode towards the demon. Long time no see, brother evil demon. I've missed you so much. Did you miss me? Arriving at the gambling table, Lin Qian pulled up a stool and plopped down, crossing his legs with the unhurried air of a regular. TSK, TSK, TSK? Seeing him like this, the evil demon laughed, his black robe fluttering, and then his voice grew colder. If you miss me, why did you take so long to come? Hearing the evil demon's sudden question, cold sweat broke out on Lin Qian's forehead, his mind racing. What? Haven't you figured out a good lie yet? Before Lin Qian could say anything, the evil demon pierced his thoughts. TSK, TSK, TSK? You're not good at lying. Don't force yourself. The evil demon let out a strange laugh, its tone softening slightly. It seemed to be deliberately trying to frighten Lin Qian, just to see his reaction. You're absolutely right, brother. Lin Qian jumped on the bandwagon. I've been honest since I was a child and never lie. It can't be helped. I'm not naturally cunning. The evil demon laughed again, ignoring Lin Qian's nonsense. So, you've made all the preparations and want to challenge the second bet? Lin Qian was stunned. Why was this guy even asking for his opinion? He remembered that the first time, he had been forced into the bet. It seems that after increasing your strength, your status and position are indeed different, and the treatment you receive is also. He was sighing, but before he could give a positive response, he saw the evil demon's black robe surging, and a small golden hourglass was placed on the gambling table by its tentacles. Then, Let's begin. Lin Qian's eyes widened. I haven't agreed yet. The next second, the demon's tentacles flipped the small golden hourglass upside down, and white sand cascaded down. Then, Lin Qian saw the demon's body transform into white sand and rapidly collapse. Furthermore, the gambling table, including the surrounding display cases, everything within his sight, was rapidly transformed into white sand and collapsed. In the end, aside from the chair Lin Qian was sitting on, the surroundings were completely empty, leaving only a blanket of white sand. Lin Qian blinked in confusion and looked around, realizing that the space had suddenly become endless, with no end in sight, only endless darkness. Hello? Brother Demon? He tried to call out, but all he could hear was his own voice echoing over and over. No one answered. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. Combining the hint the demon had given him before he left, he vaguely guessed the nature of the bet. He raised his wrist and glanced at the timer, only to find that the numbers had stopped, as if time had been frozen and no longer moving. A test of patience? I'm quite good at that. Lin Qian smiled confidently, crossed his legs, folded his arms across his chest, and waited silently. After an indeterminate amount of time, he couldn't help but shift his posture, slumping slightly and tilting his head back. A bit bored? Playing a few games should be fine. He pulled his game console from his storage space and began playing with gusto. After a while, he had completed all the games on the dozen or so portable consoles, and even replaced the batteries countless times. Finally, he was tired of playing. His crossed legs swayed constantly, revealing his inner restlessness. I opened the private chat interface, but it was completely dark, completely unable to contact the outside world. I checked the timer for the umpteenth time, but the seconds remained unchanged. What's going on? Have they trapped me in a time prison? Lin Qian was growing restless. He wanted to get up and walk around, but when his hand touched the armrest of his chair, he suddenly became alert. Everything has turned to sand, leaving only this chair unchanged. Lin Qian sat back down. There's definitely something wrong. Just then, the sand on the ground suddenly began to surge and sweep, gradually forming the shape of a demon. TSK, TSK, TSK? A strange laugh echoed. Congratulations. You've discovered the truth and successfully won this bet. More sand began to gather, forming a gambling table. Now, please choose your prize. The tentacle waved, and 3 items appeared on the table. Chapter 439. What? Don't you want the prize? Seeing Lin Qian remained unmoved, the evil demon asked in confusion. Lin Qian smiled shyly and indicated the distance between himself and the gambling table. Too far, out of reach. Can you get closer? As soon as these words left his mouth, the evil demon, unaware that his trick had been seen through, collapsed into white sand with a crashing sound. So, I really do hate stone-hearted people. Though he spoke, the evil demon's tone held a smile. What stone-hearted people? Lin Qian feigned innocence, a look of confusion on his face. He was no longer the rookie he once was. He wouldn't move until the system prompt popped up. TSK, TSK, TSK. The evil demon laughed again, its tentacles wriggling across the sand and approaching Lin Qian. You have a strong elf scent. If I'm not mistaken, you and that old fox must have just met. It slowly bent down, its hooded face obscured beneath the hood, leaning closer to Lin Qian. A faint sound of wriggling and tangling could be heard. Then, it lifted its sleeve, and a cold tentacle rested on Lin Qian's neck, slowly wrapping around and tightening. The increasingly intense feeling of suffocation made Lin Qian's muscles tense. He gripped the chair's armrests tightly, suppressing the urge to resist. Don't mess around. This one's unbeatable. After a long moment, the tentacle finally released itself, and the demon slowly turned. Be careful, that guy's not a good person. He sees everything as valuable, including you. Lin Qian's breathing was slightly rapid. Due to his strong constitution, the short-term suffocation had no effect on him. He was mainly frightened. The demon's oppressive presence was still too strong. He almost thought he was going to die here, triggering his resurgence trait. Compared to that, Snake Brother was still the cutest. Of course, that was provided he didn't gnaw on his scalp, which was also terrifying. Lin Qian distracted himself with random thoughts while trying to adjust his mindset. The demon across from him slowly sat down, the quicksand automatically transforming into a chair. It seemed to be scrutinizing Lin Qian. Although he couldn't see the demon's eyes, Lin Qian still felt quite uncomfortable. Ahem, well, how long will this bet last? Finally, Lin Qian broke the silence and asked the demon. How long? It's hard to say. The demon actually gave an answer. Generally speaking, the difficulty of this level lies in the illusions. What you desire and care about will become a powerful weapon to shake your mind. Honestly, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to make such full use of your role as a supervisor, actually strengthening your mental attributes to this extent. With this level of mental strength, combined with the effects of the Stone Heart Man, all illusions seem so vulnerable. So, I better save my energy. TSK TSK TSK. Hearing the evil demon's strange laughter, Lin Qian also smiled apologetically. A thought struck him, and he asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Of all the people, why did you only choose me? But at this, the evil demon's laughter only grew louder. TSK TSK TSK. How can you be so sure that I only chose you? Lin Qian was stunned. Could it be that there are others? That's not right. The thought was cut short as it arose. If another human became the supervisor, there was no way he wouldn't know. After all, his people were everywhere in the City of Chaos now, so the news couldn't be hidden. Plus, he had met most of the top human warriors by now. There weren't any particularly outstanding individuals. The evil demon looked at Lin Qian, lost in thought, and laughed eerily again. TSK TSK TSK. It seems you still lack confidence in yourself. Don't doubt it, you are the one. Hearing this, Lin Qian was speechless. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? The bald monster was right. The evil demons truly love to play tricks on people. Seeing it didn't respond, Lin Qian tactfully stopped asking. He checked the timer again. It was still frozen. The evil demon began to examine Lin Qian again, as if admiring a piece of art. Lin Qian felt uncomfortable being stared at, and could only continue to search for topics to break the awkwardness. What exactly do you want to achieve through me? What's your plan? The evil demon didn't respond, and Lin Qian wasn't surprised. This kind of thing shouldn't be so easy to answer. TSK TSK TSK. Suddenly, the evil demon laughed again. It's actually a method of ascension from the beast race? How interesting. Lin Qian was stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to directly determine his own method of ascension. But perhaps because the evil demon had already been demonized in Lin Qian's mind, it seemed as if nothing he did was surprising. However, your choice is a bit too reckless. However, the evil demon's next words made Lin Qian's heart skip a beat. Reckless? What do you mean? He looked at the evil demon with some doubt, wondering if it was another trap. TSK TSK TSK. While each method of breaking the spiritual limit is unique, there are still general categories. Out-of-body experience, possession, and Horcruxes each have their own advantages. But your method of breaking the limit has the best of both worlds, combining the advantages of both. Not only can you kill without your body, but you can also forge your spirit like a Horcrux. While this will grant you a powerful combat power far exceeding that of other limit breakers of the same level, after breaking the first limit, it will also make breaking the second limit countless times more difficult. Because there is no method that breaks both worlds, and you can't successfully break the limit with just one method, because neither method is compatible. Capacity. Judging from the idiotic ways of the beast tribe, this breakthrough method was clearly just a gamble, with no thought given to subsequent breakthroughs to level 2 from the outset. So, if you want to successfully break through, you can only continue this limit breaking method and create a similar method to break level 2. And that's incredibly difficult. TSK TSK TSK. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask that old fox after you get out. Of course, before that, you need to prepare enough gold coins. He will definitely not miss this opportunity to give you a good beating. Seeing the doubt in Lin Qian's eyes, the evil demon added. Hearing this, Lin Qian finally dispelled some of his doubts. But he wasn't worried. After all, there are 4 attributes in total, so any breakthrough is a breakthrough. The evil demon didn't have the bald monster's ability to read the panel. Seeing the strength of his own soul, he seemed to think he was a spiritual expert. If that's the case, it seems this guy doesn't quite understand the role of supervisor. Do you think that's the limit? Chapter 440. Brother. Save me. On the precipice, a blood-soaked man stretched out his hand toward Lin Qian. The monster beside him roared cruelly, and with a single blow, it severed the man's head. Then, a chill washed over his mind, and the scene before him suddenly collapsed and vanished. How's this plot? The evil demon's voice echoed. I think it's just okay. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, then offered his assessment. The evil demon retracted its dancing tentacles, its voice hoarse. It's mainly because you're a stone heart, so I can't read your memories. Otherwise, this person would be someone you're familiar with. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wouldn't that be out of place? After all, it's someone you know. The evil demon shook his head. No, because I can block the target's original memories while reading theirs, and even insert non-existent memories. Lin Qian gave the evil demon a thumbs up. Brother, you're awesome. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to check the timer. He checked the timer countless times. Time still hadn't moved. Speaking of which, brother, how long will this bet last? He truly had enough. Mainly, being around the demons made him carefully consider every word, fearing he accidentally trigger some pattern. He was exhausted. Lin Qian even began to miss his own solitude. It might have been a bit boring, but at least he wasn't on such constant alert like he was now. There was no way. Up until now, he hadn't been able to determine the true rules of this level. Just can't leave the chair? Precisely because the evil demon had previously led him in this direction, he had even more reason to suspect this was just a superficial, fake rule, just like the first bet, where the comparison was just a pretense. The key was whether he admitted defeat. But despite his suspicions, he still didn't dare move. At this moment, Lin Qian truly experienced what it felt like to be on pins and needles. It was excruciating. TSK, TSK, TSK? What? You can't wait? Don't you want to stay with me a little longer? The evil demon, sensing Lin Qian's impatience, teased with a smile. Brother, can you please stop teasing me? Lin Qian rubbed his thighs with his hands, looking embarrassed. TSK, TSK, TSK? This was a laughing evil demon. Wait a little longer. Normally, you need to experience a new life for a short period of time, gradually lowering your guard within the illusion, and eventually forgetting the bet. Lin Qian suddenly became interested. Hearing you mention it, this level is quite difficult. Have many people won this bet? The evil demon shook his head. Very few. Lin Qian understood. I understand. It's indeed difficult. The evil demon chuckled. TSK, TSK. It has nothing to do with the difficulty. After those who pass the first level, few dare to return. You've been given a life, so you should cherish it. But these guys not only don't dare come here themselves, but they also exaggerate the dangers of my place, making others who haven't been here afraid to set foot here either. That's a bit disrespectful. Lin Qian frowned, indignant. How can you spread rumors like this? Isn't this affecting your business, brother? Besides, it's not that dangerous. I just feel so relaxed. Then the demon fell silent. Lin Qian realized he had made a mistake and quickly tried to make amends. Of course, thanks to Brother Demon for showing mercy. If you were so determined to make someone lose, they wouldn't have a chance. He laughed awkwardly, another drop of cold sweat running down his cheek. TSK, TSK, TSK. You kid. Hearing the demon's laughter, Lin Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back and forth, finally unable to resist his curiosity, and asked, Brother Demon, are you unable to leave this room at will? To his surprise, the demon replied immediately. Yes, we have become part of this room. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. It seems the bald monster can't leave room 777 either. But where did those abyssal materials come from? Were they sent by fellow creatures? Thinking of the bald monster's fellow creatures, Lin Qian immediately thought of the demon that Zane had encountered. If the demon before him couldn't leave room 666, then Zane had encountered another demon. The pure fire was prepared specifically for Lin Qian by another demon. Lin Qian was curious about how many such powerful beings there were, and what he could do to help them. Could it be that they're trying to possess someone else's body? He began to imagine a scenario where the other party was nearing the end of his life and needed to find a new body. Wait a minute. Near the end of his life? Lin Qian blinked, squinting at the demon. Then, with a wave of his hand, he pulled a life egg from his storage compartment and held it in his palm. Then, he clearly sensed the demon's attention drawn to the life egg. Lin Qian slowly moved his arm, holding the life egg, and the demon's head followed suit. Where did you get this? Finally, it was the demon's turn to be curious. Lin Qian's eyes flickered. This question further convinced him that the demon's understanding of the supervisor wasn't comprehensive. Otherwise, it would have easily guessed the life egg's origins. Why, do you like it, brother? I give it to you. I wondered if the bald monster would die of rage upon seeing this. He had bargained so hard to finally obtain this thing, and Lin Qian was just giving it away for free right off the bat. Lin Qian had his reasons. The bet wasn't over yet, and his life was still in the other party's hands. Giving a small gift would at least increase his chances of survival. Of course, the most crucial thing was that he already had plenty of this stuff in his storage. It wasn't worth anything at all. TSK, TSK, TSK? I'm so sorry. Despite his words, the tentacles extended with a rather rude swipe, and the life egg vanished from Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian blinked and smiled apologetically. By the way, brother, if I win this time, are there any items in the prize that can break the level 2? Taking advantage of the demon's good mood, Lin Qian quickly asked the question that concerned him most about this trip. He was willing to take the risk of participating in this second bet primarily for the chance to break the level 2. If he could successfully break the level 2 within the protection period, the human race's situation would be transformed. When he left the protection period, Lin Qian would show the aliens what I meant by I don't eat beef. However, the demon's answer left Lin Qian somewhat disappointed. Unfortunately not. It shook its head. But the next words rekindled Lin Qian's hope. But I can tell you a way to get a chance to break level 2. Chapter 441. How to get a chance to break level 2. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. What method? It seemed his gift had worked. This trick worked everywhere. First, you need to get a ticket to the death restaurant. Hearing the evil demon's words, Lin Qian was startled. He casually pulled out his hand, and a white light flashed, revealing a translucent card in his palm. Is this what you're talking about? The evil demon was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded. Once the meal begins, you must not only eat everything in front of you, but also finish whatever others haven't been able to eat. While eating, it's best to feign satisfaction and a desire to see more. That fat guy loves that. After finishing all the dishes, you should tell that fat guy that you're still hungry and want to try the hidden menu. But before you say that, you should observe how satisfied you are. If you're very satisfied, that dish will allow you to surpass the second limit of one of your attributes. If you're not very satisfied, at most you gain. You can gain some attributes. But if he's really angry, don't mention the hidden menu. That dish could cost you a fortune, or even your life. It's important to note that you must finish the dish in front of the fatty, and can't take it away. Therefore, if your corresponding attributes don't reach 1,000 points, this opportunity will be wasted. So I suggest you raise all 3 attributes, strength, constitution, and agility, to 1,000 before attempting this. This opportunity only comes to those entering the death restaurant for the first time. Plan carefully before deciding. Worth it. Lin Qian, sitting in his chair, couldn't hide his excitement. This life egg was truly worth it. To have exchanged it for such precious information. Brother Evil Demon was truly too authoritative, even knowing the hidden rules of the death restaurant, which the bald monster's intelligence didn't seem to mention. Of course, it's possible that the Star Clan was deliberately concealing this, but that's highly unlikely. Because Lin Qian believed that the information held by the Evil Demon couldn't be bought with just 100 gold coins. Thank you, Brother Evil Demon. This was a heartfelt remark, without a trace of falsehood. TSK TSK TSK. The Evil Demon let out another eerie laugh, as if about to say something, but it stopped abruptly. Because Lin Qian before him had actually taken out another life egg, holding it in his hand, and looked at him expectantly. Well, Brother Demon, do you have any insider information about the chaotic maze in room 333? After 2 seconds of silence, the demon flicked its tentacles again, accepting the life egg with a smile. Then, it shook its head sternly at Lin Qian. No! Lin Qian's smile froze immediately. What a loss. Ha ha, ha ha. He withdrew his hand with an awkward laugh, his eyes filled with speechless silence, a wave of grumbling in his heart. Taking gifts but not delivering, this demon is pretty wicked. Never mind. One has to bow under someone's roof. By the way, when will this bet end? I feel like I've been sitting here for almost a year. Luckily, his physique was strong and he could actively control his blood flow, otherwise his butt would have been numb from sitting there for a long time. As he was thinking, the scene before him suddenly changed. A golden light suddenly shone between Lin Qian and the demon. Upon closer inspection, it was the same golden hourglass the demon had taken out at the beginning. The hourglass trembled slightly, and the white sand within began to flow upwards. Immediately afterwards, the sand on the surrounding ground also began to flow, slowly forming a gambling table and a display case. In less than a minute, the surrounding environment returned to normal. Tick tick tick. A familiar sound echoed in his ears, the sealed object in the display case tapping against the glass inside. Lin Qian glanced around, then quickly glanced at his timer. Under his intense gaze, the seconds finally ticked. Ding! Mission completed, the demon's gamble. Firmly select the mission reward following closely. A system notification chimed in his mind, signaling his official completion of the gambling game. Huh? Lin Qian let out a long breath and looked at the demon across the gambling table. TSK TSK TSK? Congratulations, little one. The hem of the demon's black robe rippled, and 3 tentacles simultaneously produced 3 items, placing them on the gambling table. According to the rules, you can choose any one of them to take home. Finally reaching the crucial moment, Lin Qian rubbed his palms nervously. On the far left was a purple eyeball. He leaned forward slightly, still not intending to stand, and gently touched it with his finger. The next moment, the item's information surfaced in his mind. Forbidden Eye. After successful transplantation, the ability Forbidden is gained forbidden? Lin Qian's face was bewildered, somewhat puzzled. It simply seals off the space within a certain area. It's a very powerful control ability, like this. As the evil demon spoke, he waved his tentacles toward Lin Qian, a barely perceptible flash of purple light. The next moment, Lin Qian suddenly felt the air around him harden, as if cast into concrete, unable to move at all. But soon, the control effect faded. Lin Qian looked at the evil demon with some surprise. He hadn't expected him to even offer a commentary task. The treatment was indeed quite different from last time. "Thank you, brother evil demon," he said hurriedly. Judging from the effect, this sealing ability was several notches stronger than the ghost eye's control. Lin Qian was tempted, but he couldn't rush. The evil demon had all the good stuff. He had to see what the other rewards were. The second item was a drop of golden liquid enclosed in a crystal bottle. He reached out and touched it, and a message popped up. Golden blood. After ingestion and digestion, you gain the trait. War God Physique. This is also a good choice. Under the effects of this trait, you can achieve stable stat gains through intense training, with strong long-term development potential. However, as you become stronger, your skin will gradually turn a golden color, which is quite unsightly. This time, the evil demon answered without waiting for Lin Qian to ask. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian didn't hesitate, turning to look at the third item. Training? Stable stat gains? Even if I stay home all day, my supervisor's salary will still be paid. Do you have my stability? I passed immediately. The third item had been on Lin Qian's radar from the beginning. Because he likes to save delicious treats for last, he ranked it third. It was a palm-sized silver-white hourglass, with no patterns or gems, completely empty. It looked very ordinary. But precisely because of its ordinariness, it sparked even greater curiosity. How could an ordinary item appear on the evil demon's gambling table? Reaching out to touch it, a message popped up. Chapter 442. Rewind Hourglass. After activating the item's ability, it will rewind time based on the amount of sands of time within the hourglass. This simple item description made Lin Qian's eyes widen. Rewind? He looked at the evil demon in disbelief. Indeed. The evil demon nodded slowly. This item shouldn't be accessible to you at your current stage, but I took out the sands of time from it, thus complying with the rules. Lin Qian was stunned. But without the sands of time, wouldn't this item be useless? The evil demon laughed eerily again. Of course. But you can trade me for the egg of life. The evil demon's tone was filled with anticipation. Lin Qian was speechless. Goodness, so you're waiting for me here? But this condition was completely acceptable to him. How do you want to trade? He looked at the evil demon. 10 life eggs for 1 second of sand of time. The demon pondered for a moment, then slowly named the price. 10? That's too much. Lin Qian feigned surprise, a look of worry on his face. The sand of time is a precious commodity, and this price is fair. I'm not like that old fox. If you don't have enough life eggs, I suggest you choose the other 2 items. Lin Qian wanted to bargain, but the demon gave him no room for negotiation. He could only grit his teeth. Alright, 10 is 10. By the way, if I have enough life eggs, how many seconds can I exchange for at most? The evil demon waved its tentacle, producing the small golden hourglass from earlier. I can only give you 3 seconds at most. Lin Qian nodded. Deal. Then, he pulled 30 life eggs from his storage space and arranged them neatly on the gambling table. TSK, TSK, TSK. The evil demon was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You really do have more in stock. Lin Qian smiled shyly, his tone sincere. Actually, that's all I have, seriously. The evil demon ignored Lin Qian and waved his tentacle. The silver hourglass on the table suddenly floated up. Immediately, the small golden hourglass also levitated, floating above the silver hourglass. It tilted slightly, a gap appeared, and white sand slowly flowed out into the silver hourglass. Soon, the golden hourglass stopped pouring and slipped back under the evil demon's black robe. Looking at the tiny amount of white sand in the silver hourglass, Lin Qian was stunned. That's all? The evil demon waved its tentacles, manipulating a silver hourglass to land in front of Lin Qian. Note, This only rewinds your own status. It doesn't restore consumable items. Also, this item has a long cooldown period, so it's best not to use it lightly. After giving a few instructions, the evil demon extended its tentacles and retrieved the 30 life eggs and 2 other items. Lin Qian picked up the hourglass and shook it, examining it carefully for a moment before giving the evil demon a cautious look. Can I try it? Although the evil demon had warned him about the hourglass's long cooldown period, he still felt unsure. Who knew if this guy had poured the sands of time into it? Or maybe even table salt. Furthermore, he needed to understand the effects of this rewind before applying it in actual combat. Whatever. The demon shrugged. Ahem. With a light cough, Lin Qian slowly stood up. Once he was sure it was safe, he moved boldly. He first planned his steps in his mind, then immediately activated his extreme speed. Transforming into armor, he activated the Ring of Power with a humming sound, mobilizing the power of the giant. His movements flowed smoothly and seamlessly. Then, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! With a muffled sound, the air vibrated, and the steel armor on his abdomen shattered. Lin Qian's eyes bulged, and his feet slid several meters along the ground, nearly knocking himself flying. Fearing he wouldn't last more than 3 seconds, Lin Qian quickly pulled out the rewind hourglass from his storage space and, with a thought, triggered his ability. With a humming sound, the previously unremarkable retrograde hourglass suddenly glowed with silver light. The sands of time beneath it began to flow backwards, and a series of mysterious symbols swirled around the hourglass, spinning faster and faster. Invisible energy spread, and Lin Qian felt as if he were enveloped in a bubble film, completely isolated from the outside world. Everything before him began to fade. The pain subsided, and the shattered armor on his abdomen quickly healed. Lin Qian stared at the panel he had deliberately left open, his expression gradually turning into ecstasy. The percentage of the Titan's power was also rebounding. This was what he cared about most. Soon, the 3 seconds were up, and his vision cleared. Good darling. Lin Qian clutched the hourglass in his hand and gave his assessment. TSK. I didn't expect I underestimated you after all. Besides your spiritual attributes, your other attributes have also surpassed the first limit. The evil demon's tone was a touch of surprise. It's all thanks to you, brother evil demon. Lin Qian smiled and bowed to the evil demon. He wasn't lying, after all, he received his supervisor status from the evil demon. Very good, very good. The evil demon looked at Lin Qian with satisfaction, which once again sent a chill through Lin Qian's spine. Well, if there's nothing else, I'd be leaving. He felt it wouldn't be a good time to stay here, so he prepared to leave. Why, you don't want to stay with me a little longer? The evil demon asked playfully. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Qian's forehead again, and he didn't know how to respond. He was truly afraid the evil demon would keep him. TSK. The evil demon laughed again and flicked its tentacles. Alright, you can go. Perhaps knowing Lin Qian wouldn't be fooled, this time it didn't feign the loneliness of a lonely old man as it had last time. Lin Qian, feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, was about to turn and leave when a thought suddenly struck him. By the way, brother Xiaomao, about the next time. Get lost? Okay. After being ruthlessly rejected, Lin Qian fled from room 666. Only when he returned to the hallway, and the door closed automatically behind him, did Lin Qian breathe a sigh of relief. Another complete victory. Ha ha. He stood in the hallway, laughing heartily, his suppressed emotions finally released. But the next moment, a familiar figure suddenly rose before him. Lin Qian's smile froze. Brother Snake, long time no see. He waved warmly at Brother Snake. But Brother Snake glanced at Lin Qian, as if he were idiot, turned around, and resumed his patrol. Brother Snake. Why are you ignoring me? You weren't like this before. Look at my head, you've bitten it, and it still leaves a mark. Lin Qian was displeased and quickly chased after him. Hey! So angry. You're trying to whip me with your tail? Do you think I'm still? Bang! The sound abruptly stopped, and then a massive black shadow flew backward, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. After a long moment, a wail like that of an old woman lingered. Ouch! Chapter 443 Ding. Obtain Supervisor points *330. The safe exploration time has arrived, and Lin Qian's long-awaited Supervisor points have finally arrived. It's less than I expected. Lin Qian muttered softly, as he opened the dashboard to check his progress. Name, Lin Qian, Level 2 Supervisor 810/1190 more. Lin Qian's heart surged with excitement at the thought of soon receiving his level 3 supervisor's daily salary of 100. Opening the chat interface, there was still no message from Novi. Alas, the Star Tribe's efficiency is so low. It must be the Demon Tribe again. Shaking his head helplessly, he was about to close the dashboard when a message suddenly popped up. Yin Sheng, Brother Qian, your clothes are finished, and you can try them on any time. Oh! Lin Qian perked up. My dragon high coat is done. He immediately sent a message to Yin Sheng, asking him to summon him. The next moment, Lin Qian's perspective shifted, and he was once again at the Black Army's exclusive tailor shop. Looking up, he saw a burly figure fondling something in front of a clothing rack. Look at the feel, the material, wow. Brother Qian, did you really kill a dragon? Master Yin, can I try it on? I don't think Brother Qian would mind. The captain of Team 3 was mumbling to himself, but when no one responded, he turned around, somewhat puzzled, and met Lin Qian's calm gaze. Brother Qian. Startled, he quickly stood at attention. However, when Lin Qian saw the captain's appearance, he was stunned. Because 2 black horns had sprouted from either side of its forehead, their tips sharp and slightly curved. What's going on? Lin Qian gestured with his hand. Oh, those 2 horns. The reward for exceeding the previous mission's quota, after using it, gave me a trait called Bull Demon Bloodline. I'm not entirely sure what it's used for. The captain of Team 3 scratched his head, a simple smile playing. Trait, Bull Demon Bloodline? Lin Qian was slightly startled, his mind immediately reminiscing about the rewards he received when he first completed the Evil Demon Gamble. One of the rewards was the Wolf Demon's Heart. At first, Lin Qian had thought wolf demons were no different from werewolves, but after werewolves joined the Black Army, Lin Qian realized they didn't have the ability to regenerate quickly. From this, it seemed likely that wolf demons were stronger than werewolves. But he hadn't expected there to be bull demons besides wolf demons? Would he encounter pig demons, dog demons, and the like later? So, have you experienced any noticeable changes since acquiring this trait? Lin Qian's attention immediately shifted from the dragon skin coat to the captain of Team 3. Aside from increased strength and resistance, nothing special seems to have happened. The captain of Team 3 paused for a moment before answering. With increased strength, have your attributes increased? Lin Qian pressed on. No. The captain of Team 3 shook his head. Lin Qian raised a brow. That was quite interesting. Only increased strength, no increased attributes. The Black Dog of the Demon Clan once mentioned that the level of ability is more important than attributes. The fellow supervisors could also see that even though both sides had the same attributes, the difference in combat power was vast. For example, the fish monster's incredible speed. Even though Lin Qian didn't know how much his agility would improve after breaking through the second limit, he was almost certain that even if he ever managed to break through the second limit, he would never reach that speed. Because of acquiring the Bull Demon Bloodline's trait, the captain of Team 3 had increased his strength. As for the exact extent of the increase, Lin Qian was curious. He took 2 steps back and gestured to the captain of Team 3. Come on, hit me. The captain of Team 3 was stunned, his face suddenly bitter. It wasn't because he was afraid of hurting Lin Qian, but because everyone in the Black Army now had a certain understanding of Lin Qian's style. He mentioned the increase in strength and increased resistance to attacks. Now we're measuring strength, so what's the next one? Brother Qian, actually I feel. Lin Qian sighed. Stop talking nonsense. Okay. The captain of Team 3 had no choice but to step forward. Activate the Ring of Power? He asked cautiously before attacking. Lin Qian nodded, activating his armor transforming ability. Use every ability you can, and unleash your most powerful attack. The captain of Team 3 took a deep breath, and with a hum, the Ring of Power appeared. Then, a flash of red flashed in his eyes, and a murderous aura spread. Yin Sheng, not far away, sensed the terrifying aura and couldn't help but shrink his neck, quietly retreating to a corner. Whoosh! After unleashing 2 or 3 skills in quick succession, the captain's heart pounded violently, his skin flushed red, and he exhaled a burning breath. Then, under Lin Qian's expectant gaze, he suddenly launched a punch. Bang! A dull thud. Lin Qian's footsteps shifted 2 meters backward, knocking over a row of clothes hangers. Looking down, he saw visible cracks in the armor on his chest. The captain of Team 3 was now clutching his broken fist, jumping up and down. Ouch! Ouch, Brother Qian, my hand's broken. No, I need to get medical help. Ignoring the man's deliberate pity, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. He was a little surprised. The captain of Team 3 had improved tremendously, even capable of destroying his own armor. With the right equipment, he could unleash even greater combat power. Lin Qian thought of the armor cores. By now, we should have about enough. Under Qin Liang's arrangement, the lab in the dungeon city-state had been working overtime to produce pure armor cores. Combined with the 30 in Lin Qian's possession, they were enough for every member of the Black Army to master the armor transformation ability. It's time to prepare the distribution. He had previously considered distributing a portion first, but since he eventually gathered enough, it would be better to distribute it all at once, so that everyone would be treated equally and avoid any suspicions among his subordinates that he, as a father, was biased. He had consulted Su Mian, Qin Liang, and Old Wu about this matter, and they were all unanimous. That's what happens when you have many children. Being a parent is tough. With a sigh, Lin Qian gave the order to distribute the armor cores to Su Mian in the dungeon, closed the interface, and looked back at the captain of Team 3. Qian, brother Qian. Under Lin Qian's expectant gaze, the captain of Team 3 felt a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively tightened his collar. Come on, don't be afraid. Lin Qian released his armor and stretched his shoulders. Brother Qian. You don't need to warm up before fighting me. The captain of Team 3 stepped forward hesitantly, his face pale. Don't worry, I don't need the ring of power. Lin Qian gave him a kind smile, and the next moment, crimson lightning flashed around him. ZZ. Chapter 444. Brother Qian, do you need to adjust the waist and waist measurements? In the tailor's room, Lin Qian put on his custom-made platinum dragon leather coat. Turning sideways, he looked at himself in the mirror, who inexplicably exuded a sacred aura, and nodded with satisfaction. The size is perfect, no need for alterations. Make me another belt, a wider one, preferably one that can hold a scabbard. Lin Qian gave Yin Sheng new instructions. Oh! Yin Sheng quickly replied, then pulled a notebook from his storage space. He quickly scribbled a few strokes on it with a pen, then handed it to Lin Qian. Is this pattern okay? Lin Qian glanced at the pattern on the notebook, nodded at first, then glanced at Yin Sheng with a hint of surprise. You're quite good at drawing. Yin Sheng smiled shyly, and rubbed the back of his head. I've been learning this since I was little. Lin Qian smiled faintly, and stood up the collar of his coat in the mirror. This made him look sharper, and the dragon hide's toughness also protected his neck. Then, the air suddenly began to twist, and pure fire spread along the collar. Under the influence of the high temperature, the originally pure white dragon hide instantly turned a dazzling gold, appearing both majestic and noble. Yin Sheng was meticulous, not forgetting to align the dragon scale patterns while cutting, and the workmanship was impeccable. Okay, I'm very satisfied. Condensing the pure fire, the golden patterns gradually faded and disappeared, and Lin Qian prepared to leave. Brother Qian, At this moment, Yin Sheng hesitated, glancing cautiously at the unconscious captain of Team 3 lying in the collapsed cabinet. Lin Qian glanced at the guy sideways, speechless. Don't worry, he's just pretending to be dead. He just quietly opened his eyes, and looked at me. Hearing this, Yin Sheng was stunned. Huh? Pretending to be dead? Lin Qian turned his head. I count to 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of Team 3 suddenly reacted. Ahem. He opened his eyes, and looked around blankly. Where is this? Brother Qian, it seems you've given me amnesia. Unwilling to play along with this guy, Lin Qian simply pushed the door open and left, teleporting back to his room. Seeing Lin Qian leave, the captain of Team 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Yin Sheng with a pleading look. Master Yin, could you make me the dragon skin coat next? It's so handsome. But Yin Sheng smiled and shook his head. Sorry, Brother Qian has instructed that the next set has already been reserved. The captain of Team 3's face fell upon hearing this. But his eyes quickly shifted, and with a grin, he stepped forward, reaching out and pulling out a special item from his storage space, handing it over. Well, after you're done with Brother Qian, could you consider me first? Yin Sheng calmly took the item, checked the item's information, and his eyes lit up. It's mainly because when I was making clothes for Brother Qian, I found a piece of dragon hide that fits your size perfectly. Isn't that a coincidence? The two exchanged a smile, their words saying it all. The sound of their sly laughter echoed from the room. Back in the room, Lin Qian retrieved the hourglass and carefully observed the energy flow within it. As fragments of mysterious symbols shifted and floated, the sands of time within the hourglass also fluctuated, as if slowly reorganizing themselves. Lin Qian couldn't understand it, so he could only place it on his new coffee table. Time in the storage space was stopped, and the hourglass couldn't cool down. Suddenly, An idea struck Lin Qian. Since the hourglass can't cool down in the storage space, it means it's also affected by the flow of time. Then if I place the hourglass in the City of Chaos? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He picked up the hourglass and was about to enter the City of Chaos when he suddenly received another message. He immediately clicked on it and saw it wasn't from New Wei, but from Jiang Jinshan. Jiang Jinshan, Brother Qian, your customized Snake Palace building is complete. Oh! Lin Qian perked up. Brother Snake's mansion is ready. Asking Jiang Jinshan to summon him, Lin Qian quickly accepted the request. With the retroactive hourglass hanging around his waist, he immediately entered the City of Chaos. Brother Snake. In his hut, after a busy day, Snake was resting comfortably on his bed when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes, sighed helplessly, thought for a moment, and rolled over, but didn't get up. Then, a sudden, clattering sound was heard, and a beam of light suddenly shone upon him. Startled, Snake quickly stood up, only to be stunned by the scene he saw. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Qian tucked the entire hut's wall, along with half the roof, into the storage space. Then, he grabbed another square board, completing another efficient demolition. Snake stared blankly at Lin Qian, his gaze following his movements, his eyes filled with disbelief. Swish! Fish Brother appeared. Boss Lin, what are your orders? Lin Qian gestured around as he dismantled Snake Brother's cabin. From here to here, all buildings are demolished and cleared. Then take them to the first ring of the park and let them choose any room they like. Each household will be provided with water and food. This project is quite large. Can you transfer 2 helpers from Giant City to help with the assembly? The fish monster was always responsive. No problem. Then, its figure vanished from the spot. Followed by a series of crackling explosions, all nearby buildings exploded like fireworks, and the supervisors inside were also abducted by the fish monster. 2 seconds later, with a rustling sound, Lin Qian's old acquaintance, the shaman, appeared out of thin air. It staggered and struggled to stand, looking around in confusion. Then, the ice giant followed closely behind, even lying on its side. Then came the stone figures, dinosaurs, and a few large, unnamed creatures that Lin Qian was more familiar with. Is this enough, Boss Lin? By the time the fish monster reappeared, only a dozen seconds had passed. What is efficiency? This is efficiency. Enough, enough. Frightened, Lin Qian quickly stopped it, fearing it would bring all the supervisors from Giant City over here. If that happened, Skeleton City would be too crowded. You should explain things to them first. Don't worry, everyone who helps will be rewarded. The fish monster was somewhat reluctant. Boss Lin, they won't understand a thing. If they don't obey, beat them up. If that doesn't work, let the shadow snakes petrify them all. They be good? It was obvious that it indeed Brother Snake's petrification ability. Do as I say. Don't force anyone who doesn't want to help. Finally, it was Lin Qian who spoke up, and the fish monster began to patiently explain to the giants. Chapter 445. Next comes the crucial roofing. Pay attention to the angle. Hey! Boss Lin has said the Snake Palace sign can't be tilted. Hurry and help. Left. I told you to go left. This way. Left. You idiot. Do it if you can, otherwise get out. No matter how nice a house you get, it's no different from a doghouse. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I knock you flying. Listening to the fish monster's unbridled rant in his mind, Lin Qian, who was reading the blueprints, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Brother Fish, be gentle. There are 7 people helping us, and you've already knocked 4 of them flying. He couldn't help but persuade. The fish monster, in its contractor mode, turned to look at Lin Qian, its attitude immediately changing. Boss Lin, don't worry. If it's not enough, I catch more. There are still plenty to spare in Giant City. With that, he turned away. 2 left. Are you blind? To the right. Lin Qian opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. You know what? The fish monster really had that domineering aura of a construction contractor. He was quite arrogant. Not far away, Snake Brother was staring at the gradually taking shape of the Snake Palace before him, his arms folded. He didn't seem particularly interested. Lin Qian glanced at him, feeling a little uneasy. Could it be that Snake Brother doesn't like it? Just then, the puppet figure next to him cautiously passed by. Don't worry, Boss Lin. It loves it. It just likes to act cool. A wave of invisible energy swept past. Paw! The stone puppet slowly fell to the ground. Lin Qian glanced at Snake Brother, who had withdrawn his gaze and scratched his nose awkwardly. What's going on? Could it be that Brother Snake heard what Senior Puppet said? He quietly established communication with the fish monster. Puppet isn't that stupid. I guess the snake simply disliked it and petrified it as soon as it passed by. This guy too. He knew it didn't like you, but he still insisted on coming over. Is it kind of enjoying being petrified? The fish monster ostensibly directed the giants to assemble the structure, but in reality, it was quietly chatting with Lin Qian. It was clear that it was also wary of Brother Snake's petrification ability, and dared not reveal a single word of what was in its heart. With the help of the supervisors, the magnificent snake palace was finally assembled. A special liquid adhesive was poured through the holes on the top, flowing into the joints and holes, quickly solidifying and securing it. Several supervisors from Giant City happily left with the large amount of food and water Lin Qian had sent them. Only Brother Fish remained to act as an interpreter. Everyone gathered at the entrance to the Snake Palace, staring at the carved white jade steps with a sigh of amazement. Brother Snake, please go first. Under Lin Qian's guidance, Brother Snake came to the front of the group and was the first to step onto the white jade steps. You may visit, but be careful, understand. Some of the furnishings inside are very fragile. Lin Qian whispered a message to the group behind him, then followed Brother Snake into the Snake Palace. Opening the gilded gate, a long corridor covered with red carpet emerged. At the end of the corridor was a circular space, flanked by staircases leading upstairs. In the center stood a statue of Brother Snake carved from obsidian. The gentle light shone down, radiating a mysterious and luxurious atmosphere. The supervisors froze in shock at the sight before them, and the entire place fell silent. Holy crap! Brother Yu was the first to let out a simple exclamation. For some reason, despite his pupilless eyes, Lin Qian sensed envy and fervor in them. It wasn't just him. Almost everyone in the tour group was captivated by the massive statue. Brother Snake didn't react much, merely raising his head slightly higher. Lin Qian observed Snake's reaction and couldn't help but laugh. It seems Snake enjoys the envious looks, otherwise he wouldn't have tolerated the lights in here. The lights were essential, otherwise the other colleagues wouldn't be able to see the lavish furnishings inside, which would be like walking in the night in embroidered attire. Then Lin Qian led Snake on a tour of the mushroom farm on the first floor. These floors can be moved around freely. These are fluorescent lights. Not only can you grow mushrooms, but you can also grow some other plants, if you like, Brother Snake. You can also spread some abyssal soil here to grow abyssal crops. As he explained, the fish monster's envy nearly overflowed. He kept asking Lin Qian what this facility was used for, and which facility was used for what. His face was filled with desire, but he was too embarrassed to say it directly. This one is the swimming pool. Pushing open the sliding door, a huge swimming pool came into view. Brother Catfish, behind him, saw so much water and rushed forward excitedly, wanting to jump in and have fun. The next moment, a mysterious energy swept through, and Brother Catfish, in midair, was instantly transformed into a stone statue, landing on the ground with a clang. Snake Brother walked expressionlessly over the stone-carved catfish's head, glanced at the furnishings inside, and without reacting, turned back to the corridor. The others, seeing Brother Catfish's miserable state, froze in fear at the doorway, not daring to take a step. Lin Qian carefully closed the door, and continued to show Snake Brother the remaining rooms. This one is the hot spring. This one has a temperature control system, and it can also be cooled to ice water. Oh, this one is the multimedia room. You can play games and watch movies. It'd be even more fun after the social system goes online. This one looks like a game room. Billiards and bowling are all enlarged and reinforced. Oh, there's even a mahjong machine? Oh, these two rooms next to it look like guest rooms. Lin Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Jinshan had truly crammed everything he could think of into this room. The first floor is basically like this. It's a public area for entertaining friends. The second and third floors are custom built for you, Brother Snake. Lin Qian looked at the supervisors behind him. Don't follow us up here. Feel free to wander around the first floor. After giving these instructions, Lin Qian and Brother Snake used Shadow Walk to travel directly to the second floor. The supervisors in the tour group exchanged glances, each one etched with envy. I really wish I weren't that snake. After a long pause, the fish monster, holding the stone catfish sculpture, spoke softly, his tone thick with envy. This remark immediately drew unanimous agreement from the surrounding supervisors. So enviable. Ah. A sigh. With mixed feelings, the fish monster approached the obsidian statue, caressing its lifelike tail with adoring caress. Crack. Suddenly, There was a crisp sound. The fish monster accidentally broke off the tip of the snake's tail. It froze, as if surprised by the statue's fragility. Then, a chilling feeling enveloped it. Oh no! The fish monster, startled, tried to flee. But it was too late. A wave of energy swept through it, rapidly petrifying its body. It eventually lost its balance and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The other supervisors stared blankly at the Pisces statue, a chill running through their veins. Inside the game room, Lizard Brother quickly returned his building blocks to their original position and pretended to wander around casually. But he never dared touch anything again. Chapter 446. The second and third floors belong to Brother Snake's private domain. Not only are they extremely airtight, but even the wall carpets are pure black. In addition, several rooms have dedicated ventilation systems and humidifiers. Although he was introducing them, Lin Qian was actually very curious about the facilities in the rooms. He picked up the metal canister next to the humidifier. Jasmine scent? Brother Snake, this should be used to add fragrance to the humidifier. Putting down the canister, Lin Qian picked up another bottle nearby. Book scent, quite unique. He then picked up another bottle. Gasoline? Lin Qian frowned, suddenly becoming even more curious about other smells. The aroma of earth? Canned herrings? Stink bugs? And the smell of a cow sheet? What the hell are these guys thinking? Brother Snake, when you place these jars, make sure you open the little hole in the top and smell them beforehand, or this room will be uninhabitable. Brother Snake? Are you listening? He turned to look at Brother Snake, only to find him fiddling with a magnetically levitated building block on the table. Lin Qian suddenly turned, and Brother Snake seemed caught off guard, accidentally poking the block loose, sending it clattering to the floor. His fingers froze in midair, a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Lin Qian with a feigned nonchalance, then strolled over to the piano and curiously pressed a few keys. Thump, thump, thump! The piano rang out in a melodious sound. Brother Snake, instantly intrigued, reached out and began pressing keys randomly. Thump, thump, thump! Lin Qian was speechless. Stop playing around, Snake. I'm showing you how to use these devices. It's time for the third floor. Snake glanced at the piano reluctantly. Then he and Lin Qian used shadow walking to enter the third floor. In the main hall on the third floor, a golden chair sat in the center, its armrests adorned with lifelike snake heads, and on either side were metal statues of guards, exuding a murderous aura. At this point, Lin Qian suddenly became eloquent, his excitement visibly growing. This was the only place he had personally participated in designing. Snake, look at the material, the shape. So impressive. You'd definitely like it. However, judging by Snake's reaction, he didn't seem particularly interested in this place. Especially after trying out the Serpent Throne and finding it a bit uncomfortable, he disliked it even more. He wanted to return to studying the piano. Seeing Snake's lack of interest, Lin Qian could only sigh helplessly. Alright, I've finished my introductions. Brother Snake, you can explore your new home at your leisure. With Lin Qian's permission, Brother Snake barely paused for a second, using Shadow Walk to vanish from the spot. Lin Qian, on the other hand, glanced at the luxurious throne above with a puzzled expression. He walked up and sat down, reaching out to stroke the snake head on the armrest and looking around. How magnificent! How could Brother Snake not like it? Lin Qian was puzzled. Then, he untied the retrograde hourglass from his waist and examined it carefully. As expected, cooling can also be achieved in the City of Chaos. This way, the cooling time can be shortened several times. He glanced around, still feeling a little uneasy. Forget it, I just put it on Brother Snake's bedside table and let him watch over it to prevent anyone from stealing it. With that, Lin Qian stood up and, using Shadow Walk as well, left. Back at the Infinity Building, Lin Qian once again began his mission as the team's nanny. At Wu Sheng's suggestion, he stopped blindly using the beast's soul to overwhelm the enemy and began practicing coordination with the Lin Yuan long sword to improve their rapport. However, with over 500 points of strength attribute bombardment, no dungeon monster could stand a chance against Lin Qian, and his plan to practice his skills was ultimately thwarted. After completing 3 missions, Lin Qian returned to his room and once again sat on the throne. Including 2 days' salary, he had a total of 170 free attributes, all going all in on strength. Name: Lin Qian, Level 2 Supervisor 810/1000, Strength, 725. Agility, 200.1. Const, 310. Spirit, 1000. Consuming flesh and blood, He gained a total of 3 strength points and 7 constitution points. After his strength attributes skyrocketed, the benefits of eating food visibly decreased. But now, Lin Qian no longer cared about these trivial matters. As long as a new batch of goods arrived from Niuwei or Black Dog, he would be able to soar to fame. Just as he was dreaming of a bright future, a message suddenly popped up. Lin Qian casually clicked on the interface, and his eyes flickered. It was Niuwei. Holy crap! Finally! He rubbed his hands excitedly, and opened Niuwei's chat box with anticipation. Niuwei, Li Jun, I've gathered 10 people here and are ready to leave at any time. Lin Qian pumped his fist, his face filled with excitement. Great! A glance at the timer revealed it was almost safe exploration time. He quickly replied. Lin Qian, half an hour later, okay? 2 seconds later, a reply popped up. Niuwei, sure, I get ready now. Lin Qian, okay. A few minutes later. Snake Palace. A flash of white light, and Snake Brother reappeared in front of the piano. He eagerly shook his hands, closed his eyes, and was about to play when Lin Qian silently emerged from behind him. Snake Brother froze, sighing helplessly. Without even waiting for Lin Qian to explain his intentions, he entered the Hound space. Soon after, Lin Qian arrived at the paradise. The Abyss Gate had become a popular attraction, with a constant stream of supervisors. However, there weren't many supervisors at the paradise today, and the line was short. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all supervisors, regardless of familiarity, to join him. Strength lies in numbers. A rough count revealed fewer than 50. After all, this time was different from the Black Dog incident. Nobai summoned everyone to kill him. With a rustle, Brother Fish appeared out of nowhere. What's going on, Boss Lin? Any new activity? Lin Qian quickly pulled open the still open wooden door on his chest and waved at it. Let's talk later. By the way, why didn't I see Senior Puppet? The fish monster stepped through the door, its body twisting. Oh, it said it was going to hide somewhere else for a few days, to avoid that petty snake. Before it finished its words, its body suddenly stiffened, quickly turning to stone. Bang, clang. A dry hand pushed the petrified fish monster out of the door, sending it crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Lin Qian scratched his cheek awkwardly. Brother Snake you. He was about to say something, but the wooden door slammed shut. Never mind. It's just 10 alien survivors. Even without Brother Fish, we should be fine. Brother Snake should be able to handle it all by himself. Besides, the other 40 or so supervisors are no pushovers either. Chapter 447. Demon Town. The church previously destroyed by the overseers has been rebuilt, no longer dark and dilapidated, but now bright and magnificent. Zane had returned to normal, seemingly merging the consciousness of the little boy and the fat man perfectly. He exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. But even with his increased strength, his eyelids twitched wildly when he saw the 40 or so overseers emerging from the wooden door. Lin Qian. He pulled Lin Qian aside with a look of nervousness. My strength hasn't fully stabilized yet. If they tear it down again, it'd be difficult for me to recover. At this, Lin Qian pounded his chest. Don't worry, Zane. I gave them a meeting before we got here to keep them from messing around. Before he finished speaking, a sudden, crackling sound came from the distance. They both looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a towering tree slowly falling. A duck-billed overseer was excitedly gnawing at the bark. Lin Qian blinked, a bit embarrassed. But there's a problem with both of my translators. I'm not sure they can understand. Zane held his forehead in his hand, worried. Don't worry, we be done and leave quickly. We won't cause too much damage. Lin Qian solemnly assured him again, but it was clear that Zane took his words as bullshit. I hope so. Traveling through the shadows to the beach, Lin Qian glanced at the timer. It was already the agreed time. He pulled out a summoning card from his storage and summoned Novi. The next second, the summoning was successful. As the summoning card disappeared, a flash of white light flashed before his eyes. Silver armor gleamed in the sunlight. Niuwei, fully armed, a long sword at her waist, her expression clearly nervous. Li Jun, are you sure you're ready? Niuwei glanced around, noticing no obvious arrangements, and asked with some concern. Don't worry, we've been prepared. Lin Qian smiled and nodded. Okay then. Seeing this, Niuwei could only sigh helplessly. It was clear that she didn't fully trust Lin Qian's arrangements, but to obtain the life egg and prolong the leader's life, she had no choice but to take a gamble. She took out the summoning card and looked at Lin Qian. You better hide first. I'm afraid they attack you directly if they appear. Lin Qian was speechless. Why was this woman so long-winded? Okay, I leave for now. Not wanting to explain any more, Lin Qian turned and walked into the shadows of the cliff, performing shadow walk and quickly vanishing. After Lin Qian left, Nu Wei stood alone, rehearsing the spell several times in her mind before she began to summon. Swish! A flash of white light descended. A gigantic, yellow-haired dog demon was the first to appear. It wore a black robe with golden patterns and a green, snake-like sword at its waist. It stood 3 meters tall, sturdy, with a broken fang and a glint of green light in its eyes. Looking around, the yellow-haired dog demon took a deep breath, a look of enjoyment on its face. What a wonderful dungeon world! Its voice was dry and hoarse, with a hint of mockery. However, it won't be long before this place becomes a hellish scene. Heh. Followed by this, several more rays of light descended. The 10 included 3 beastmen, 3 black-clad men wearing concealing cloaks, and 4 aliens with distinct appearances. Including Novi, there were 11 in total. Perhaps out of concern that Lin Qian wouldn't be able to handle a formidable opponent, these individuals were all inferior to Novi in strength. A black-robed man stepped forward, his voice steady. Before we begin, let's make a deal. Whoever kills that brat must give half of the spoils to the others. Before they even began, they began discussing the division of the spoils. Hey, don't worry. We beastmen will definitely be the ones to get the kill. You won't be able to snatch it. A skinny jackal, clutching a giant scimitar, was flexing its muscles eagerly. Novi swept a cold glance over the group. Later, I hope you obey my orders and not act on your own. I've fought him before and know his weaknesses. She was trying to gain control of the situation, but it was clear that these men no longer took her seriously. Tell me where he is. I'm raring to go, hee. Yeah, Star Tribe girl. Didn't you say you knew where he was hiding? Remember to use the ban card immediately. Don't let that guy get away. That's a big fish. Ha. A group of aliens laughed at each other, their laughter thick with greed. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Huh? Someone asked. Star Tribe girl, why are you using the ban card now? Don't you know it has a range? Novi was stunned and spread her hands. I didn't do anything? Then the nearby beast tribe exclaimed in surprise. Wait a minute. It's not a blockade. Why does it say it's locked here? What's going on? I can't open my storage. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. Novi's face was filled with shock as the locked message popped up in front of her, her cards and storage space completely sealed. What's going on? Suddenly, the yellow dog seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Look out! Something's coming! Above the cliff, a dark shadow was rapidly growing larger and crashing down. Everyone was startled and quickly dodged. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang was heard, and Lin Qian, fully armed, slammed into the ground, sending sand and dust flying. After all, he was a powerful master at the Breakthrough 1 level, so his reactions were quick. He had hoped to hit one, but even with the power sheath's mid-air maneuvering, he still missed. Ah! A sigh! Pulling his feet out of the sand, Lin Qian, holding his long sword, surveyed his surroundings. Except for Nu Wei, everyone else stared at him warily, not daring to act rashly. Didn't you say he was injured? Someone shouted to Nu Wei. It seemed they had recognized Lin Qian's identity. Did you do this lock? The yellow dog, holding a snake-shaped long sword, stared at Lin Qian with a cold gaze. No. Lin Qian shook his head honestly. He hadn't yet reached level 3, and didn't have this authority. If it's not you, then who is it? The yellow dog grinned, as if convinced it was Lin Qian's doing. However, Lin Qian pointed behind him. It helped me do this. If you have any objections, talk to it. The yellow dog sneered. Trying to trick me into turning back, so you can sneak up on me? Little kid. Its voice abruptly stopped, as a dry hand slowly rested on its shoulder. A chill washed over the yellow dog, and its fur instantly stood on end. A strange hissing sound came from behind him. Hiss! Chapter 448. Crack! Bang! Yellow Dog's petrified face shattered, and the snake-shaped sword in his hand fell, the terror in his eyes frozen. Lin Qian retracted his bloodied fist, and looked at Snake Brother with some regret. Snake Brother, you better not attack. These are all high-quality ingredients. It would be a waste to petrify the parts. I think you can just watch from the side. My attributes have been increasing too rapidly lately, and I need some practical experience. I practice with a few of these. After conversing with Snake Brother, Lin Qian turned and looked at the remaining people. He found that everyone, including Novi, was staring at Snake Brother with horror. Seeing him turn around, as if to select his next target, they immediately retreated in fear. Hee. Lin Qian let out a righteous laugh and charged with his sword. However, with Yellow Dog's fate in mind, these people didn't dare to attack at all. They simply fled in all directions, some even diving into the sea. Only one man in black didn't flee, instead raising his hands. Brother Li Jun. No. Boss Lin. Don't do it. It's me. It's me. It shouted, removing its hood and disabling its cloak. Lin Yuan's long sword abruptly stopped, and Lin Qian stared at the familiar face in disbelief. Black Dog? Why are you here? The situation suddenly became awkward. Two families, each supporting the other, had collided. This is ridiculous. It's a long story, but Boss Lin, these guys. The Black Dog looked at the fleeing men. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll be back soon. Lin Qian waved his hand casually, smiling kindly. Tell me why you're here. Nuowei, standing next to them, stared at the two people talking in bewilderment, completely confused as to what was going on. Well, Boss Lin asked the demon tribe to help publicize your great deeds, so I led my men to the trading city to arrange this. I happened to notice a hunting party forming, and upon closer inspection, I discovered their target was you, Boss Lin. Later, I learned that the hunt was actually being launched by the Star Tribe. I suspected it was probably because you, Boss Lin, had cancelled our trade with the demon tribe, and they were resentful, so they were planning to kill and steal the treasure. So, I disguised myself as a hunter and infiltrated the group, preparing to summon my own tribe to launch a surprise attack on these guys in the dungeon to ensure your safety. Unexpectedly, your friends, Boss Lin, were so powerful that I didn't need to intervene at all. Black Dog said, glancing at Nui with disdain. But don't worry, Boss Lin. I've already ordered the evil ghosts to immediately massacre the Star Clan to eliminate this hidden danger for you. Since this incident is caused by our evil ghosts, I will be held accountable to the end. He spoke indignantly, completely unaware that Lin Qian's expression was becoming increasingly grim. Brother. Lin Qian suddenly grabbed Black Dog's hand and shook his head. Not really. Why does this guy always want to exterminate our clan? Black Dog's hand covered the back of Lin Qian's hand. Boss Lin, this is what I should do. Don't worry, it's just a dying leader of the broken Second Order. He poses no threat to our evil ghosts. Lin Qian's other hand also covered Black Dog's arm. I know, but there's something else going on. He glanced at the bewildered Novi, smiled apologetically, and pulled Black Dog aside. Huh? Another one. A few seconds later, Black Dog lost his voice in shock. Shoo! Lin Qian quickly signaled him to keep his voice down, a look of mystery on his face. I suspect there might be more life eggs down there. Then, a look of confusion returned. You know I'm a man of integrity. Having promised the Star Clan, I won't go back on my word. Black Dog's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Boss Lin. I understand your difficulties. After I return and destroy the Star Clan. Stop! Lin Qian interrupted Black Dog speechlessly. Why are you always thinking about exterminating other tribes? After all, our human race hasn't yet left its protected period. By winning over the Star Tribe, we can at least gain the support of one of the top two leaders. Hearing this, Black Dog became even more excited. One? But there are 13 of our demon tribe. Lin Qian interrupted Black Dog again. How can that be the same? Our two tribes are collaborating, while we're trying to win over the Star Tribe. He extended his hands, indicating one large and one small. Oh! I see. Boss Lin wants the Star Tribe to become a subordinate race of your human race. Black Dog suddenly understood. Lin Qian smiled and nodded. So we're all family. There's no need to fight. Don't worry. If the abyss digs up a third life egg, I'd be the first to tell you. Black Dog sighed regretfully. Well, that's all we can do. Lin Qian quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, he fooled around. But one thing was true. Lin Qian knew the preciousness of the life egg, yet he was still willing to complete the deal with Novi, hoping to use this enormous favor to earn the Star Clan's gratitude and, in turn, gain an ally who could break through the second level. After all, even if the Black Army captains grew rapidly, breaking through the second level would be a distant prospect. Relying on one person, he couldn't stand alone. Besides the Star Clan, the Demon Clan was also worth winning over, though the cost of life eggs would undoubtedly be greater. But for Lin Qian, the difference was merely a matter of numbers. If these people knew that the life eggs they cherished so dearly were everywhere in Giant City, I wonder what their expressions would be. After their conversation, the two returned calmly, offering Novi a friendly smile. Novi was startled, then quickly returned the smile. She seemed to recognize the black dog's race, and a hint of fear was evident in her eyes. At that moment, with a slurping sound, Brother Catfish emerged from the sea, his belly bulging, and arrived in front of Lin Qian. Ugh! Its maw opened wide, and three figures were spewed out one after another, rolling in a panic on the ground. Ah! The next moment, a series of screams echoed, and everyone looked upwards, only to see three more figures plummet from the cliff, slamming heavily to the ground. On the edge of the cliff, Brother Lizard waved his massive hand toward Lin Qian, his other hand holding a coconut, sucking furiously from the straw. Off to the other side, the stitched monster clutched a fleeing alien survivor in one hand, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Lin Qian's eyes widened as he saw the two alien survivors, limp and motionless, letting the stitched monster hold them like chickens. Damn it! Don't just kill him! As soon as he spoke, Snake, who was not far away, immediately glanced at Stitched Monster with a stern look. Stitched Monster was startled, and quickly let go of the two alien survivors. He waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle. The child was so frightened that he almost learned to speak right then and there. Chapter 449. Ding! Kill the abnormal invader, reward. Free attribute points *60. Ding! Kill the abnormal invader, reward. Free attribute points *49. Ding! A bloodline enveloped the 9 people, and prompt sounds rang out one after another. The alien survivors, pinned down by the supervisors, had no power to resist, and their screams gradually died down. Lin Qian's face flushed bright red from absorbing such a large amount of high-grade flesh and blood, and he couldn't help but beam with joy. Superb! After a long moment, he opened his eyes, a gleam in them. As usual, he collected the skeletons, focusing on not wasting any. Then, he placed the equipment of the 9 people aside, preparing to inspect them later. Clicking on the panel, he confirmed his gains. Free attribute points *471. This time's gains were clearly much greater than those from Black Dog. Lin Qian speculated that this might be related to the state of the abnormal invaders themselves. The 7 men Black Dog had brought with him were completely defenseless, devoid of any equipment. Even if their stats were higher, they wouldn't be nearly as dangerous as the hunting team organized by Novi. Huh? Calming down his excitement, Lin Qian let out a long sigh. When the safe exploration period begins tomorrow, Supervisor points will be distributed, and he'll be promoted to level 3 Supervisor. 100 free stat points a day, the thought of it is exciting. He wished he could turn the hourglass over, and use it to fast forward to tomorrow. Turning to the nearby loot, Lin Qian casually picked up the most conspicuous snake-shaped long sword. This was the sword that Old Yellow Dog always carried with him. It must have been his signature weapon. Reaching out to touch it, the item's information popped up. Thunderstorm, a weapon imbued with powerful lightning energy. Upon triggering the item's ability, it gains a special lightning buff. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. It was indeed a valuable item. Like the Dawn Great Bow, it had a unique name. Gripping the hilt, he attempted to trigger the item's ability. Ziz! The next moment, a dark yellow lightning bolt erupted from the sword, growing increasingly violent, wreaking havoc on the surrounding air. Lin Qian, too, was stubborn. To test the weapon's power, he reached out and grasped it. With a snap, Lin Qian instinctively withdrew his hand. Although the incombustibility trait granted immunity to high temperatures, it only protected against burns from the electrical current. Other damage was inevitable. Not bad. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. In the hands of the enormous yellow dog, the sword resembled a short sword, but in the hands of a normal person, it was the size of a two-handed great sword. Give it to Su Mian. He'd probably like it. With the Lin Yuan long blade in hand, Lin Qian had no need for weapons. He continued to examine the other equipment, finding that anything suitable for these guys to wear was generally of good quality. Just then, Black Dog's eyes flickered, and he quietly stepped forward. Boss Lin, if you have any equipment needs, I can go back and get some for you. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Oh! Negotiable. Listening to the two people's heated conversation, No Wei was visibly growing restless. But the Star Clan's resources were vastly inferior to those of the Demon Clan. She worried that Lin Qian would go back on his word and hand over the life egg to the Demon Clan. The frustrating thing was that even if they did, there was nothing she could do. The Star Tribe had always struggled to survive in a tight spot, so how could they possibly dare provoke the powerful Evil Ghost Tribe? After a moment, Lin Qian and Black Dog reached a consensus and shook hands with a smile. Well, Boss Lin, I go back and prepare. Lin Qian nodded. We discuss the rest next time we meet. As Black Dog vanished in a flash of white light, Nuawei finally lost her patience. Boss Lin. She hurried forward, but when Lin Qian looked at her, she was so nervous she didn't know what to say. Oh, don't worry, I didn't forget our agreement. Lin Qian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. He pulled a live egg from his storage space and tossed it to Nuawei like a potato. Nuawei didn't react at all and instinctively reached out to take it, but she wasn't prepared for the live egg's terrifying weight. Her balance shifted, and she fell to her knees in dismay. Hey! Don't try to play that trick on me. Lin Qian glanced at her. Not a single head must be lost, even cows are pointless. Nuawei's body flushed visibly. She quickly stood up, clutching the live egg tightly in both hands, speechless with excitement. Boss Lin, thank you. She spent a long moment composing herself, calming herself down, and was about to express her sincere gratitude when Lin Qian waved her hand and interrupted her. You should return and quickly renew the life of the Star Clan leader. I'm busy here, so I won't entertain you. Don't forget, even though I prepaid you, the deal isn't over yet. Lin Qian smiled, but a warning was evident in his voice. Don't worry, I understand. If Nuawei had previously considered Lin Qian a mere undeveloped genius, who posed no threat to the Star Clan, then she now saw him as a nuclear bomb. Not to mention their relationship with the Demon Clan, just the terrifying power of their monster friends. Any one of them is enough to intimidate, and he has dozens of them. If Lin Qian could guess what Nuawei was thinking, he would surely laugh in disdain. Dozens? You really don't take me, Lin, seriously? If necessary, I could summon hundreds with a wave of my hand. If he were to summon the survivors, aside from his loyal followers, others might hesitate due to the danger. But the supervisors had no such worries at all. Danger? What was danger? The greatest danger they knew of was the petrification ability of a certain snake brother. And as luck would have it, Lin Qian had perfectly controlled this danger. After Nuawei left, Lin Qian had originally planned to take everyone on a good trip through the dungeon world. But the snake brother kept urging him to return, seemingly still obsessed with his musical dreams. The other supervisors, on the other hand, were having a blast and showed no sign of wanting to leave. Helpless, Lin Qian could only return alone with Snake Brother. Zane, I leave these friends of mine in your care. When Lin Qian waved enthusiastically at Zane, his demeanor seemed to darken several shades. Oh, don't worry too much. They'd be back at work in a few hours. Before he finished his words, a sudden roar erupted in the distance. A two-story building suddenly began to run wildly in terror, followed by 5 or 6 excited supervisors. Boom! Another explosion echoed from the other side, tearing up vast swathes of earth and sending groundwater gushing out like a fountain. Lin Qian, embarrassed, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and pulled out 5 boxes of delicious worm pudding as a fee. Goodbye, my friend. With the reward, Zane's attitude took a complete turn, and he waved goodbye to Lin Qian warmly. Chapter 450. Snake Palace, Piano Room. Thump, thump, thump! The impassioned, chaotic notes rushed past like a raging army, completely disorganized and abstract. In the audience, Lin Qiansheng stared at the intoxicated snake brother with a look of despair, wishing he could pierce his eardrums with a thud. It was too awful. It even exceeded the noise level. Now Lin Qian deeply regretted why he had been so curious about Snake Brother's musical abilities. He should have known that the Shadow Tribe, who couldn't even speak human language, could understand idiotic music. Now he was in a dilemma, tormented, yet afraid to dampen Snake Brother's enthusiasm. Sister Min, you. Lin Qian turned his head stiffly, only to find that Sister Min, who had been by his side just a moment ago, had vanished. He was stunned, his face filled with indignation. Sister Min, how could you be so selfish? He cried out in despair in his heart. An unknown amount of time passed, but amidst the utter darkness, Lin Qian finally saw light. When Brother Snake finished his song, he slowly raised his hands, as if savoring the lingering charm of his art. Lin Qian perked up, quickly standing up and clapping his hands vigorously, backing away. Brother Snake, your artistic attainments are unmatched. If I weren't in a hurry, I'd drown in your music. Well, next time, I come back to enjoy it. With that, without waiting for Brother Snake's response, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to escape. Brother Snake, on the other hand, remained fascinated, his eyes closed, unaware of anything amiss. Arriving on the 3rd floor of the Snake Palace, Lin Qian plopped down on the Serpent King's throne. This is excruciating. Add more points, more points. The Snake Throne now became Lin Qian's second exclusive point allocation location. Compared to the dragon throne, it was far more impressive. More importantly, the snake eyes on the armrests were inlaid with movable gemstones, allowing them to rotate freely, much to Lin Qian's liking. To this day, Lin Qian still couldn't understand why Snake Brother didn't like the top floor he meticulously designed. Opening the panel, Lin Qian began allocating the vast amount of attribute points he gained this time. Name: Lin Qian, Level 2 Overseer 810/1000, Strength, 1000. Agility, 200.1. Const, 521. Spirit, 1000. Traits: Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection, Indestructibility, Abyssal Adaptation. Abilities: Pure Fire, Flame Breath, Flame Afterimage, Filth, 2%, Alien Blood, Bloodline/Ghost Blood/Blood Mist/Pure Yang Blood, Shadow, Shadow Walk/Shadow Lightning Spear, Armor, Bone Armor/Crystal Armor/Steel Armor, Giant Strength, 91.3%. Limited Attack, Ring of Power, First Limit, Hardening, First Limit, Soul Refining, First Limit, Extreme Speed, First Limit, Ghost Eyes, Clairvoyance, Steel Teeth, Soul Scream. Rating: a top-tier Level 2 Overseer, possessing Source-level abilities and a powerful soul. His presence is destined to be a nightmare for anomalous invaders, with unlimited potential. By absorbing the flesh and blood of 9 alien races, he gains a total of 7 strength points and 17 constitution points. Of the 471 free attribute points, 270 went to strength, instantly maxing it out to 1000. The remaining 201 went to constitution, successfully pushing it past 500 points, achieving a minor transformation. The evaluation changed again, and Lin Qian had finally officially reached the pinnacle of the Level 2 realm. However, the strength of a supervisor lies not in attributes, or even in the strength of their abilities, but in their immortality. Thus, Lin Qian wouldn't be so naive as to believe he could truly surpass all Level 2 supervisors. Just receiving the system's approval was something to be happy about. But before Lin Qian could be happy for long, a tingling sensation suddenly spread throughout his body. He knew that a transformation in his physical attributes was imminent. Fearing an overreaction that might break his beloved serpent throne, Lin Qian tried to stand up and move away, but the hardening ability suddenly lost control, spreading rapidly like ice. In just a few seconds, his body had become like a statue, frozen in the act of trying to rise, unable to move. What's going on? Lin Qian was startled, gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing tingling, his eyes gazing at his body with a hint of fear. After more than 10 minutes, the tingling finally subsided, the hardening ability successfully lifted, and Lin Qian regained his mobility. He collapsed on the serpent throne, breathing rapidly. After a long moment, Lin Qian recovered and began experimenting with his evolved hardening ability. The next second, the ability activated, and his entire body froze once again. Holy crap! Lin Qian was startled. Previously, the hardening ability could only cover a small area, but now, not only had the area been expanded, but the activation speed had also increased significantly, becoming almost instantaneous. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly swung his hand, sending a red beam shooting out. Bang! A clear, piercing sound was heard. The sharp bloodline pierced the nearby metal guard and penetrated the floor for more than 10 centimeters. After the hardening ability transformed, the armor-piercing ability of the bloodline also significantly increased. Awesome! Lin Qian satisfiedly retracted his bloodline and activated his armor transformation ability. With a hum, the Ring of Power and the Giant's Power simultaneously unleashed, slamming down on his chest. With a bang, the serpent throne shifted half a meter, but a noticeable crack still appeared on the chest armor. It seems the hardening strength is still limited. Lin Qian had a rough idea. For him, the hardening ability was more suitable for bloodline attacks. As for outer defense, armor transformation was still the key. The strength of the hardening ability lies primarily in its flexibility. It can be applied not only to the surface of the body, but also to protect internal organs from damage, greatly increasing survivability in battle. I'm still 1,300 points away from reaching 1,000 in all 4 attributes. Even if I do nothing else for the rest of the time, just earning the salary of a level 3 overseer would only take 13 days. Lin Qian stepped down from the serpent throne, pacing excitedly as he pondered in his mind. Once all 4 attributes reach 1,000, I immediately use the death restaurant ticket and try to get 1 attribute to break 2 first. That way, I can avoid stopping the supervisor's salary. If the attributes can't be improved, the supervisor's salary will be stopped. This was something the puppet had told Lin Qian long ago. Lin Qian proposed leaving attribute points unused, maintaining a low stat level, hoping to exploit a bug and trick the system into continuing to pay, but the puppet rejected it. Because all supervisors with maxed out attributes won't have even a single free attribute point left. For example, the puppet itself had 27 points left on its last day until its spirit attribute reached full capacity, so its original salary of 100 would only be paid out at 27 points. The system evaluates overall attributes, so there's a high probability that no bug will be exploited. To avoid wasting time, one must break through as quickly as possible. Chapter 451. Ding! Gain Supervisor points * 557. Supervisor level up. Ding! Upgraded to level 3 Supervisor. Daily salary increased to free attribute points * 100. Gained Supervisor permissions. Lock. Gained access to the Land of Chaos. Gained permission to clear dungeon anomalies. Gained new area supervisory permissions. Area 45311, 101 to 499. Area 53645, 200 to 998. Area 53646, 300 to 799. Area 53648, 101 to 998. Area 8521. After leading the team through 2 dungeons, Lin Qian returned to his room early to await the rewards. Finally, as the safe exploration time began, a series of system notifications rang out like a screen flashing. Ha ha! He stood in the center of the room, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. I, Lin, have finally become a level 3 supervisor. Clicked on the dashboard to check the position suffix. Name, Lin Qian, level 3 supervisor 1367/10,000. As expected, the points required to upgrade had become 10,000. In the past, Lin Qian would have thought this number unattainable, but after 2 satisfying experience-boosting sessions, he now felt he could quickly reach the promotion standard. Points weren't the issue. Lin Qian was worried about other things. Level 4 Supervisor seemed to be more than just a simple job title. According to the puppet, it had seen a Level 4 Supervisor before, but its memory had been partially erased. This terrifying ability was completely beyond Lin Qian's comprehension, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call it divine. He was worried that if he were promoted to level 4, he also had to perform the duties of a level 4 supervisor. That would be a disaster. He didn't have immortality, and even if he became a level 4 supervisor, he'd be nothing more than a dud, collecting a salary without the corresponding combat power. Thankfully, unlike other supervisors, who were forced to work every day, he could manage his points independently. It's too far-fetched to think about that now. Let's just wait and see how the rating changes. Lin Qian shook his head, gathering his thoughts, and looked down the dashboard expectantly. Until he saw the rating, his eyelids drooped. Rating. This kind of idiot is worthy of being a level 3 supervisor? Source level abilities are a complete waste on you. You're undisputedly at the bottom of your class, trash. No! System, are you changing your expression so quickly? Just a few minutes ago, you were praising my unlimited potential. How come I'm trash now? It was a familiar recipe, a familiar taste. He, Lin, had worked so hard for so long, and finally, he was back to where he started. However, thinking about the combat prowess of Snake Brother, Puppet Man, and Fish Brother, Lin Qian felt relieved. To be honest, while the system may have an ugly face, it's always honest. As a level 3 supervisor, I'm indeed a bit overly cautious. Thinking of this, Lin Qian felt a little better, but he still secretly resolved that he would never look at the reviews again, at least until he broke through level 2. He was now considered a major figure, so there was no need to seek criticism for no reason. Opening the chat interface, Lin Qian was about to check who was online, ready to take advantage of his good mood and lead the team through another speedrun, when a series of messages suddenly popped up from Novi. Novi, thank you, Boss Lin. I can't believe you gave me a real-life egg. I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize for any doubts I had about you before. You saved our Star Clan's fate, Boss Lin. I'm so excited. Sorry. The leader of our Star Clan wants to meet with you. Of course, the decision is up to you, Boss Lin. If you have any concerns, I can pass it on. Or you can ask the leader to add you as a friend. She said that the terms of our deal are far less than the value of a life egg, and she's willing to rework the terms. In any case, you are the benefactor of our entire race. Thank you again. Through the interface, Lin Qian could feel Novi's excitement. However, when he saw the following content, Lin Qian frowned slightly. The leader of the Star Clan wants to meet me. This was a true level 2 expert. Lin Qian had no idea what that level of combat power even was. But from Brother Yu's tone, it seems he doesn't take a level 2 expert seriously. If you bring Brother Snake, Brother Fish, and the puppets with you, I should be safe. Although it was a bit risky, Lin Qian decided to go. After all, this was an ally he had spent a great deal of effort to win over. If he showed too much defensiveness, the relationship would be shattered. Entering the City of Chaos, Lin Qian didn't invite Brother Snake first this time. Under normal circumstances, the Hound Dimension should be isolated from the outside world, making it impossible for Brother Snake to detect any external information. But when he was in danger, Brother Snake always struck with pinpoint accuracy. He suspected this was likely due to Sister Min's skill. It wasn't the Hound's ability, but Sister Min's inherent ability, like that strange wooden door, which could ignore spatial barriers. This way, the reason why the puppet and Brother Fish had previously spoken ill of Brother Snake was retaliated against. So, to avoid trouble, this time he planned to let Brother Fish and the puppet go inside and wait for Brother Snake. Arriving at the giant city via shadow walking, Lin Qian discovered that it had undergone significant changes. A large number of abyssal plants, resembling seaweed, were piled together, secured by intersecting wooden pillars, forming a simple fence. The stone man's house, not far away, had also been upgraded. The once simple, slanted hut, resembling a bird trap, had become a vast rectangular iron structure. A closer look left Lin Qian speechless. Isn't this the container from Paradise? Who split it in half? Just as he finished speaking, a resounding roar echoed from behind him. Lin Qian didn't even need to turn around to know it was Brother Yu. Boss Lin, this is what it asked me to apply for when we were building the Snake Palace. Have you forgotten? Lin Qian did have some recollection of it. It's not that I'm heartbroken, it's just that it looks too shabby. How about this? After we upgrade your house, we also upgrade the homes of a few other familiar people. As soon as he arrived at Giant City, Lin Qian felt like he was in the countryside. It was too much to bear. Boss Lin, what can I do for you? The fish monster chewed on some unidentified abyssal creature's flesh, and the air around them was strangely distorted. But seemingly due to his abyssal resistance trait, Lin Qian didn't feel any discomfort. I want to meet a person who's barely level 2, and I'd like to ask your opinions.